Season 3, complete, Neoegoist League.
The chapter begins with everyone choosing their teams. Some players decide to go to Germany, others to Spain, Italy, or France. Chigiri comments, "These guys are just choosing based on their personal impressions." Eden approaches Isagi and asks, "What about you, Isagi? Which one are you choosing?" Isagi replies, "We're not choosing to join their teams. We're choosing the pro league we want to learn from, right?" Chigiri nods. That's how Ego's explanation made it sound. Isagi continues, "Then I've made my decision. I've been watching England's league a lot lately, and it's somewhere I'd like to visit. But ever since I was a kid, I've always admired Germany." Chigiri adds with a grin, "Because your hero Noah is there, right?" Isagi chuckles. "Yeah. How about you, Chigiri? Have you decided?" Chigiri says, "I'm going with England. That place tests your speed, so I want mine tested there." Isagi smiles. "You're so cool." Ryu interjects, "I chose England too, so I'm with you, Chigiri. They've got a lot of teams I like, and above all, I can already smell the money." Chigiri smirks. "Sounds like you, Ryu." Isagi adds, "Makes sense, since you're the son of the Make-Age Corporation." He then turns to Nagi. "What about you, Nagi? Have you decided?" Nagi tilts his head. "Which country is that guy from the game from? The one who's good at trapping?" Chigiri responds, "That guy's retired now, but that video was from when he played in England." Nagi shrugs. "Then I'm going with England." Ryu grins. "So we're together, Nagi." Nagi stares blankly. "What, Ryu? What's the problem?" Suddenly, Bachira enters the scene and says with a teasing grin, "Are you on the fence, Isagi?" Isagi turns and notices Bachira. Bachira grins and says, "I've decided. I'm going to the country of dribbling and technique. I'm going to Spain." Isagi nods. "I figured you would. I think it suits you." Bachira replies, "To be honest, it doesn't really matter where we go. I mean, we're gonna be the best strikers in the world, right? That means no matter where we find ourselves, we just need to keep being the best there, right? It's not about making the right choice. It's about making our chosen path the right one. That's how you become the world's best." He adds with a smile, "And in the end, it's not a reason you can trust in. So, even if we end up on separate paths, make sure you've evolved by the time we meet again." With that, Bachira waves goodbye to Isagi. Isagi watches him leave and thinks, "Thanks, Bachira. You're right. I'll try this in my journey too. The environment I want to gamble everything on, the place where I can burn the hottest right now, is Germany. Because everything I need is there." With the decisions made, the players are separated into their respective teams, each choosing their country and moving forward on their own paths. An announcement is made. The 9 players who selected Germany, please proceed to the next room. The players begin moving one by one. First is Igarashi, who eagerly exclaims, "I'm so pumped to move on." Next is Yukimiya, who comments, "I can't tell if we're teammates or enemies yet." Hiori follows and says with a smile, "Well, let's get along for now." Raichi, ever the hothead, declares, "I'll crush all you Germans." Gagamaru silently makes his way, focused as ever. Niru, Corona, and Yura also head to the room, each with their unique mix of anticipation and determination. Finally, Yoichi Isagi steps forward, his excitement building as he joins the group. Before moving forward, just be an egoist and hit that subscribe button first. That'll really show your appreciation for the effort that goes into making these videos. The players, now gathered, enter the designated room. As they step inside, a hologram of Ego Jinpachi appears before them. Ego addresses them. "So, you've chosen Germany. Welcome to the land of traditional and ordinary soccer. Currently, the strongest club team in Germany is Bastard München. You will be participating in training alongside the club's U20 members." Isagi's eyes widen as he mutters, "We're being thrown in with a world-class team right away?" The group buzzes with excitement, but Ego interrupts their enthusiasm with a smirk. "Unfortunately, it's the opposite. We are creating Europe's 5 major league environments right here inside Blue Lock. That's why I've invited players from the 5 great leagues, considering the 11 rising stars of your generation. From England, Manchester City, from Italy, Uber, from Spain, FC Barca, from France, Paris, XGN, and from Germany, the powerhouse Bastard München." Ego continues, "Your next objective is to succeed within these environments. Furthermore, your instructions will come directly from me. You will be learning from the top team's dominating strikers. Ego smirks and declares, "Now, let me introduce you to Bastard München's unrivaled ace, the man currently recognized as the greatest player in the world, the master striker, Noel Noah." With that, the atmosphere in the room shifts as Noel Noah steps forward, flanked by his team. His commanding presence silences everyone, leaving the players in awe. Isagi, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaims, "Noel Noah, my hero, the best striker in the world!" Ego continues, "After the exhibition match against Japan's U20, the Blue Lock project has captured the attention of the entire world. This wild fantasy of mine has attracted many great sponsors. Phase 2's beginning has already exceeded my expectations. And of course, that doesn't just apply to the German team. The players exchange astonished glances, some muttering, 'All the superstars, they're here in Blue Lock.'" Ego nods with satisfaction and says, "Indeed, and not just the superstars, but the master strikers themselves. Within each country's wing are the members of their U20 teams and their master strikers. This is your chance to absorb this new level of soccer into your being." He pauses dramatically and then announces, "Now, let's introduce them all." Ego begins the introductions, his voice resonating through the room. From England's Manchester City comes a man with an iron body, a world-class striker on par with Noel Noah, the perfect hero, Chris Prince. The players murmur in awe as Ego continues. Then, from Spain's FC Barca, part of a top soccer league, comes the extravagant genius dribbler from Brazil, the dance man Lavinho. Ego's smirk widens. From Italy's Ubers, we have the victory straggler, the victory contractor who leads any team to triumph after he transfers in, the royal messenger, Snuffy. Finally, Ego's tone sharpens. And from France's Paris XGN, we have the light-speed striker and the top rising star garnering the most attention from soccer fans worldwide, the divine sprinter Loki. The room is electric with anticipation as Ego declares, "Under these masters, each with their own unique philosophies, all of you will have no choice but to evolve within these environments." He then shifts gears. "Now, let me explain the details of Phase 2. First, you will undergo training with these masters. You'll be mixed into teams with the players I've invited, and through these teams, you must prove your worth. Your goal is to be selected as one of the 11 starting players." The players' excitement grows as Ego continues. Out of 20 players from both teams, 11 will be chosen. Once selected, those 11 will take part in games. Your opponents will be the chosen players from the other wings. Each team will fight every other team, for a total of 25 matches across the 5 teams. The room buzzes with energy as players realize they'll get to face everyone. Ego smirks. "That's right, the main event. But these matches will have special rules to make things more intense." He lists the rules. First, you'll need 3 goals to win. This ensures matches are fast-paced and dramatic. Next, there will be unlimited substitutions. During matches, each team can substitute players as many times as they want, whenever they want. Finally, each team will be allowed to feed their master, meaning your master striker can take the field, but only for 3 minutes per match. The players are stunned, their anticipation reaching its peak as they absorb the stakes and possibilities of the Neoegoist League's Phase 2. Everyone is brimming with excitement at the prospect of playing alongside the masters and the greatest players in the world. Ego smirks and says, "This is the star change system. These are the rules for the upcoming battle. As I mentioned earlier, this is also the final selection for the Youth U20 World Cup. Your rankings will be based on your performance in each game, and these rankings will change after every match. The top-ranked player at the end of the final match will be selected as the new representative for the Youth U20 World Cup." Ego pauses, his gaze intense, then continues, "This is the battle that will create the world's greatest striker, the world-class new generation survival challenge. This is the greatest competition in the history of soccer, the Neoegoist League." The players erupt with excitement. Igarashi exclaims, "Blue Lock is getting seriously awesome." Isagi, pumped with adrenaline, thinks to himself, "This is totally unreal. I get to learn about soccer directly from Noel Noah. On top of that, I actually get to play alongside him on the field. If I can win here, I'll level up for sure. The road to being the world's best is laid out right before me." Ego smirks again and adds, And let me say this before I forget. For Germany's best team, the team with Noel Noah, there is a specially selected player I want to have participate. The players exchange confused glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Ego explains, "You Blue Lock players who have come this far did so by following the project's primary route, but I prepared a secondary route for the so-called losers, a place where an unusual philosophy was ingrained into their hearts. From that crucible, a monster was born, and now, it makes its second coming." Suddenly, the room falls silent as a door opens, and a mysterious figure steps inside. Ego smirks and continues, "Now, enter the lone survivor of the wildcard program, the last dark horse, Rensuke Kunigami." The door swings open, and Kunigami steps into the room. His presence radiates confidence and strength as he stands tall, pumped up and ready for the challenge. The players are stunned by his return, their whispers filling the room. Ego, unfazed, declares, "The players are assembled. The hottest place in the world is right here, and now the curtain rises on Blue Lock Phase 2. The Neoegoist League begins now." The room erupts with energy, the players fired up as they prepare to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Noel Noah steps down from the stage and walks toward the Blue Lock players. Isagi, filled with determination, mutters, "Kunigami, Noel Noah, my new training is starting now." Noah looks at the players and speaks calmly, "Go to the goal. I'll be waiting for you there." With that, he leaves the ground. Igarashi, pumped up, exclaims, "It's like a real-life esport." Yukimiya, equally excited, asks, "What did Noel Noah just say?" Yukimiya, interpreting confidently, replies, "Go to the goal. That's what he said." The players gear up, ready to move toward the main goal room as the timer ticks down. Isagi approaches Kunigami and says, "I didn't know there was a wild card battle. Welcome back, hero. I'm so stoked you're the one who came back. We get to fight together again." Kunigami, his demeanor cold and sharp, responds, "Stop. I'm not a hero anymore. I left that immature joke behind. Prepare yourself, Isagi. I'm going to be the best in the world. Get ready." Isagi, taken aback, thinks, "What happened to you, Kunigami? I don't know this version of you. All I can do now is fight." With that, the players rush to the main ground as their new training begins. The first zone tests the players' speed. Isagi notices Kunigami sprinting ahead and thinks, "Kunigami is so fast. Was he always this fast?" It feels like his physical abilities have drastically improved. They then enter the second zone, the inclined dash, designed to test endurance and acceleration. Next, the third zone is the ladder sprint, where players must navigate through a ladder formation as the timer continues to count down. The fourth zone follows, a step jump challenge, where players leap onto platforms to reach the other side. Isagi observes, "In this zone, you have to choose platforms within your jump range, or you'll fall." Among the Blue Lock players, the only one managing to keep up with the best is Kunigami, matching his pace with incredible precision. As they near the goal, it's revealed that someone has already reached the goal point. It's none other than Kaiser. Determined, Isagi pushes harder to catch up as they enter the final zone, pole dribbling and shouting. Isagi, his resolve burning, declares, "I'm going to prove my worth." With determination, Isagi takes the ball and weaves through the poles, dribbling skillfully. He focuses intently and mutters to himself, "Don't rush it. At times like this, I just have to focus on one thing at a time and give each step my best." He maneuvers past the last pole and sets his sights on the target. "All right, now I just need to aim for the target and get a high score," he says to himself. With precision, Isagi launches a direct shot toward the main target. But suddenly, someone enters the field, intercepting the ball with a powerful strike. The newcomer smirks and says, "I wanted to meet you, Yoichi Isagi. I'm gonna call you Yoichi, okay?" He deflects Isagi's ball mid-air and hits his own, scoring effortlessly. Shocked, Isagi exclaims, "He blocked me! Who is this guy? And he aimed for the ball I picked." The man introduces himself confidently. "My name is Kaiser, and I do the impossible. On your knees, Blue Lock." With that, Kaiser secures the goal, leaving everyone stunned. Isagi's mind races. Kaiser? Wait, isn't he part of the same new Generation 11 as Rinatoshi? That's Michael Kaiser. The Blue Lock players are troubled by Kaiser's overwhelming skill, but Isagi is deep in thought. He just blocked my shot. Yukimiya comments, "That's not very polite." Just then, another player enters the scene. He approaches Kaiser and the Blue Lock members, holding out a small device. He says, "Here, you'll need this." Handing out the devices, he adds, "Kaiser, they don't hear you. They can't understand what you're saying." He addresses the Blue Lock members. "These are for all of you. Little gifts from Jinpachi Ego." He explains, "It's a micro-interpreter, designed by one of our sponsors, a company with dreams of going to space. It's still just a prototype, but it instantly converts speech into whatever language you want. You'll be able to hear individual voices clearly now." Curious, the players inspect the devices as he continues, "Sorry, I didn't introduce myself sooner. Nice to meet you guys. My name is Ness." Everyone is amazed by the devices. Igarashi twists his head and says, "They're not falling off, even when I'm twisting like this." Reo chimes in, "These aren't just from any company. They're from a sponsor connected to my family's makeage corporation." Another player enters the room and scoffs, "Hey Ness, quit acting all chummy with these guys. I came here because the club owner said Blue Lock was amazing, but honestly, I'd rather be listening to the nonsensical chatter of some girl with nothing but a pretty face." The room turns to the newcomer, 20 forward Eric Jessner. Ness sighs and says, "That's so rude. Why do you have to be so vulgar toward these guys?" But Eric keeps going, his mocking tone relentless. Suddenly, another player interjects, "No, this was a bad call on our part. I can't blame you for being angry. Anger is just sadness you can't accept." The room is stunned as the dramatic forward of U20 Benedict Graham steps forward and adds, "You can't grow without accepting your sadness. Sadness is painful, but it's proof that you're alive. I can't take it." I stand with him. The Blue Lock players are taken aback by the bizarre personalities in front of them. Isagi, confused, asks, "What are you guys even talking about?" Suddenly, Kaiser grabs Isagi by the face, leaning in closely. "Yoichi, I came here to meet you. Blue Lock's ace striker, Yoichi Isagi. Don't disappoint me, new hero." Isagi, irritated, flicks Kaiser's hand away and says, "Don't touch me." Kaiser, unfazed, grabs Isagi by the hand and growls, "Shut your mouth. Give me a reason not to feel like coming here was a waste of time. I want you to get in the way of my life, Yoichi." The room goes silent, shocked by the escalating tension. Isagi clenches his fists and thinks, "This guy pisses me off." Then, with resolve, he says, "Fine, I'll do it, Kaiser. As you asked, I'm going to destroy your life." Kaiser smirks, his laugh echoing in the room. "Good. That face just now. That's so good. It suits you perfectly." He casually holds out his hand. "Ness, give me a handkerchief." Ness obliges and then says, "Let's see how long it takes for me to take the stage as the world's best striker. For now, I'm stuck in this joke of an interlude called Blue Lock. You guys, you're the circus animals providing some entertainment. And when I take the stage, Yoichi, you'll just be the pathetic clown who thought he was a star." Kaiser extends his hand for a handshake and says with a sly grin, "Nice to meet you, Blue Lock. You're going to bloom beautifully, and then fall for me." Suddenly, an intense aura fills the room as Noel Noah enters the field. His voice is calm but commanding as he says, "Knock it off, Kaiser. This is childish. Quit trying to exert dominance." Kaiser, feigning innocence, smirks and replies, "Sorry, Noah. Just thought I'd liven things up a bit." Noah's sharp glare cuts through him. "Don't talk back. I make the rules here." Kaiser quickly straightens up. "Right, yes, sir." Noah turns to the group and says, "Your initial training is done for now. I think you've realized it by now, but this room is designed to measure your physical abilities. Bastard München's philosophy is one of extreme rationality. We don't put any stock in intangible powers like impression or emotion. Only those with the numbers to win will be selected as starters." He continues, "The 21 players here will be ranked based on training and gameplay data. The top 11 will play in the matches. Anyone below that won't be used." Noah's gaze sweeps across the room. Bastard München is a team that wins with logic. As the rankings appear on a screen, everyone reacts. Isagi stares at the board and sees his name at the very bottom. He mutters, "I'm at the bottom. Because Kaiser blocked my shot earlier. I see. This is different from Ego's selection criteria. This is data survival where numbers rule everything." Raichi, sitting at rank 15, scoffs, So it's only the blue lock guys at the lower ranks. Naru nods. Those German players are really strong. Yukimiya adds with a frown. At this rate, we won't even get a chance to play in the matches. Isagi clenches his fists and thinks, this is a battle for us blue lock players to force our way onto bastard München's starting lineup. The room is filled with mixed emotions. Some players are ecstatic about their ranks, while others feel crushed. Isagi steels himself and says, but if I can put up the numbers, I'll have an equal chance. Meanwhile, Kunigami, who is ranked at number 3, glances at the board and thinks, I'll use my body to create a chance for myself. Isagi, his eyes glowing with determination, declares, I won't let somebody else take the lead. I'm gonna rise through the ranks and drag Kaiser off his throne at the top. With his resolve set, the training session and matches between all the players begin. The players push themselves to the limit, each aiming to prove their worth and climb the rankings.
Now, as episode 2 begins, Isagi pushes himself even harder, training relentlessly to prove his worth. He's pushing himself harder than ever, trying to enhance his abilities. As he trains, we see the ranking board. Isagi's rank is steadily rising. Isagi thinks to himself, there are only 10 days left until the first match. Every day we follow Noel Noah's designated training regimen, and with each passing day the rankings shift. We swing between hope and fear, all fighting to break into the top 11. He reflects further. I've managed to climb the rankings a bit, but unless I make it into the top 11, I won't get a chance to play in the matches. Meanwhile, the training ground is buzzing with energy. All the players are fiercely focused, trying to improve their stats. Kaiser, too, is performing exceptionally well. Isagi continues his thoughts. I've got no choice but to earn high scores during training. I have to keep up with Kaiser, so I can take down both him and the powerhouse bastard München team. The scene then shifts to Isagi's room. Yukimiya is there, looking a bit concerned. Kunigami still hasn't told us anything, Yukimiya says. I want to ask him about the wildcard thing, Isagi replies, his voice laced with curiosity and determination. One of the players remarks, Kunigami's physical abilities have skyrocketed, huh? The scene shifts to Corona, who's scrolling through a digital screen showing detailed stats. Want to check out Kunigami's data? Corona asks. Sure, thanks, Isagi replies. Corona continues, we can view data on all the participating players. It gives a detailed visual breakdown of the blue lock rankings. You can use the numbers as clues for self-analysis. We then see a sleek digital tab open up, displaying data for every player. Isagi first pulls up his own stats. Speed, defense, and shooting are ranked B, passing and dribbling are ranked C, and offense is ranked A with total score of 76. Isagi stares at the screen, analyzing his performance. A cumulative score of B. My kinetic vision and direct play stats are solid, but my power and long pass abilities are weak. From the beginning, I wasn't the type of player who got this far through raw physical prowess. So seeing those low scores isn't really a surprise. He thinks deeper. So, what do I need to boost my stats? Suddenly, a look of determination flashes across his face. Without a word, Isagi stands up and heads toward the door. Where are you going? Corona asks. Isagi puts in his earphones, eyes burning with focus. I'm gonna go see the master, he says, stepping out with purpose. Scene shift to Germany's wingmaster striker's Noel Noah's room. The atmosphere is silent, serious. Inside, we see Noel Noah seated in his chair, reviewing data streams on various players' performances. His expression is calm, calculating. Suddenly, the door opens. Isagi walks in, eyes focused, determined. Noah notices him, puts in his earphone, and speaks without turning. What is it? Without wasting a second, Isagi walks straight up and says, what should I do to increase my ranking? Noah swivels his chair slightly toward him. Are you dissatisfied with the training? Isagi shakes his head. I just want to win against Kaiser. Now, fully turning to face him, Noah says, I see, yoichi Isagi. Then tell me, what's your weapon? Without hesitation, Isagi replies, my direct shots. And what do you require to use that weapon? Isagi pauses, thinking. I need to break through defenders and move freely inside the penalty area. Noah leans in, questions piling like a drill sergeant. What kind of play is necessary for that? Isagi answers, a wide view of the entire pitch, and the concentration and mental endurance to spend 90 minutes identifying openings in the enemy's defense and relentlessly exploiting them. Noah presses further, rapid fire. And what abilities are needed to do that? Isagi is thrown off. He pauses. The confidence on his face wavers. He can't answer immediately. Noah narrows his eyes. What's wrong? Can't even verbalize your own identity? Isagi grits his teeth. No, I can. What I need right now is a fundamental ability to vary my play enough to adapt to any opponent. A moment of silence. Then Noah drops the hammer. So, hypothetically, if you had all of that, could you beat me? Isagi freezes. Noel Noah, the world's best striker. His mind races. Could I really? I don't know, he says quietly. But I'm going to. Before Isagi can finish his sentence, Noel Noah cuts in sharply. Revise your thinking. I just cracked your logic. Isagi freezes as Noah continues, his voice steady, firm, and absolute. Don't allow any uncertain components in your plan. Realize an ideal that you can clearly verbalize and fully explain. Isagi stands still, absorbing every word. Saying I don't know means you're letting unrealistic conjecture create noise in your thoughts. That's an irrational mental block, and I will never choose someone like that for my starting lineup. Isagi clenches his fists. His mind spirals in confusion. What is it that I lack right now? Noah narrows his eyes. Didn't I tell you to revise your thought process, Yoichi Isagi? Then, with a piercing gaze, he asks, what's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? Isagi blinks, completely thrown off. Huh? Noah doesn't stop. The first step is a step towards becoming the best in the world. Every minute, every second, every single day of the year. Are you truly spending all of your time chasing that ideal? His words echo in the room, calm yet overwhelming. This is my philosophy. Blue Lock is the place that will create the best striker in the world, right? He takes one step closer and declares, then bring me logic that can defeat me. With that, Noah turns away, his final words hanging heavy in the air. Isagi stands frozen, his heart pounding. The weight of Noah's words crashes down on him, and in that moment, Yoichi Isagi realizes how far he still has to go. If you haven't subscribed yet, make sure you do. Blue Lock Season 3 anime version isn't dropping anytime soon, but I'll be uploading new episodes if I get a good response. So don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment. I'd really appreciate that. 10 days have passed. The stadium roars with anticipation. The Neoegoist League is about to begin. Match 1. Germany's bastard München versus Spain's FC Barça. But something unexpected happens. Isagi isn't in the starting 11. In fact, none of the Blue Lock players are, except one, Kunigami. From the bench, Gagamaru mutters, so no one managed to break into the top team during training, except Kunigami. Isagi sits beside him, eyes locked on the field. No one knows what kind of value I gained in those 10 days, but I won't waste this time, not even on the bench. Suddenly, the commentary begins. And now, presenting the starting lineup for Spain's FC Barça. The camera pans across the field, and leading the formation is none other than Maguru Bachira. He steps forward with a confident smirk and declares to the world, the new Bachira is here. Isagi's eyes widen. Bachira? You're the striker for Spain. Standing beside him is another shocker, Otoya Okawa, flanking Bachira like a weapon ready to strike. Every Blue Lock player on the bench is stunned. Isagi clenches his fists, heart racing. Bachira, I swear I'm going to stand on that same stage. I'll meet you head-on in this Neoegoist League, as equals. As players take their positions on the field, Otoya turns to Bachira. Isagi's on the bench, he says casually. Bachira, tightening his boots, looks toward the sidelines where Isagi sits. A playful grin curves on his lips. I'm going on ahead. Egotist, he mutters, loud enough for Isagi to hear. Isagi's eyes narrow, watching him intently. In these 10 days of training, I couldn't make it into the starting 11. I couldn't surpass Kaiser. The only one from Blue Lock chosen was Kunigami. He clawed his way up through the wildcard round. Frustration brews inside him, but his focus sharpens. I want to stand on that field. I want to fight alongside them. Each minute, each second. I won't waste this frustration. I'll burn every player, ally or enemy, into my brain. I'll find their weaknesses. I'll find the path forward with these eyes. Commentary kicks in. Here are the official rules for the Neoegoist League. A win earns 3 points. Substitutions can be made freely. Players may be swapped out any number of times. And using the star chain system, each team's master striker may enter the field for up to 3 minutes. The masters will also serve as team scorers. Now let's begin match 1. Germany's bastard München versus Spain's FC Barça. Kickoff. The game begins. Kaiser immediately launches the ball toward Ness. Ness receives it flawlessly, and without a moment of hesitation returns it in Kaiser's direction with a swift vertical backspin pass. Isagi leans forward, eyes locked. What a clean vertical backspin pass, done without hesitation. It cut through the defense straight toward the left side. A perfect pass that doesn't slow down the receiver at all. But before it reaches Kaiser, Grimm intercepts it. He grins like a madman, eyes blazing with wild energy. As the vanguard, my destined role is to die. How amusing. This is getting absolutely wild. Yagamaru, Grimm, Eric, and now a near-goal setup. Here's a refined, high-energy version of your scene with clean grammar, fluid flow, and the hype of a real Blue Lock chapter. Grimm receives the ball and wastes no time. He dashes forward, surging between two players with ease. His movements are brutal and raw, yet effective. From the bench, Isagi watches closely, eyes sharp. He's not dodging them, he's crashing through them, charging along the shortest path like a beast on the sideline. It's pure power and physicality. He dribbles like a tank. Grimm plows forward, knocking defenders off balance. His eyes burn with chaotic energy as he yells, "I'm the debris that got cut off during a rocket launch. This is life!" With that, he launches a pass, aggressive, wild, and powerful. Isagi narrows his eyes. A cross pass from that kind of stance, but the goal box still has a numerical disadvantage, so he's aiming beyond the cluster. It's a long pass. The ball arcs beautifully over the chaos and lands at the feet of Arik. He traps it effortlessly. What a sloppy pass, he mutters with a grin. Nobody else could have caught that one, octopus head. Isagi's jaw tightens. He's good. That crab was dead on. Despite his wild appearance, his ball control is precise. From there, he's going to charge right into the cluster. Arik advances, his body weaving through defenders. His control is art, subtle, exact. He's threading a needle with a seed of light, Isagi thinks, mesmerized. This is true delicate dribbling. He slips through tight spaces, leaving defenders chasing shadows. Now deep in the box, Arik faces down the last line of defense, but he doesn't hesitate. He smirks and drives straight in, drawing every defender toward him like a gravitational force. Isagi's eyes widen. He drew in the defense and launched a perfectly timed long pass toward Kunigami. Gasps ripple through the stadium as everyone watches the ball fly. Clean, precise, fast. Kunigami traps it effortlessly with his chest. He didn't even hesitate, Isagi notes. A flawless chest trap, even though Kaiser was completely unmarked. All eyes flick to Kaiser, waiting, ready, but the ball never comes. Isagi watches, stunned. The Kunigami I knew. He never would have ignored a free teammate. He wouldn't have made such an egotistical call. But this wasn't the old Kunigami. This is someone new. Kunigami breaks forward, powerful and fearless, but something's different. He's not using his iconic left foot. Instead, he plants hard and launches a full-power middle-range shot with his right foot. The ball tears through the air, heading straight for the top corner. But at the very last second, the goalkeeper dives and manages to punch it away. A collective gasp. Isagi clenches his fist. He's evolved. All his physical stats have skyrocketed. He can shoot from anywhere with either foot. He's not a specialist anymore. He's a perfect striker with no weak points. This is the new Rensuke Kunigami, the man who survived the wild card. Scene shift, post-attack, the ball returns to Spain. The keeper rolls the ball out and FC Barca regains possession. On the German side, Kaiser isn't happy. He glances sideways at Kunigami, frustration in his eyes. After the missed shot, Ness walks up to Kunigami, clearly irritated. "What was your plan for that play?" he demands. "You were fast to Kaiser. That would have been a guaranteed goal. I know you saw it too." He narrows his eyes. That kind of selfish move doesn't fly on this team. Instead, you pulled off an utterly irrational shot in a dark solo play. Before he can finish, Kunigami cuts him off, voice cold and sharp. "I don't give a shit, you flunky." Ness freezes, caught off guard. "I'm putting my martial mind to work. Don't suck up to the wrong guy. You parasite." The words hit like a punch. Ness is stunned, eyes wide. A tense silence fills the air as he reaches out, grabbing Kunigami by the shoulder. "Oh dear, that won't do," he says, his voice tense but forcedly polite. "Kunigami-san, here's your first yellow card, for disloyalty to Kaiser-sama." Kunigami shrugs his hand off with pure contempt, not even sparing him a glance. Scene shift. The field. FC Barca's counterattack. Meanwhile, the ball finds its way to Bachira. The moment he touches it, the atmosphere changes. A wild, surreal aura explodes around him. His eyes shimmer with mischief. He grins. It's Bachira's showtime. The monster has awakened. He whispers to himself with excitement, "Okay, Bachira, show me the progress you've made." Then, with a twirl of his foot, the dance begins. Bachira takes the ball and charges straight at the defenders. He's light on his feet, eyes locked, grinning wildly. On the bench, Isagi watches him closely. "All right, Bachira, you made it into Spain's starting lineup in just 10 days. Show me the progress you've made." On the other end, Bachira's smile widens as he murmurs to himself, "Now then, how shall I dance through this game?" Then we move to flashback of 10 days ago FC Barça training grounds. All the Blue Lock players assigned to Spain's team stand in a neat line, waiting. Whispers buzz among them. He's finally here. The coach of Spain's FC Barça. Anticipation turns into stunned silence as the coach walks in. Laid back, hands in pockets, casual smile on his face. It's Lavinho. The room is dead quiet. Everyone expected a serious, intense professional. But Lavinho just chuckles and says, "I ain't teaching you shit about soccer." Stunned silence. Players look at each other, confused. He's gotta be joking, right? What kind of coach says that? But while the others freeze in shock, Bachira is already vibing, leaning against a wall, grinning. Lavinho smirks, eyes scanning the room. "This place is supposed to create the world's best striker, yeah? Well, I am the world's best. So why would I give you losers any hints?" The players are shook. Is this guy even serious? "He's worse than we thought," Bachira snickers. "But isn't Noel Noah considered the best right now?" The room goes dead silent. Lavinho suddenly turns, a vein popping. He walks straight up to Bachira, face to face, smirk replaced by a scowl. "You looking for a fight, little guy?" Bachira shrugs innocently. "That's just what they said on TV." A few players try to intervene. Hey, cut it out! Don't poke the bear, Bachira." But Lavinho leans in and says with burning pride, "Listen up, kid. I don't care what the world says. I've got my own world's best inside me." Bachira stares, wide-eyed, stunned by Lavinho's intensity. But Lavinho isn't done. "I've got my own world's best inside me," he says, voice sharp but full of pride. "And it doesn't belong to anyone else. It's my own visualization." He steps onto the pitch, flicks a ball into the air with effortless grace, and begins to juggle it like it's part of his body. "If you want to be the best in the world," Lavinho says with a grin, "then stop listening to what everyone else says." The players watch as Lavinho sings along with the ball, his voice playful, his movement mesmerizing. "In Brazil, my home, we have a word for this: Jenga." He sways side to side, his upper body dancing in rhythm, his feet brushing the ball like wind over water. It means to sway, to move freely. It comes from capoeira, a mix of martial arts and music. Your upper body swings relaxed and expressive, while your feet stay in tune with the ball. The rhythm in his movement is almost musical. Players watch in awe. The Brazilian stars I grew up watching, they all had this rhythm rooted deep in their play. At first, it's okay to copy them. I did. He winks at Bachira. Then, you start mixing things in, your own flavor, your own flair. You start shaping your own image of what the world's best looks like. That's where your originality begins. Suddenly, a stunning visual fills the air. A glowing butterfly of light flutters behind Lavinho as he spins with the ball, executing perfect stepovers and flicks. "This is my visualization," he declares. "A butterfly. The field is my stage. I just dance out my idea of the world's best, and the fans, they go nuts. They scream my name." He flicks the ball behind him, does a spin, and lands it perfectly under his soul. "That's how I became a star," he finishes with a smirk. Simple, right? The players are speechless. Lavinho looks back at them, shrugging as he keeps juggling. "Soccer is just an improv session. You steal good rhythm from each other. That's all it is." Bachira is watching Lavinho's mesmerizing display until something snaps inside him. Motivated by Lavinho's rhythm, speed, and aura, he suddenly jumps in and snatches the ball mid-dribble. Everyone is shocked. "Whoa, Bachira!" one player exclaims. Otoya lets out a laugh, cheering, "Let's go, Bachira!" Even Lavinho pauses, stunned, but only for a second, before grinning wide. He's got it. He watches Bachira dance with the ball, now moving with his own flow. "You've got your own unique image, highlights," Lavinho says, eyes glowing. "The only one who can show the world that image is you. Never forget your right to originality." Lavinho's expression turns serious. This cutting-edge training is here to support that. Scene shift to Bachira training room. Bachira stares at the holographic display of his own body movement in training, replay footage looping in front of him. "I move like that?" he mutters, surprised. "That's surprisingly different from how I imagined it." He clenches his fists, thinking, "Maybe I'll try copying Lavinho's movements. Then I'll mix it with my own visualization of what makes the world's best." We then see Bachira training relentlessly, pushing his limits with both body and mind. He sprints, he dances, he fights through exhaustion, sweat flying, eyes filled with passion. "I want the body and the power of imagination to pull that off," he says, teeth gritted, determination burning. He trains with every ounce of energy he has: physical drills, reflex routines, rhythm training, and pure creative freestyle. Scene shifts and we see Bachira and Lavinho walking together. As they walk, Bachira calls out, voice steady, "I have my own visualization too." Lavinho glances at him. "I call it the monster." Lavinho raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "You've got a good route. That's your originality, huh?" Bachira nods, smiling faintly. "Yeah, but I'm going to overcome that monster to get stronger." He looks up at the sky. "So, what do I need to visualize if I want to evolve even more?" Lavinho stops walking, turning to face him directly. "Tell me this, has that monster of yours disappeared?" Bachira closes his eyes. "No, it's still here. If I picture it, I can still feel it." Lavinho stares at him proudly. "Then the answer is simple. Highlights. Make that monster evolve to its next stage." Bachira's eyes widen. Something inside him pulses, energy surging, imagination awakening. He hears Lavinho's voice echoing in his soul. "Make that monster evolve to its next stage. Your unique image is the guidepost that will lead you to become the world's best." Scene shifts back to present on the field. The tension returns to the field. Standing before Bachira is Ali, one of Bastard München's strongest defenders. A classic one-on-one is about to begin. But Bachira? He's calm, confident, smiling. He gently rolls the ball beneath his feet, his movements fluid like water dancing across the surface. Then boom, he glides past Ali with almost no effort. The entire bench erupts. He dodged that German guy one-on-one. Even Isagi leans forward, wide-eyed. Bachira's dribbling is working, but something's different. It's like he's moving with less wasted motion. Or, no, his acceleration has leveled up. It's stronger, sharper. Bachira continues dancing with the ball. His feet roll it with perfect control, subtly switching his axis between his left and right leg. His torso stays upright. The ball never strays. It's almost impossible to read his next move, Isagi thinks, awestruck. It's like his feet are ahead of the ball. On the sideline, Theo watches too, muttering in disbelief. What is with his dribbling? But Bachira isn't done. His eyes shine with joy. Energy flows through him like rhythm in music. He thinks, this is a fusion. Lavinho's Jenga-style ball handling and my own monster's tricks. I'll drag him into my world, into my visualization. I'll provoke him. The next defender steps in, tensed up. Bachira stands still for a split second, body swaying like he's caught in a breeze. Then, suddenly, he dashes forward and flicks the ball through the defender's legs with a cheeky nutmeg. He sprints past. "This," he says with a wild grin, "is the new me, Meguru Bachira's style, Jenga times monster." He zips through another defender, body light, fluid, unpredictable. He's dancing like a butterfly. From the bench, Lavinho leans forward, arms crossed, eyes glowing. He watches as Bachira dances across the field, weaving through defenders like a butterfly gliding through chaos. A proud grin spreads across his face. "That's it, highlights," he thinks. "Let the world see the rhythm that's yours alone." Isagi is practically on the edge of his seat. His eyes are locked on Bachira, a rush of adrenaline flooding through him. He's surpassed my imagination. Again, "Bachira, you've evolved into something even more insane than I expected." But just as the excitement builds, it happens. The rhythm changes. Bachira now faces a new wall, a different kind of monster, standing firm in front of him. Rensuke Kunigami, Bastard München's wild hero. Muscles tense, expression unreadable. He's not just defending a goal, he's guarding a philosophy. The air turns heavy. The crowd leans in. The bench holds its breath. Bachira's expression doesn't falter. He smirks, bouncing the ball at his feet, completely unfazed. Then he looks up straight into Kunigami's eyes. "Let's do this, wild hero." Bachira comes face to face with Kunigami and tells him he is glad to see him. He is surprised that he fought his way back to the top of the league. He says that if they're going to dance, then he'll be the one leading. Kunigami jumps toward Bachira, going for the ball. Bachira slides in, but he's a bit slow. They both go after the ball in a fast-paced chase, and surprisingly, Kunigami keeps up using his strong legs. Bachira tries a double-wide touch, moving so fast it looks like an illusion. This shocks Kunigami. Bachira speeds up and changes the tempo, leaving him far behind. This move is a combo of double gear and double touch. Kunigami looks at him, surprised. He smirks and says his dance partners need to be bold and quick. But just as he moves to the beat, two strikers block him, trying to mess with his rhythm. Bachira realizes Kunigami was just bait. They wanted him to use the double press. Instead of going straight for the goal, he sends the ball perfectly to Lara. Lara catches it smoothly. He feels confident and passes to Otoya, who handles the ball like a ninja. He's really skilled. They all work together, syncing perfectly with Bachira's earlier moves. Everything is flowing well. The ball comes back to Bachira, and he quickly kicks it with a chemical reaction move, smashing it into the goal. Everyone is silent, shocked by his amazing skills and FC Barca's team style. The team celebrates, and the crowd goes wild. Bachira's dribbling now looks very different than before. Even though he's still attacking non-stop like a kid, he's more mature. He waits for the right moment and makes smart choices. His dribbling now feels out of this world. FC Barca's freestyle has helped Bachira's talent grow. He smiles, feeling pumped up. Nobody can stop him now. This is what ego was talking about. The environment decides how much someone's talent can grow. Bachira watches the players celebrating and wonders what he should learn from the place he's in now. The team's philosophy is supposed to be freedom, but seeing their teamwork, it's really about smart and direct gameplay. Just get to the goal in the fastest and easiest way. Then Kaiser scores the last goal. He wonders if he joins in now. How should he move? What should his rhythm be? Should he just pass based on Kaiser's mindset? But he doesn't have any special skills like the others. He knows the rules, and if he tries to score alone, he might get left out, just like Kunigami. He feels torn. Then he hears a teammate say Kunigami's about to get traded out because he's just playing solo. Another teammate agrees, saying that in a team built on logic, only a few stand out. Someone else adds that the masters have the same power as the coaches and could step in at any moment. Still, he can't figure out how to stand out or show who he really is. He doesn't know what he could do differently. He's stuck, can't figure out his next move. In Blue Lock, everyone's ego runs strong. He's always fought one-on-one, trying to win alone. But now it's like a dream. He has to prove he belongs on a team. He wonders what to do. Proving himself during halftime seems almost impossible. Kunigami stands out like a sore thumb, and maybe his way of playing is a clue for how to earn a spot in the lineup. He watches the match closely. The game starts again, and someone asks their teammate, "What's next?" Before we continue, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to hit that subscribe button. A lot of you are still not subscribed, so let's change that and hit our milestone of 50,000 together. Kaiser takes the lead with the ball and passes it for a moment to his teammate, who wants to witness the public execution. Kaiser gets the ball back and zigzags through his opponents. His teammate also gets the ball and turns it using his ankle, surprising everyone with his super flexible ankles. Kaiser uses his sharp movements to create a path for a pass, while Ness stays at a distance where he can send a pass at any time. With that ankle move, Ness can slip past any opponent easily. It feels like he's casting illusions on the field with just his ankles. Ness moves like a magician. Raichi shouts that if he had such a skilled midfielder, he could score goals without any trouble. It would be like a miracle every day. But reports say Kaiser is just benefiting from the system, and that bothers him. He agrees the team is supposed to be built on logic, but maybe Kaiser is the only one truly living up to that. Raichi looks at the game. Since the beginning, Kaiser hasn't made any unnecessary moves. First, he acted as bait. Second, he stayed in a good spot to get the ball. And third, he broke through using speed and his spacing from teammates. It looks like a logical play style fits Kaiser perfectly. It suits him well. The goalkeeper shouts for everyone to block Ness's shot. Both teams start defending hard, and now they're getting ready to clash. The front players sprint toward each other. This crisscross run opens up more chances for Kaiser. Even the best defenses can't figure out what's going on. Ness finally takes the shot, the ball flying fast. Everyone watches to see what will happen. Right in the middle of it all, Kaiser stands waiting for the ball to drop. He draws everyone's attention, showing off his tattoo and giving off this wild wrecking train vibe. Bachira makes a loud and fast entrance, trying to stop Kaiser from getting the ball. But Kaiser isn't backing down. He puts out his hand to block him. Bachira's intimidation doesn't work, which shocks him. Kaiser's awareness is unreal. Kaiser shields the ball and gets ready. He lets the ball bounce once and thinks he's perfect, because once he lands, all he has to do is shoot. He imagines all the angles lining up around him and then fires the ball at insane speed right into the goal. He throws out his arms in victory, going beyond his perfect play style. It really was an execution. He's nothing short of a genius. He's not like Nagi or Ren. He's a different kind of genius, like his skills are just an extension of him. He has reached his ideal and even surpassed it. He has gone beyond Kaiser. Noah whispers that Kaiser's shot focused all of his body's power into his right leg, balancing speed and strength. In other words, he has surpassed him too. Isagi looks at the Kaiser Impact in shock. What's even more shocking is Noah admitting that Kaiser's light leg is the fastest in his world. Isagi realizes that he's been on this all wrong. He's been wrong from the very start. The Munchen's foundation is supposed to be rationality, but it's not because of the other people that they have on the team. Perhaps it's because of Kaiser's raw talent, and his talent is the team's philosophy. Because every goal ends with a Kaiser Impact, and that is the team's zero-waste rationality. He remembers Ego saying that the existence of someone can change the course of history and evolve soccer infinitely. And if a striker has true talent and imagination, they can change any 0 to 1. And Kaiser is the perfect example of that, the perfect ideal for Blue Block, and he wants to be like him so badly. Bachira starts spinning the ball on his finger, telling Kaiser to guess how the world has so many egoistic losers, and out of all of them, he truly is the honored one. He promises to dance on the grave like a TikTok influencer. Lavinho rides up to the two, telling them to hold their horses. His blood is in a frenzy, and he wants some entertainment as well. Even though he wasn't supposed to join them, he's going to use 3 mirrors and change the stars. Everyone casts in surprise, wondering if Lavinho is going to play. Lavinho smiles, promising to steal the spotlight from Kaiser. Noah starts taking off his jacket, calling him childish. And if he throws off the balance of the team, no one will be able to learn anything. Their efforts will go to waste. Everyone looks at him in surprise, because he's going to play as well. The big dogs are in the game. It's going to be an epic showdown between the two titans. Lavinho, who wonders about the last time they played together. Noah reminds him that it was the semi-finals. Noah coldly tells him that he has lost the last year and is kind of sad, trying to relive his loss. Lavinho, on the other hand, drops to a childish level, calling him Mr. Data Cyborg and how his team is all about rationality when they're a pack of crazy pricks. Noah, hearing this, retorts that his team is full of unsupervised little kids. The captains are about to throw hands, but Noah ignores them, turning to Kunigami and asking him for his reasoning. He tells him that there are only 2 ways this team can fight. They need a new option to support Kaiser's attack and prove that he is a striker with skills better than Kaiser's, but he has failed at both of them. He reminds him of his failure. He asks Kunigami if he has any answer for his failure, but he doesn't. Lavinho says it's a solid answer and tells everyone to pay attention. They've got a shot, but the situation's heavy. If they let it slide, it's like going off a cliff. The risk and reward are neck and neck, and everyone better get ready. Things are about to flip. Kunigami admits he didn't get it at first, but says he's ready to pay whatever it takes. Noah doesn't waste time. He tells Kunigami he's out. Isagi's taking the spot for the next play. Yukimiya steps in, confused. He says his training numbers are better than Isagi's. Noah knows that, but still picks Isagi. Yukimiya's lost. He doesn't get why Noah would choose him instead. Noah just says it's for the fans. They want to see Isagi on the field. Yukimiya's stunned, asking what kind of weird answer that is. But Noah turns his back and says they've got a contract to respect. Then he calls Isagi the hero of Blue Lock. The whole team freezes. They don't get it. Why him? Isagi feels the pressure. This chance shows up earlier than he expected, and now he gets to play beside Noah. Noah gives him a look, waiting to see if he'll say anything, but Isagi's already moving. He's getting ready to step in. Everyone on the team is locked in, sizing each other up. Isagi's not letting this moment slip. It's his time to prove he belongs. Isagi remembers watching Noah play when he was a kid. Now, as an adult, he's on the same field with the hero he's looked up to for years. His dream feels so real, yet close to falling apart. But he pulls himself together. He's got 3 minutes. and he wants to show what he's worth. Noah and Lavinho face each other. Lavinho jokes, calling Noah a cyborg. Noah shoots back, calling Lavinho freedom, something pointless to him. Their energy crashes together. Lavinho takes a sliding pass but stops the ball with his foot before Noah can reach it. Isagi watches, shocked. Lavinho is full of surprises, but Noah is on another level. To Isagi, it feels like watching two gods fight. The crowd starts cheering for their captain. Isagi feels the heat of the moment. He's pumped, but he doesn't know how to jump into this clash between giants. Still, he knows he has to try. He wants to turn it into a 2 versus 1. Just as he's about to move, Lavinho glares at him. There's a wild look in his eyes. He tells Isagi he's in the way. Then he flicks the ball, jumps over Isagi using a rainbow move, and uses him as a shield to block Noah. Isagi messes up. The crowd turns on him. He starts losing confidence. Noah calms him down and asks if he knows why Lavinho is called the danceman. It's not because of how he moves, it's because he makes others look like they're dancing before they fall. That's why it's called the dance of defeat. The goalkeeper holds his breath as Lavinho blazes through the field. He jumps over him like it's nothing. Then, he scores with a backstep and bows to the crowd. He calls himself the god of freedom and laughs like a maniac while his team celebrates. Isagi watches, feeling crushed. Kaiser mocks him, calling him a little clown. He says Isagi has no right to step between legends. Isagi snaps and tells him to shut up, saying he couldn't do it either. But Kaiser corrects him. He didn't step in, not because he couldn't, but because he chose not to. They were all waiting for one of the two to lose their flow. Jumping in too soon would only mess things up. Kaiser says if Isagi didn't get that, then he really is a clown, fresh out of the circus. Isagi feels stuck. The pressure's heavy. The gap between him and the top players is huge. He realizes that just admiring them isn't enough. If he wants to stand with them, he needs to grow into his own person. Noah reminds him, winning is everything. If Isagi wants to keep chasing his beliefs, he needs to fight. And so Isagi makes a vow. He's going to devour every superstar in his path as he runs beside Noah and Kaiser. The game starts, and everyone gets into position. Kaiser kicks the ball straight to Bachira. Isagi thinks about how he needs to prove himself and become an important part of the team. He decides to get in a better position than Noah and wait for a pass. But then he sees Noah. Noah's sprinting toward the goal like a jet, moving left and right, dodging defenders like it's nothing. Noah intercepts the ball, surprising Isagi as he skillfully takes it while blocking his opponent. It's all about his technique and build. Noah is like a God-given dribbling machine, fast and dangerous, just like a ticking clock. Isagi tries to keep up, thinking ahead, trying to find a better position, but he starts losing hope. After all, Noah's been his ideal since he was a kid. He can't even imagine being better than him. Lavinho intercepts Noah, telling him to move back. They're setting up to block the goal. Isagi watches in horror as their defense tightens, but Noah still breaks through. His greatest weapon isn't his physical strength or his intellect, it's his insane ability to take impossible shots with both legs, with no weakness. His natural skill is unmatched. Noah strikes the ball, scoring the goal and evening things up. After all, he's the greatest striker in the world. Everyone celebrates their superhuman captain. Isagi watches in awe. Noah's a prodigy, able to use both legs as if they were the same, while others only have one dominant leg. He's a weapon of reflexes, a singularity. The 3 minutes pass, and the star change system ends. Lavinho isn't happy seeing Noah take the upper hand. He wonders if this is what Noah's freedom is all about. Lavinho tells Kunigami to swap in with him, asking him to copy his movements using his mimic ability. Noah tells both of them that they're easily replaceable. If they want to survive, they need to prove themselves with results. Kunigami tells Isagi not to hold him back, and Isagi shoots back, calling him a half-sorry hero. Both of the players walk to the field to just show everyone what they are made of. Isagi looks around at the formation. They are playing to the 3 points. Kunigami, on the other hand, looks like he hasn't slept for days. That's because the stakes are high. Whoever scores and puts up the number between their tie gets to stay on the lineup. Isagi calls out to Kunigami, recalling his captain's words and wondering about his ability to mimic his wild card. Kunigami is not too eager to share his trade secrets. Isagi still insists on knowing, so that he can beat him. He says that the wild card battle was an experiment to create a vessel having the same body as their captain. This confuses Isagi. Instead of answers, he has more questions. He explains that a body identical to the world's greatest was a battle royale, and whoever could get the closest to Noah's physical abilities won. This confuses Isagi more than ever. He can't believe what he is hearing. But Kunigami has had enough of all of this Q&A session. He reminds Isagi that while on his team, no one will give him a pass. So instead of beating him, he should worry about himself. He calls him a rookie hero teasingly. Isagi now understands why Kunigami was able to hit with the other leg, because he's been trying to mimic Noah from the very beginning. But he reminds Kunigami that he is nowhere near that level, and he shouldn't talk about taking him down. He calls him a knockoff hero in response. Bachira smiles, ready to throw hands at a moment's notice. Ness takes a running start towards Bachira, and he welcomes the challenge, dribbling like crazy and his steps turning into a blur. He calls Bachira as slow as a Snorlax, passing before he can even notice it. Before we continue, if you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to hit that subscribe button. A lot of you are still not subscribed, so let's change that and hit our milestone of 50,000 together. The ball goes to Otoya and then moves on from player to player. Lavinho says that the stronger the light is, the stronger the shadow becomes, and that speed can match anybody's rhythm. He is the team's dynamite. The ball bounces past Otoya, who teases that if they're playing shadow tag, then the sun will set. Grim rushes towards Bachira, calling him an eyesore and telling him it's his destiny to fall. But before he can realize what's happening, Bachira seemingly teleports away. But Kunigami is not about to let him go this time. He tries to slide behind him. Bachira, on the other hand, leaps away, ready to intercept the ball, but instead Isagi manages to take the ball away, teasing him for thinking that the same rhythm would work with him around. This surprises Bachira. How can someone have such adaptability? Isagi realizes it's time for a rapid attack. Go big or go home. Isagi looks at Ness and his incredible pass to Kaiser. He tries to overtake Ness, trying to steal it from his own teammate. He manages to get it, and it feels as if time has slowed down. He seals a grid on the field, wondering what should he do, whether to dribble or to fake. He needs to boost his chances, but he is taking too long to make his choice. A player rushes towards him. He is moving in fast and furious. Isagi realizes that he'll shoot, but he fails to do so and loses the ball in the process. He tries to steal it back, but he doesn't have any idea what to do next. He wonders if the pass is to set up Kaiser to score. Even if he keeps it to his own, without the Kaiser Impact weapon, he can never score at this range. He feels his dreams slipping away, wondering what he is supposed to do. He tries to make a plan, but realizes they are not going to pass to him, no matter what. He needs a new way to score. The moment someone else scores, the match will be over and there is no time. It's a race against time, and he needs to prove himself and what he can do. His eyes blaze with passion and fury. All the odds are against him, and it's the right conditions to unlock his talent. This is his last piece. Bachira curses because they have the ball at the goal box. He looks at his opponents going through smoothly and swiftly. He wants to achieve this goal no matter what. Grim sneaks a peek at Kunigami holding off Kaiser and the others. He wonders what's going on as Grim makes a deflecting shot that arcs away from them. Ness realizes that he is trying to avoid Kunigami. Kunigami realizes that things are going perfectly, and it's his time to shine. But Isagi intercepts the pass, much to everyone's surprise and annoyance. Especially Ness, because it seems that they are stealing from one another. Ness vows not to let him shoot, and he can't shoot from this distance anyway. Not with his power. This infuriates Isagi because he knows his own limits, but it's time to break out of them. Go big or go home. He can't see himself making it to the goal, but he knows what he can do. He goes for a feint, tricking Bachira and surprising everyone because he has an idea in his mind and a fire burning in his eyes to devour Kaiser and to up his number. Kaiser leaps towards Isagi, trying to intercept her no matter what. Ness wonders if he is trying to assist Kaiser and if he is going to boost his number by assisting. Kaiser is also glad, telling him to be a good little boy and be a simp. This infuriates and angers him even further. He wants Kaiser to run his mouth and burn his ego. Why in the world would he pass to him? Instead, he makes a shocking pass to Kunigami, because that is his challenge. He yells at Kunigami to prove himself, calling him a hero and telling him to destroy the whole team and bring the flow he is destined to bring. because he realizes the last piece in their puzzle is Kunigami. Kunigami realizes what he needs to do. He gets ready to shoot the ball with his left leg. The muscles on his thigh start to bulge as he unleashes a powerful shot full of explosiveness, managing to make the goal and bring about a change in the tide of the battle. Isagi tells his heroes that it is their time to shine. Everyone goes wild as they see Kunigami score the goal, and with that, the match concludes with Bastard Munchen being announced the victor. The MVPs of the play are Isagi and Kunigami. Kunigami looks at Isagi, wondering why he chooses to pass to him when he does not owe him anything. Isagi takes a moment to answer, clarifying that it is not for him. It was the most rational decision he could make, and that is why he chose to use him as a stepping stone, as none of them could score the goal individually. They had to rely on one another. Kunigami does not know how to respond, and realizing the true motive of his assist, he taunts him for falling as a striker before leaving. Bachira, on the other hand, tells him that there was a neat little goal, and they should not be fighting each other after such a marvelous goal. He smiles, telling him that that is the goal he chooses. But why did he pick Kunigami when Kaiser was the better option? Isagi calmly replies that he does not want to be an assistant to Kaiser. He wants to be his own man, and Kunigami's left leg shot is a factor that no one else knows about. By gambling on this factor, he went all in to seize the moment. Bachira holds out his hand, promising to meet his fellow egoists the next time they meet. Isagi welcomes the challenge, promising to catch up to him and be a star striker as well. But a voice wonders who is trying to be a striker, and Ness walks up to them, scratching his head and accusing him of stealing his assist role, all the while ignoring Kaiser to pass to an orange bumpkin with a low chance to hit that goal. That is not rationality, but pure selfishness. She laughs threateningly, telling Isagi to quit while he is ahead. Isagi tells him to shut his trap hole. They have won, and that is all that matters. Is that not the team's philosophy, he asks. Ness still insists that this team belongs to Kaiser, and he should understand it while he still has his head on. Isagi does not back down, promising to make this team his own. As they start to escalate things, Kaiser arrives and grabs Ness by his afro, apologizing for his harshness and for misjudging him. Isagi looks at him in surprise. Kaiser tells him that he is not a clown but the whole circus, and that Orange Bumpkin is a barbarian who steals others' achievements. Isagi takes a moment to come up with a retort, calling Kaiser a naked emperor with everything stolen by him. Kaiser smiles coldly. But before it can turn ugly, Ego appears on the screen, congratulating them on their first match and asking them their views on the wider world. He takes a sip of his squash, twirling the cup around and saying that the world is like a game of musical chairs. They have to fight for their positions, snatch it from their superiors, and each team has its philosophy. Think of the team as a body of water. Some value rationality, some freedom, and some order, and for a fish there is more than one way to survive. If they do not adapt to the water, they will die, or maybe they will have to dye the water to match their colors. He continues to play with his glass, telling them that they can also escape because no one is holding them hostage. Running away is a loser's choice, but the most popular one. Now that they understand how to fight in the team, they will announce the rankings. Everyone's salaries start ringing up on the screen as Ego silently says that all of the matches are being observed by the World Soccer Club. Each match results in bids, and the highest bid will prove their points, and that is their new ranking system. Surprisingly, Isagi scores quite a high bid on the leaderboard, and Ego says that this is the full scope of the super entertaining game. Before we continue, please subscribe to my channel and support me. The next video is coming soon and I want you to be the first to watch it. Isagi wonders how he is worth 17 million yen. Ego further clarifies that all of these numbers are real, and the yearly salary will enable them to bargain in the club. Isagi looks at the offering club, and that club is the German league rival of their team. They cannot help but wonder how can he get an offer from such a famous team. Ego smiles, saying that the Japanese league has clubs all over the world. The owners are watching the match, and this league will function as a public market for the players, and this is how the auction works. Kaiser's salary, on the other hand, is 300 million yen, and no one can wonder why. Igarashi, on the other hand, has no bids, just like Raichi. Ego says that they must understand the league is ending, and the top 23 members, excluding the foreign one, will automatically become the new team members. He tells everyone to polish their skills in this environment, and for the international stars, they can promote themselves to the owners of the clubs. And this is the ultimate talent market. It is a talent bargain sale for the rich. The players cannot help but feel that they are only products, and Ego does not argue with the point, saying that players are products after all. Both start with a P, and teams are shops. This is the world of professional sports. Ego says that they want to test the skills of players. For example, Blue Lock's #1 Isagi. This is the intention of the shopkeeper owner and sponsors. Everyone falls silent as Ego takes a sip of his drink, clarifying that they needed to use Isagi in at least one match, and as he has proved his worth in the match, he has been assigned a value. Bachira wonders if winning is not as important as shining brightly as others. Ego agrees, saying that that is the striker mentality. Yes, this is the big chance, and if they screw up, then all big teams will steer away from them. The others realize that this can either be a life-changing moment or a life-wrecking nightmare. Ego tells them to keep showing their emotions. Did they once stop to think that the world's superstars are coming to an undeveloped soccer country like theirs? He brings out a memory card saying it is a real-time show showing their battle and conflicts. He shows another match between Italy's Ubers and France's PXG. The screen shows Rin fighting for his life. He explains that the subscriber for this content has passed the 80 million mark, and this is super entertaining. It is a Blue Lock TV. Everyone looks at the announcer in surprise, realizing that it is a subscription-based service. They realize that their life-risking battles are only entertainment for the entire world. Everyone is waiting for a new hero to emerge in the world of soccer, and they should celebrate, because Blue Lock is the hottest place for soccer in this world right now. Isagi is fired up, calling Ego a crazy son of a gun. As Ego is about to end the transmission, he hears the players crash out about not scoring better. Ego says that they will not get any offers if they fail to play or to shine brightly, so they can steal a position to survive or be a new striker, but they need to prove their worth whatever they do. In 10 days, the next match will feature Germany's bastard München versus England's Manshine City. At the English wing about 10 days ago, Chris welcomes the Blue Lockers, claiming himself as their master. Chris tells everyone that their city's philosophy is speed and rushing and a healthy baldy. He flexes his cake to let everyone know that he has the madness and the sweetness to change the world. Everyone wonders if he's soft in the head. Chris, on the other hand, tries to rizz up another player, asking her what she wants to achieve by coming into this team. She nervously answers that she wants power and speed. Chris starts giving her an aggressive pat down. He smiles that she has a nice body for a speed attacker. He then gives another player a pat down, saying that he has good muscles and can jump and shoot using his core. She then pats the other one, saying that he has a good balance. They can't help but wonder if Chris is awesome or if they should call the FBI. He can tell their playing style from their muscles. Chris dusts his hand, saying that he has a good grasp of their abilities, but he darkly says that they are too reliant on their talent, and without self-awareness, their talent will do them no good. He gives them an example of a running test, something that is instinctive, the way they use their body while running. If someone wants to become better, for example, if someone wants to become an absolute unit, they have to bulk up their muscles to run faster and wear extra weight, which makes it harder to run. Ultimately, they can't run faster. Instead, their speed will drop, and they will lose their balance, turning into an average player, looking for power without understanding the exchange value, and trailing blindly can burn out their talent. He further explains that they will lose everything they have, their confidence, stability, and life as a player, and that is the reason prodigies don't go far in life. He imagines a player standing on a pile of gold with flames burning around him. He explains that success without understanding how to achieve it is a curse that tortures one, and he feels that someone like that can't be called a pro. He feels that he is a pro. Chris starts taking off his shirt, telling them that they don't know which muscles create talent, and being a professional is all about understanding their own body. And he has been pursuing that ideal by getting a perfect body that no one else can rival. He takes off his shirt to show his lean and mean physique. He then brings out a bottle and endorses his own brand, saying it's better than cola. The players wonder if they should take him seriously because he seems to be a tension hog. But he quietly tells them that a healthy body can influence the world, and as part of this team, they will learn about their body and gain awareness. Once they realize what they're capable of and the hidden abilities they have, they will start biohacking their way into S rank. He tells everyone there is time for a full-body evolution. Presently looking at Ego's smirk on the screen, Nagi wonders how the hell he can get a 17 million salary. Reo smirks, realizing that so many star players are here because of the money-grabbing reality show. Kiyoma, on the other hand, realizes if they win but fail to become the top 20, they will have nothing. But if they do become the top 20, they will rise in the world of soft skill. The trio looks at Chris, wearing ridiculous armor and endorsing it to the world again. Everyone wonders if this is all there is to him. Ego announces the results of the auction following the match between France and Italy. The screen shows the next bid for RU. Reo wonders how she can get 12 million, and they need to get on this RU field. Karasu realizes that any position will get them an offer. Aiku also gets 15 million. They look at the bounties rolling in, and finally, a ranking compilation of the players arrives, with a lot of them achieving no value at all. The trio is fired up, and Chris takes the lead, saying that he didn't tell them about the auction and the Blue Lock TV because of Ego. But now that the first match is over, now that everything is out in the open, things will get interesting. The next opponent they need to defeat is Bastard Munchen. He trains the trio relentlessly, with their regime ranging from sprints to rope hurdles to pull-ups. They train to the extreme to make their talent burst from a strain. Nagi wants the world to watch out for his rippling muscles. Isagi sits in the locker room and still can't believe how he got his results, but he needs to score his own goal the next time he is out on the field. He hears someone say that he is a bit nervous, and his friend yells why he is acting carefree all the time. He hears that the match will go on broadcast, but the rooms and bathrooms will not be filled so they can live their lives in peace. The dining hall and the training hall will have cameras. Even though he tries his best to act normal, it is hard to take the edge off. He tries to strike up a conversation with Aoi about his 17 million salary. Aoi, on the other hand, is not too happy with himself. He is happier about getting an offer than the amount because the club is one he has always dreamed of. With everything they do being shown to the world, they need to work very hard. Everyone agrees. Isagi tells them that he can't believe Rin was ranked higher than him. The ones scoring goals are getting ranked higher, and he knows at this rate he won't make it to the U20 team. So Shigen says that they need to make it to the starting lineup, and with only 3 matches to go, they need to play no matter what position they get. Corona agrees, saying that their style is different, and the way they make themselves shine is what will decide the future. Raichi looks at the lineup, saying that they have to attack in non-striker positions, and while looking at the forward line, they need to forget about Keisuke and take out one of the other guys, maybe Aoi. He is reminded that Grimm's salary is 40 million. Igarashi also says that Keisuke was 300 million before he came here. Raichi wishes that he could play, but Isagi is getting favoritism. Isagi, on the other hand, is not too excited about being called a one-hit wonder. Raichi is told that Isagi got a chance for himself and he scored the winning goal against the U20, so they shouldn't give him a hard time. Everyone starts teasing Isagi for keeping his own pace, and they call him a petty guy, but he gets over it even though it is frustrating. Yukimiya, on the other hand, can't accept Isagi and his newfound popularity. How does making a pass warrant him to become the world's best striker? Isagi tries to brush off the accusation, but Yukimiya is not having any of it. He expresses his disappointment in him. Everyone else wonders why this isn't his usual point of view. Isagi also tries to clarify that he made an assist, that play was to stop him from getting kicked out. It is a stepping stone to become a striker. Isagi agrees, saying that it doesn't feel good, but it is a result of his focus on creating a new path, and he doesn't regret his choice, but he now knows his own weakness. Yukimiya still makes him feel bad for using a shortcut to get on the team. Isagi gets up, wondering if he wants to throw hands. Yukimiya calmly tells him that he just wants him to know how he feels, and he wants to know his ideals. Isagi coldly tells him that pretty words are not enough to steal a spot, and he is away from reality. Yukimiya furrows his eyebrows, taunting his brand of justice. A fiery blaze grows within him as he vows to fight and die before letting go of his ideals. Another player breaks up their fight, telling them to cool off in the shower. Keisuke arrives from the shower, telling Yukimiya to cool off, and that if he hates Isagi so much he can join his team. Aren't they jealous of his achievements? They can't look at their weakness? So instead of making fun of each other and moving away from their ideals, they should stop and learn from their envy. Yukimiya thanks him for this boring lecture. Keisuke turns to leave, clarifying that he just wants to give them a bit of advice. He tells them to choose between choosing him or Isagi, and they shouldn't choose the wrong king. He calls them peasants before leaving. Hiori calls him a jerk and lets everyone know he's on Team Isagi, and she assumes everyone is on the same page, but the others are still keeping their choices open. Yukimiya turns to leave, wondering if devouring the team as an independent king is the right choice, or to become its savior. Raichi loves the competitive atmosphere, and says now this feels like Blue Lock. Through a large and bustling city, a man is asked if he wants to be a model. A photographer wonders if he is already in an emergency, but he has a crazy aura, bursting all around. Yukimiya apologizes. He just wants to have a good time with his friends. He passes as he has to go to soccer finals in the next month too. This intrigues the photographer even more. Realizing that he has found a golden era, he makes Yukimiya part of the headline as a future superstar. The girls start fangirling over him. His dream is to pray and play pro soccer and become the world's greatest striker, and he knows that he can do it. Back then, it was the happiest part of his life. He recalls his vision dulling and his friends asking what's wrong. He recalls a black smidge arriving in his field of vision, and he recalls a doctor telling him that he has a disease affecting the optic nerve. It creates a blind spot when he is fatigued, and the disease is incurable. Headache and nausea will be the biggest symptoms, and he can become fully blind in the future. But with treatment, the progress can be slowed down, so at least he won't have to worry about blindness, and he can continue modeling in his normal day-to-day life. With a troubled expression on his face, he wonders about soccer. The doctor gravely says that sport won't be a problem if played as a hobby, but he won't be able to continue at the same skill level, and becoming a professional will be difficult. He recalls his whole world crumbling around him. He can't believe why this is happening to him. He remembers asking the doctor if he had done anything wrong to deserve this. Why is his dream being stolen away by fate? He recalls crying his eyes out, and the doctor consoling him, trying to do everything he can to help him become a pro. He recalls being told that his current performance has a time limit, and he has to chase his dream, no matter what. He recalls playing very aggressively with a pair of shades covering his eyes to reduce the fatigue. He remembers being selected for the special training program. He remembers all the trials and tribulations he faced, with his fatigue blurring his vision each day. He recalls Isagi telling him that he is not seeing reality if he adheres to his pretty little words. He wonders if his anger stems from jealousy. He hasn't done anything since joining the league, but Isagi keeps getting what he wants and is walking the path he wants to, and he will have to accept his weakness. His thoughts start to spiral. That is the world he wants to enter, and it doesn't matter how bad he wants it or how much he works for it. The results are everything. Isagi has his path to walk, and he has to prove that his path is also validated. He needs to die with his ideals. Isagi, on the other hand, is working on his cardio, hitting a PR, while recalling Yukimiya's words. He realizes that even though it's annoying, the reality is he can't do anything on his own. He had to rely on his teammate. Even though he got results for giving an epic assist, he needs to make an effort to goal on his own. After playing alongside the legendary Noah, he can't imagine beating him the way he is presently. He can't even concentrate because of his uneasiness. And if he can't do anything to grow, he needs to find a new goal, something in between Noah and himself. He realizes that Kaiser is the answer. He needs to study him closely and make him his weapon. And he needs to survive this crab in the bucket world. After 10 years' days, everyone is lined up for Noah to tell their strategy. He explains that after the first match and the following training, he has a new playing plan and has chosen the best candidates. He starts introducing his choices, the first being Kaiser as a center, then Kunigami, because of scoring a goal in his first man, and Isagi as an offensive midfielder because his rating has boosted his first play. Isagi is thrilled to get picked. Grim also gets picked. Ness also makes the cut. Ali is taken as the midfielder, and the defensive line will go to Corona. He has selected someone that can coordinate well with Kunigami and Isagi on the right side and has the speed to adapt to the situation at a moment's notice. And as he has been honing his skills as a wing and has shown his ability to coordinate, he has the necessary score. Corona vows to follow Isagi. This thrills him. Mansa also makes the cut, followed by Stock, and their left wing will be Yukimiya. Yukimiya nonchalantly agrees as Noah tells them that their numbers are exceptional and that it is a waste to keep them on the bench. They will use their speed to cover the left side, and they will give Team A a boost. He expresses his high hopes and then introduces Jin as the goalkeeper. Jin can't wonder why, as he didn't expect that. Noah says that he has been trying for it. His physical ability makes him suitable for a goalkeeper. Presently, he is the best option, so that's why he is the goalkeeper. Others who are not selected grit their teeth in frustration, and the match is about to start with their shiny new lineup. He is using numbers and statistics to choose the best team, and right now, their team is a clash of two philosophies. The first is a rational style that uses Kaiser as the team's finisher. The second is the blue lock style by using all-out egotism. He wants to call this situation beat or beaten drama. This is thanks to the play Isagi and Kunigami put forward in their last match. He wants to see which team will evolve and devour the other one. Kaiser, on the other hand, is not too happy with this test, but all the captain tells him is to try not to lose his spot and to prove themselves and stop complaining like little children. The match is about to begin, and both sides are ready with high hopes and an even higher level of adrenaline. They are ready to put in the work. Isagi wants to create an opening with Kunigami, and they want the Blue Lock team to win because it's time to go against England. England's team is ready, and they are also ready to crush them like a bug. Isagi smiles, realizing that his old teammates are starters. They tell him not to look down on them and also laugh at his amazing salary. Isagi tries to brush them off, saying it has nothing to do with money, but recognition. Reo, on the other hand, is still happy, because that's the kind of salary one can get by being a hotshot or a CEO. Isagi tells them that they will get offers as well, but they don't care as long as they can beat him. Reo turns to Kunigami. Reo realizes that they've lost, but their comrades have avoided that. He compliments him on getting his way back. Chigiri, on the other hand, stares at him. Even though he's a changed man, she still wants to beat him because he's the same guy she knows. He walks away, calling her a sleeping beauty. Rivalries are awakening. Then the Neoegoist League match 3 is about to kick off. Germany's bastard München versus England's Munchen City. Everyone is holding their breath as the kickoff draws nearer. Yukimiya realizes that this is the game he needs to play to boost his rank. After all, he is on the front, right at the start line, and that too without cooperating with Isagi. He is determined to change his life and make the most of his time here because his career is a ticking time bomb tied closely to his impending blindness. Blue Lock TV is a powerhouse of excitement and thrill, and the third match is broadcast all over the world. Everyone is hanging on to their couches to know if Kaiser's dynamic play or Isagi's egoist style will become the eye of the storm. And they also want to see how England will fare in their debut match. Fans all around the world are rallying as the match is about to begin. The third match in the Neoegoist League is Germany's bastard München versus England's Munchen City. As soon as the bell goes off, all of the players rush towards the ball. Ness manages to get the ball ahead of everyone, but Isagi is not going to give up. He is determined to shine brilliantly out of his team. After all, during the 10 days prior to this match, they have been running simulations on how to put up a fight. They also need to make sure of Kunigami's presence. Isagi realizes that Kunigami will keep on trying to hit a goal even if he doesn't cooperate with him. And after his last goal, where he mimicked Noah, the enemy team will try to gang up on him as they view him as a threat. However, the main factor of concern is Kaiser. Isagi realizes that he is still the team's nucleus, and he is taking the spotlight with his ideal playoff. While he realizes that he is a superior version of himself, Ness follows the usual tactic of kicking the ball toward the player who further kicks it toward Kaiser. However, Isagi is just behind him, and he starts analyzing Kaiser while trying to put together the puzzle weighing on his mind. He is trying to connect Kaiser's play with his own evolution. He imagines himself instead of Kaiser, and as the ball speeds towards him, Isagi intercepts it, with his eyes burning from the desire to prove his mettle. Everything is going according to plan. However, in the next moment, this changes as Reo tackles Isagi and gets in the way of his ball and his dreams. He taunts him for fighting his own teammates, calling his movements too predictable. Isagi grits his teeth in frustration as he doesn't want him to steal the goal so easily. He tries to tackle Reo, but it feels as if he is tackling a brick wall. He wonders where is he getting all of this power from, as his body is much stronger than before. Reo manages to block at high speed, all the while managing to turn at a moment's notice. Ness tries to get the ball back while trying to provoke him by calling him Mr. Topknot. Reo, on the other hand, is not in the mood for games. He dribbles the ball around the other players with surgical precision, speeding away and even fooling the great Ness. Isagi wonders what the hell is this. It looks as if he is copying Itoshi's play and he has officially switched to a central charge style. Sure enough, Reo guides the ball through a winding path while trying to turn into a chameleon and activate striker mode. At the same time, Isagi is running towards him in a desperate attempt to get the ball back while thinking that he has been skillful all this time, but now with his new training and abilities, he is in a league of his own. He wonders if Nagi will be a scapegoat for Reo to achieve his own goal. Sure enough, Reo doesn't go for Nagi like he always did. This time he wants to surpass him, and he shoots the ball in a blazing arc towards the goalkeeper, pouring all of his hopes and dreams into his strike. As the ball speeds towards the goal, Gagamaru manages to stop it at a moment's notice, calling him a copy and teasing him for a little chameleon from Alibaba. Reo grits his teeth in frustration and anger. If you want to support us in this series, then hit that subscribe button, like the video, and leave a comment. We'd really appreciate it. The crowd goes wild while looking at the shot from Reo and a narrow save by Gagamaru. It's clear that the game is on and Reo is on a whole new level with all of his stats boosting to A grade. Isagi is a bit shaken, wondering what kind of philosophy and training has he been going through in England. Gagamaru tells Mansa to clear it. The ball speeds towards Kaiser, but before he can get his hands on it, another player from Manshine City blocks the pass, while calling him Blue Rose and telling him to take his step carefully. With a hint of irritation, Kaiser calls the newcomer Ginger, but this girl is not Ginger, but Chigiri. 20 days earlier at the English Ring, Chris had been walking around shirtless, while being busy inspecting everyone's body evolution and trying to draw out and amplify their basic physical abilities. After all, training their body mindlessly will bear no fruit. He looks at the charts, telling everyone that the best way to use their body is to customize it to the player, and he has personalized training for everyone. He conducts the interview, asking Reo what kind of player he wants to be. Reo scratches his head as he has no idea how to answer. Chris tells him to think logically. He doesn't want to hear his opinion. Chris confuses him as Chris continues that the world's best is inside him. How would the ideal version of him answer? He wonders what kind of player he yearns to be. Reo finally comes up with an answer that he wants to be the sort of striker who can control the field by transforming at will to score goals, and he doesn't want to rely on anyone. Nagi gives him a side-eye as Reo says that he wants the power to become the world's best on his own. Chris congratulates him on realizing what he wants. Everyone wonders if they have to be as dramatic as him. Chris reprimands the Blue Lockers for laughing, as having the ability to realize their goal is what brings them closer to the world's best. He further continues that no matter how talented someone is, they won't be positive all year around, and everyone has times when they sink to rock bottom. And at those times, he always asks himself, what would the ideal Chris say? He wonders if they think that they are satisfied, but they can do more, and he doesn't allow space for those parts that don't match with his ideal. Everyone listens to him intently as he slams his fist into the air, yelling out that some people call him a narcissist or even insane, but he will never betray his ideal. Chris continues that they must pursue their ideals as well and fight against the guards they have been dealt with. If they want to be the world's strongest, they must get a body that can turn their ideal into reality. He asks Reo what his next step will be. He wants to know about his ideal play style. Reo smiles, saying that he has forgotten that way of life. Chris smiles, telling him that he is the main character of his life. Reo finally opens up that he wants the best style imaginable, which is a combination of Sai and Itoshi. He clarifies that he is good at copying people, and he can see and imitate anyone, and the combination of those two will lead him to his goal. Chris smiles, giving him another pat-down and starting to analyze his data and create a personal training program all for him. Everyone wants a plan as well. Chris smiles, telling everyone that they will get one indeed. Next, he asks Chigiri about his ideal. Finally, Chigiri is sprinting forward at full throttle. Everyone wonders if they need to slow him down. Chigiri, on the other hand, wants to use his powerful thighs to break past the defenses. He zips around the other players trying to make a goal as a striker and accelerating all of a sudden. He recalls Chris saying that he can't reach his ideal by being a right-side crosser, so he needs to be a left wing, and now he needs to dominate the left side. Isagi rushes towards Chigiri, vowing to not let him have his way. Chigiri, on the other hand, is excited to try out his new skills at Isagi's expense. After all, he has been immersing his ideal self, and he wants to show off his new level. And it is no surprise he is now a S-rank player. The match closes in with Chigiri and Isagi coming face to face. Isagi wants to stop him, but two factors make it look impossible. Firstly, his speed boost is out of the world, and secondly, his dominant leg is the right one. After playing with him for so long, he realizes that Chigiri needs to use his right leg, but now that he is on the left side of the goal, if he heads to the goal box, it will be awkward for him. He probably needs to have more precision in his left side, but no one can gain dominance over their second limb in such a short while. He reasons that he must try to move to the side, and sure enough, Chigiri seems to be moving to the center of the field. Isagi looks at him cutting inside to make a shot with his right leg, but all of a sudden Chigiri changes his course, heading back to the outside after executing a feint. Isagi still keeps up all the while trying to predict what he is trying to do. Isagi also rises in front of Chigiri, but Chigiri is not about to be stopped by a slowpoke. He recalls Chris telling him that he needs to turn speed into goals, and he needs to create a golden zone. Chigiri recalls expressing surprise as Chris continues that if he shoots from an area that will boost his odds, and it's a special area for him. It is what one may say is a dull pyro zone. Chigiri wonders if that's the zone where everyone shoots goals from. Presently, Chigiri is trying to keep up with his plan to reach the sweet spot to hit the goal. Chris is holding his breath, pinning his hopes on Chigiri. All of a sudden, Chigiri turns perfectly still, confusing Benza, but he bursts into speed at a moment's notice and whizzes past Isagi, accelerating back and forth. Chigiri wonders what the hell is he trying to do. With only 4 meters to the sweet spot, Kunigami arrives in front of him, calling him a speed freak, but Chigiri is in no mood to be sidelined. Using his incredible footwork, he dances away from the players, reaching the sweet spot at a high speed, and at the perfect angle his eyes blaze with fury and precision. He locks in and strikes. Gagamaru tries his best to fend off the goal, but is of no use, and the whistle frames another goal for Munchen City. Chris cheers that this is his golden formula, the 44 degrees Red Panther's knife. Chigiri looks at Isagi, telling the Blue Lockers that they're evolving too slowly. Everyone yells in surprise as they look at Chigiri bringing glory to his team single-handedly by scoring the first goal and being crowned the Red God of Speed. Isagi looks at him in shock as all of his abilities have broken through to a new level. He recalls his marvelous gameplay, how he used his own speed as bait, giving the opponent a choice to go in or go out and then zooming away at high speed, then going for the golden spot and forcing his way in without worrying about passing. And on the right side, they couldn't even see him shoot. Isagi analyzes every move that he has made, the highly controlled curved sniper shot with a high-speed centering kick, as well as moving players away from their positions. Upon seeing the swift chain goal, Isagi is visibly shaken at his evolution. He is a whole different man. Chigiri calls out Isagi, telling him about the golden formula. He has been looking at it for a while now and has amplified the most important parts, and has even remade it to make himself the idea's striker. He spills the beans that he has trained to reach his ideal by getting a specialized body, and that is the key the Blue Lockers need to achieve to reach the next level. Isagi hears about the golden formula and can't believe it, but Chigiri insists that to rise to the top of the Blue Lock as a striker in the egoist need, he needs to leave behind his old ways. He calls Kunigami and Isagi slothful battle buddies, and if they are slow, they won't be getting any warmth. Isagi looks at Chigiri leaving. He is sweating bucketfuls, thinking how he has reached his ideal body and the golden philosophy from England. Kaiser walks towards Isagi, wondering if the redhead is an old friend. He smiles charismatically, saying that he is fast enough and beautiful, and he wants to crush him at all costs. Isagi wonders if he is being fruity on purpose, but Kaiser tells him that it's a knight trying to slaughter a king, and while he'll allow him on the stage, if Isagi keeps on fumbling, he will be a lost cause. Kaiser leaves Isagi not too happy with his words of wisdom. He then starts reflecting on his own abilities, which are not bad per se, but he can't keep the ball for a long time once he gets his hands on it. and the others can switch between offense and defense at a moment's notice, and they can also execute high-speed passes as soon as the opponent gets the ball. As soon as they steal it, they move like a snake slithering through the field with a specialized style that is appropriate for them. He looks at Reo and Chigiri share a dab. Chris is also happy that his star players are doing better than the Blue Lockers. Isagi wishes to get the ball and not have too much pressure built on him because he needs to use both his eyes and his brain to evolve mid-battle. Kaiser looks at Isagi, asking him if he has a plan. He smirks, wondering if he is blocked and calling him ace in the hole. Isagi is not too happy with his taunts, but Kaiser surprisingly passes him the ball, telling him to do what he wants. If he doesn't dance to the beat of the drum, the crowd will lose interest in him. Isagi wonders if he is being looked down on, but he needs to play so beautifully that Kaiser regrets passing to him. Reo turns to intercept Isagi, asking him if he is disrupting the formation again. Isagi realizes his own shortcomings of not having enough power to change everything on his own. He passes it to Corona, who tells Isagi that he has decided to follow him. Isagi is happy to have an ally by his side, and through a series of passes they bypass Reo, who is not too happy being played with. Corona wonders if it's irritating, and if that's it, then that's his plan all along. Isagi realizes that his weapon is high-speed turns. He looks at Corona, trying to preserve his field of vision and being open to pass to him. He is surprised at his ability to sense spots that are good for him but unfavorable for his opponents, and use his explosive leg strength to dance to the beat of the drum. He makes a comparison of Corona to a moon that revolves around him. Reo yells at his team that they need more players to stop this orbital resonance. Corona gives him the ball, and Isagi is ready to dominate and destroy them from the right side. As the dynamic duo tear their way through the field, Munchen City players are at a loss, wondering what to do. Isagi wants to destroy them, and with Corona on his right side, things are looking better. On the other side, Kunigami is going into his position. Recalling his last goal in their match, it's clear that the ennui is trying to guard him with more people, and that's why by drawing everyone back to the goal box, Kunigami has created an open space for the duo to navigate. But Isagi doesn't want to let him finish. While he moves around hoping that he will pass, Isagi will predict the golden spot and shoot by himself. As things are finally going his way, he shifts the gear, and Corona passes the ball to Isagi, who is ready to shoot. But before he can do anything, Kaiser intercepts the ball, giving Isagi a taste of his own menacing and wondering if this is all he's got, if this is his idea. Ness starts celebrating Kaiser's return. Isagi, on the other hand, is not too happy getting what he dished out. Kaiser tells him that the script that he has written is boring, and thus he rejects it. Chigiri kicks the ball away from both of them, telling them that their script sucks, and it is so slow that he will reject them as well. Isagi looks at his sliding tackle in surprise, while Kaiser grins at the challenge. Reo tells Chigiri that he has done a nice job turning things around. Reo gets the ball and looks at Nagi running ahead of him. Chris smiles as his team is unstoppable, each one a monster in their own regard. They can make a rapid counterattack using a combo of speed and rushing, with their beautiful bodies supporting them wholeheartedly. They're right in the goal box as the ball zooms towards Nagi. The other players try to pincer him, but as they close in, Nagi uses both of his arms to block the two players. Seeing Isagi at his power play, Nagi realizes that the goal is just behind him, and he just needs to face forward. He levitates on the ball, sliding past them, and turning at pinpoint precision before running past them. It is the display of a lifetime. Isagi tries to make a run for Nagi, wondering if he is trying to strategize himself. Everyone is excited for Nagi's debut as the new hero of Munchen City. Chris even wants him to spin his webs, not to receive passes anymore, but to be a one-man army, the Ackerman of Saucer. 20 days back from the current play, Chris called out to Nagi, asking him about his ideal soccer tie. While Nagi looks indifferent, he presents his simple goal of beating Isagi. This surprised Chris, who asked him if that was his rival, and Nagi agreed. Everyone looks at him in surprise. Chris asks him if he has a more detailed plan on how to beat him. While Nagi tries to imagine, he can't come up with anything. All he wants is not to lose. But Chris tells him that that's not enough to become the world's best. Nagi still insists that he just wants to beat Isagi for now. Chris asks him what his goal is. He tells him that he is reacting to the ball that comes his way. And if they talk about tactics, he never has any. Someone only passes the ball to him, and he doesn't even know much about Saucer. Hearing his vague answers, Chris puts him through rough training to analyze his play. And after a few weeks of analysis, he realizes that his strongest weapon is moments when his body loosens. When he needs to receive the ball, he makes his entire body into a cushion. His body's fluidity and elasticity give him a remarkably high number, and his physical loosening skills surpass what he can do. Nagi thanks him, but Chris continues that he has no creativity, maybe because he relies on passes, but during games he is making incredible moment-to-moment reactions. But he's dependent on everyone. His playing style is passive and is reflected by his partner, who further explains that if his partner doesn't cooperate, he will be worth nothing. And maybe this is why he can't beat Isagi. Nagi looks away, realizing that this is just what he needs to hear. Chris smiles excitedly, saying that he needs to play more actively. And this is the moment they will start their weapon training and change his body to one that can score goals all alone. Nagi wonders what he needs to do. Another player says that two things can be a pain. AGI wants to help with his training, and they wonder why. Ajay says a weirdo who likes rare creatures is his description, and he wants to learn about him more. Chris introduces himself as the saucer doctor who can analyze on the fly. Based on Ajay's analysis, he needs to start from zero. And Chris smiles, saying this is an excellent idea. They will use a trap to reset the game to zero and create their own saucer style. Presently, everyone is trying to catch up to Nagi, with Isagi looking at him in disbelief. He can cut through the flow all alone. Nagi, under their hand, tries to awaken his dormant desires. While it is a pain, he can't help but wonder if Reo and Isagi are thinking like this all the time. He recalls Isagi telling him to listen. Two things can be a pain when one doesn't do something that he has to, and the other is when he thinks he wants to do something that is active pain. He kicks the ball, arcing it towards Agi. Ajay leaps to intercept it, vowing to make him grow. Isagi can't believe how huge he is. The goalkeeper points at him, saying he is a demon mid-air, but he needs to react. Instead of the ball zooming towards the goal, it bounces back to Nagi. They can't believe what is happening. As Nagi leaps over the ball and shoots it, but instead of the goalkeeper managing to save their team, Yukimiya headbutts the ball, which sends his goggles flying away. Nagi, Isagi, and everyone else is in shock. As Nagi starts to cool off, he calls out Yukimiya, telling him that he has guts. And was he always this brazen? Yukimiya smiles, saying he is one to talk to. He has ascended from thinking everything is a pain. Nagi smiles, saying that he is under development, and the furious fire burning in his eyes is evidence of that. The kick slammed against Yukimiya's face and flew high above the goal. Isagi is breathless and speechless, analyzing the game that Nagi set up an attack and brought the ball to the goal by himself. He can't believe how he is trying to create his kind of soccer. He looks at Agi, giving him a diagnosis mid-game that his attack earns him 8 points out of that. This confuses Nagi as he was pretty close, but Agi reasons that his passes were sloppy and it wouldn't have worked if not for him. Nagi reasons that he made them because of him, but Agi lets him know that his finishing kick was a good idea. But if the pass was a bit more streamlined, he could have made that shot a while back, and he lost points because he acted before he visualized the play. As Isagi looks at Nagi get his lessons mid-game, he can't believe how they are testing things out through trial and error right in the middle of such a high-stakes match. AG is teaching Nagi the mechanics of the game. He realizes that up till now, Nagi had been moving by picturing what he or Reo would do. In terms of gameplay and creativity, he is a total beginner. He imagines him as a little chick playing with his ball. That's what he is when it comes down to creating his kind of play. Isagi, however, raises his eyebrow because if that is the case, then Nagi's possibilities are truly unlimited. He has been a chick until now, and now he is being raised by a world-class pro from Munchen City. He can't help but feel envious of Nagi for being so blessed. Reo walks past him, saying that they were entranced by his talent. Reo continues that maybe he'll be crushed here, maybe he'll win, but if Nagi wants it enough, no one can stop him. He reminds Isagi that they have both fallen for his talent. True enough, Isagi recalls his world-class gameplay and how his star power is to attract those around him, managing to spearhead his development and talent. Now Chris and Agi are giving him a one-on-one session to boost his talent, and if everything goes smoothly, his talent will grow by leaps and bounds, and he will become the world's greatest genius. Reo leaves Isagi with his final parting words, telling him not to be left behind. Nagi is the type who will throw away everything to get what he wants. Isagi realizes the depth of his conviction, and he has also figured out the opposing team's gameplay. Reo and Chigiri are testing out the field to establish their new styles, and Nagi and Agi are trying to create new creative styles to boost their mentality and creativity. And they're trying to achieve all of this through their specialized muscle training. He looks at the players from Munchen City, realizing that the Neoegoist fusion team is born from the combination of two of the greatest teams. The announcer yells out that Munchen City retains possession and will resume play with a corner kick. Corona tells Isagi to get his head in the game. Their positioning is crucial. Isagi launches into action, reasoning that Chigiri is on for the kick, and it would probably be a curve kick. He looks at his handling and positioning with the ball, and it's hard to read it completely, but if he's in a good spot, he can get some insight. Nagi, on the other hand, is blocking a player. Reo has two players around him. Isagi realizes that the other players are all taken care of, but the one with the most probability of striking is Agi with his long limbs and height. A single bead of sweat rolls down his cheek as he analyzes his play from earlier, shooting past players and trapping the ball. He's unstoppable in the air. When it comes to their height, he can beat them. But if Mensa teams up with him, they might have a shot. Chigiri makes the signal for everyone to get ready, and as soon as he kicks off the ball, Agi lurches towards him. Isagi, while gritting his teeth, follows Agi closely so that he can interfere with his jump timing. As the ball speeds past players, Isagi is taken aback by its low trajectory. They were acting as if they were going for a jump, but now he's dashing towards the near side. He's still high on tail. Even though he can't reach it before his long legs, he can at least block off his shot. When it turns out Isagi can't even do that because Agi goes for a flick past. Isagi looks at the ball bouncing away, wondering how he can do that. Agi smiles, telling Nagi that it's his idea. His soccer, IQ, and techniques are both world-class. As the ball moves towards Nagi, Nagi is about to make the goal, just like they practiced. Isagi is completely helpless with that flick past going for Nagi, but Kaiser arrives just in the nick of time, shooting the ball away from their goal and landing heroically. Nagi tells him to shut up, but Kaiser wonders if he needs his guardian to hold his little hand. He calls him a little chick tauntingly, which causes him to fall. Agi greets Kaiser, and an intimidating aura surrounds him as he yells that he will give him a proper analysis this time. Kaiser, on the other hand, calls him a babysitter. Isagi wonders how he can read, react, and execute techniques on the fly. His offense and defense are on another level, and he is truly beyond his expectations. But he is certain that the piece he needs to copy to be the world's best will be uncovered in this high-level battlefield. After all, he is also under development. All of the players follow the ball closely. As the announcer calls out, Bastard Mansion's last-minute save, Kaiser instructs Ness to cut in deep and get the ball. Thanks to his clear instructions, Ness goes for the ball, pivoting it into a counterattack. He smiles as it's time to turn into Houdini for a magic show. He whizzes the ball past multiple players with surgical precision. Isagi is running after Kaiser, trying to keep up with them and trying to intercept Ness's pass like he always does. He grimaces as he'll be outside his shooting range, and it will end in a misfire. But he can't visualize a goal, then they will have to change his thought pattern. He looks at Kaiser, making a beeline for the ball, and realizes that if he stays on his tail, he can study his thought process and visual field. As he looks at Kaiser catch up to Ness, he starts his analysis. Kaiser is always within the passing zone, and he's turning around for defense, with sharp steps enabling him to get around his opponent's center of gravity. He realizes that they are truly a goated duo, and they can pass the ball between themselves in the blink of an eye. There's no wastage movement. He wonders if he can do it himself, if he understands it well enough. After all, he's almost at the goal, and the defense will be thicker. Kaiser rushes towards the defenders, surprising even Isagi because he's charging in the middle of a defense. The defenders wonder if he has lost his marbles. No one can wonder what he's visualizing. Kaiser isn't even looking at the ball anymore. Isagi wonders how he can be more precise. He's turning his head to take in the full picture. He's looking at the ball in the field from every angle. He can't wonder what he is thinking. The ball zips towards Kaiser. Isagi calls him a wild child, saying it's not going to happen. Reo, on the other hand, is panicking. The defense has crowded the area, blocking off Kaiser, and Reo smirks, saying that his shot is dead in the water. But it doesn't matter. Even a peephole is enough for Kaiser to shoot through. Everyone starts to try to block the ball, but it's of no use, and the ball zooms through the little loopholes they have left in their defense, smashing against the goal net and finally bringing the score to an even. Everyone gasped in surprise at the Kaiser's impact. Even Isagi is visibly shaken. He needs to devour every piece he sees related to Kaiser. Only then will he be on the path to becoming the very best. The fans rejoice at Kaiser's amazing score. Bastard Munchen has finally caught up. Kaiser smirks as he only needs a little bit of hope. Chris is so excited that he's shaking. Looking at the skill set of the new generation, Chigiri and Reo can't believe the speed and velocity of Kaiser's impact. Isagi, on the other hand, already knows how amazing he is. But that's not the piece he needs to steal. Kaiser's unique weapon is not something he can get, even if he tries his whole life. What he needs to do is see the process of his play faster than anyone else. And he also realizes that the answer lies in how Kaiser uses his eyes. He recalls reading somewhere that the human eye has two kinds of vision, the peripheral vision and the central vision. One focuses on something specific, and the other is a lower-resolution, blurry image outside of the central vision. And if they talk about this in soccer, it is very important that players use their peripheral vision to soak up all the information about the players around them, especially when there is chaos. And if one only uses their central vision, they will be getting less information, and they will be too slow to get a handle on their situation. Even though it's common for players to focus on the ball and narrow their field of view, Kaiser probably uses his peripheral vision constantly to give himself a wide view of the field and what everyone is doing. He wonders how he can do that. How can he constantly update his information on his teammates and opponents? And if he uses the vast amount of information he has, then he can get to a point no one else has realized yet. And if he compares this theory to what he sees, he is viewing the field from a higher dimension. If the field is a 2D view, then visualizing the various players and the sort of play he wants to make is in 3D. He also realizes that Kaiser can watch everyone going for their ideal gameplay, and he looks out for their mistakes and openings to try to destroy them. His brain and eyes are on another level. A fourth dimension, if they can call it, a view high above their own. It is meta-vision. Isagi realizes that he is on a lower dimension for now, and he never had a chance from the start, because it is not something anyone can pull off. Being aware of their spatial surroundings, having insight and soccer IQ is a very unlikely combo, and Kaiser has it all. He truly is a prodigy, and that is his formula: meta-vision plus Kaiser impact. This is the golden formula for him, and he has figured it out. But now the question arises, how can he use it in his way? He doesn't have a version of the Kaiser impact, which he can use to make a direct shot. And if they talk about meta-vision, he has never done it consciously. But he feels as if he could. Maybe he has done it before. He tries to remember all the times he has scored goals. He remembers his first goal in Blue Lock and others, when he smelled the goal and the time when he could direct distortions between Rin and Sei. He reasons that the plays were effective because his eyes and brain were in harmony, working at a higher level than anyone else on the field. And that must be what metavision is. Suddenly, all of the pieces start falling together. Kaiser has been doing this all his match for the whole 90 minutes of the match. And what if he could do it? He wonders if he can become a god. But he tries to slow down. Metavision plus direct shot must be his new formula. It might be a golden formula, but it is still under trial. If he pulls it off, maybe he can beat Kaiser. And maybe he could beat the whole world. His eyes shine with new hope and realization. Kaiser, on the other hand, wonders if it was fun stalking him. He smiles, realizing that he must have comprehended his play. And now he is at a loss for despair. Isagi, on the other hand, is anything but broken. He thanks Kaiser because now all he can see is the hope of crushing him. And he can't wait to test out his new theory. Kaiser looks at Isagi a bit skeptically, wondering if he has figured something out. Everyone is looking at the gameplay, and Nagi catches Agi off guard, wondering what's wrong. Agi turns to look at Nagi, saying that he was going through Kaiser's gameplay, and he still has goosebumps about it. He can visualize the entire field and make a beeline for the goal, and it's something that even he can't pull off. It's as if it's unreal, and he wants to know more. Nagi looks away in a sullen mood, calling him Dr. Weirdo. Reo, on the other hand, is a bit nervous, calling Kaiser's gameplay something straight from fairy tales. Chigiri is also shaken by his ability to change the flow of the game. Nagi is the only one who is unaffected, saying it's 1-all, and they should start round 3. This battle is for the start line. Isagi is ready to implement his plan and the evolution of his meta-vision. His eyes crackle with energy and patterns as he tries to analyze the ball. He tries to focus on multiple players and whoever has the ball. As he starts receiving more and more information, he looks at Reo and vector versions of the other players spinning the game's nucleus. What is happening? And what is everyone trying to do? He starts continuously visualizing and processing the information in the back of his head. He's pushing his brain and eyes to the very limit, and if he keeps turning his head, he can also gather information from blind spots. He looks at Nagi, guarding himself more closely than before, and Chigiri keeping to the center and the side, waiting for a pass in his own zone. He wonders if Reo can break through alone so that he can pass back and forth with Agi, and they push forward, but still, he can't see any holes in the gameplay. But the sensation is new and exhilarating. All this information that he never knew existed before is like a new sensation flowing into his brain. It's as if he can see sounds and hear colors. He imagines a second mind floating above him as he starts to soak in information at an even faster rate. His mind is overwhelmed with sensory details of Agi running to the back and still not passing. He realizes that Agi was a decoy, and the gameplay will move from Reo to Nagi. And sure enough, the ball zooms towards Nagi. Nagi is about to break out his brand of creativity, but Isagi intercepts him with Metaburst Point, saying that his creativity is child's play to him. This unnerves Nagi a bit. Reo, Chigiri, and Agi can't believe what they are seeing. They are beating Nagi's divine trap and moving completely differently from before. Isagi, on the other hand, still can't believe how amazing meta-vision is. He can see and understand everything. It is as if he has omnipotence. He starts having fun in soccer for the first time. The entire bench of Blue Lock goes wild. They can't believe that Isagi stole the ball straight from Nagi's trap. Chigiri gasps in surprise, saying that it is amazing. Is he using Ultra Instinct or something beyond that? And it also looks like he is having fun. She shivers at the thought. Isagi, on the other hand, smiles like a drunkard waiting for happy hour. He uses his meta-vision to attack and yells out to Corona. Corona appears next to him like a shadow, wondering if they are going to crush him from the right side. But Isagi mysteriously says that he can see everything, and Corona just needs to follow him. They will smash through the center. They will see through the distortions and appear on the field with mind-blowing moves. Isagi dodges Reo and all other players that come his way. Kaiser is still behind him, and the enemy defense is all over the place, and not in a good way. It's the best time to attack because there is a lot of space in the midfield, and if he moves to a tight spot, he can always move back. He just needs Corona to spot the difference. Sure enough, he passes the ball to Corona, and with this new vision, he can't stop thinking. He looks at the trap and makes the distance between them as short as possible, while looking all around, keeping everything in his field of view and focusing on information. He views himself from a higher differential as well and even looks at himself as a pawn in a game of chess. He wonders what he can produce with his abilities. Where is the enemy? What are they thinking about? He feels like a god and tries to come up with the best way to use himself. His neurons fire rapidly, trying to keep up with his higher level of thinking. His brain is on another dimension and he feels amazing, alive for the first time in his life. He looks at Corona, a mind-blowing pass. Corona returns the ball, and this goes on as they move closer and closer to the goal. He looks at Kunigami charging forward, perhaps hoping that he would get a pass, but Isagi decides to use him as a stepping stone, to use him as bait and set up a shot. As he's about to make his shot, Kaiser arrives behind him. Corona also keeps up, moving to his blind spot, and he finally gets into the best goal position. The ball shoots towards the goal. The goalkeeper is visibly shaken as he looks at Isagi and Corona, speeding towards the goal. Corona is about to miss the pass as he can't keep up with his speed when he tells Isagi that they must bring it to an end. Isagi grits his teeth, telling him to bring it on. Corona slams the ball at the corner of the goal. If it's on the trajectory, perhaps it will bounce around while heading towards the perfect point. They can reverse it and smash through. Isagi uses metavision to make a direct shot, but before he can make his perfect goal, Kaiser slides in front of him while smiling like a demon and telling him that he is just in the same dimension as him. Isagi grunts in frustration because he has lost his short trajectory, but he decides that he will shoot between his legs. Kaiser calls him a nuisance while going for the shot. The ball speeds towards the corner of the goal. A player is about to make the block, but Kunigami arrives at the nick of time, going for an overhead knee pass. Kunigami is shooting the goal, bringing Bastard Munchen into the lead. The announcer yells that, with an assist from Isagi and Kunigami's volley shot, Bastard Munchen is in the lead. Isagi, on the other hand, can't believe it, that Kunigami stole his goal. He didn't want to be an assist. If only Kaiser hadn't gotten in his way. Kaiser taunts him, saying that he shouldn't have taken the shot. He should have let him steal the ball like a good little boy. He also lets him know that his angle was off to shoot between his legs. He just kicked it. Perhaps it is in his blood to make assists. Isagi, on the other hand, is shaking out of pure fury, vowing to crush him like the bug he is. Kaiser wonders what the hell this is. Is this a new way of saying I love you? Noel, on the other hand, is impressed with Isagi and tells him not to break yet. He has found his ticket to supremacy. He can take him to the top, even to his level. Kunigami flexes his muscles in joy and displays pure emotions, because Isagi's shot turned out to be a pass, and he turned it into a jumping volley shot. He is being hailed as the ultimate striker. Isagi, on the other hand, is not too happy. His goal process, his direct shot, and his meta vision, it was all correct. But Kaiser was a wild card. He was able to see the same point as he, and that's why he got in his way. He was forced to make a panic shot, and as the trajectory was way off, Kunigami was able to steal the goal. Isagi tries to calm himself down. His meta vision is truly in a league of its own, and he has learned a lot from Kaiser. If they have the same battle IQ and the way to use their eyes, there must be pros who can use it too. Perhaps midfielders and game makers can use this to control the field and make passes from a higher dimension. He recalls his earlier dreams and wonders if Sei was also in the same dimension, and that's why he couldn't understand what was going on in the U20 game. He is on the next level. But all of a sudden, Isagi loses consciousness but manages to stop his fall. All of a sudden, he is exhausted. He realizes that it must be a backlash from using metavision. After all, even the best computers will break after running at full power for a long time. But he is finally on his way to catch up to Kaiser. But he needs to surpass him, to crush him. If he can't, then he'll never be able to prove himself. He wants to beat him with every fiber of his being. Reo, on the other hand, looks at Isagi, realizing that his gameplay was different than before. He must have found something and is evolving at a breakneck speed. Reo calls Isagi a bastard for evolving faster than he can hope, but he tries to be positive about the situation. After all, he has also improved with his style. Now their team has two ways of doing things. Firstly, get the ball to Nagi and encourage his ideal gameplay style. And if they have the chance, they can try to steal a goal individually. If he wants a goal, he needs to steal it, and he doesn't want to feel that way again. He recalls Nagi proclaiming his goal was to learn about frustration and beat Isagi. He recalls being called a pain, but he has lost a lot and also grown a lot. He doesn't need Nagi to play for him anymore. He is a great player, even though his original dream was to win the World Cup. It's his fault for forcing Nagi to go along with his dream and pushing his ideals on him. And he is the one who needs to change. He needs to live the heated days by his side, and he will prove that he can manage his fights. Nagi walks past Reo, telling him that he wants to be Isagi, and he wonders how he can do it. He keeps going beyond him, and he feels he can't beat him right now, even though he is doing everything Chris and Nagi have taught him. But he can't get a grasp of this creativity thing, and it's not going well. And right now, soccer is not fun for him. Reo wonders what he should do. Nagi wonders if he is walking a path to beat Isagi. Reo tells him not to start crying because things aren't going his way, but Nagi says that soccer was more fun when he played with Reo. Reo walks away, wondering, so what? Nagi looks at Reo in desperation, calling out for him to help him beat Isagi, as he needs him. Reo is conflicted, wondering what he needs to do. As Reo turns to move away, he hears Nagi say that he really needs him. This causes him to pause for a moment. He clenches his fist in anger, wondering if he has any imagination regarding others. Nagi pats his shoulder, wondering what he means. Reo turns around angrily, saying that he is not thinking about his feelings. Nagi still doesn't know what he means. Reo elaborates that he keeps getting passed over, and now that he has decided to fight his own battle, he needs to be strong on his own. So he needs to stop saying stuff that wobbles his determination every time his mood swings. Nagi apologetically says that this is not what he's saying. Reo wonders what it is then. He explains that, ever since the day he invited him to play soccer, they have been together. Reo also remembers the day he asked him to win the World Cup together. Nagi lets him know that he is making the best choices he can for their goal. During the rival battle, what he thought was to get stronger by going with Isagi. Choosing England and learning from Agi and Chris is for the same goal. And now it's his turn, he's stronger. So now they can beat Isagi together, unlike last time. After a moment's pause, Reo tells Nagi that he is a selfish jerk, but Nagi wants him to imagine it, the new soccer they could create. Reo still sees him as a pain, but Nagi reassures him that they are thinking of the same thing and asks him if he is fired up too. Reo wonders if this is his ego speaking, but a blazing aura around Nagi suggests otherwise, as Nagi lets him know that it is his dream. Sure enough, that's the dream he discovered, and that has changed its form, and that has caused him to start running. Reo sweats like a hog, finally giving in and telling Nagi that they will play soccer. This time, he will ride his dream right to the world's top. Isagi is standing a few feet away, repeating his determination to devour Kaiser over and over again. He has only one goal in mind. Kunigami, on the other hand, is praised by everyone. He tells Isagi that his screwed-up shot was the best thing that happened to him in this match. But Isagi is not in the mood for games. He tells him that he doesn't understand the details of his plays or anything. He just went for the scraps he left behind. Kunigami wonders why he is running his mouth when he should be running his legs. He calls Isagi a striker son tauntingly, but Isagi tells him to keep cleaning up his leftovers, calling him a hyena hero. After their fresh exchange of insults, the announcer tells everyone the scoreboard is now 2-1. Bastard Munchen has scored again to pull ahead, and will Manshine City be able to catch up? The play starts to resume, and Isagi fires up his meta-vision once again, ready to gamble everything and not let Nagi move freely. He activates all of his senses, looking at the game from a higher dimension. Agi spearheads their offense while analyzing Isagi's movement and his breakthrough, as he's starting to become the eye of the hurricane. Isagi rushes towards the guy, ready to snatch the ball away from him, but Agi is determined to keep him at bay and help Nagi awaken. Kunigami arrives to tackle him, promising to deliver pain like no other. Agi shoves him away and manages to flick the ball around him. Everyone is going for the ball, and Isagi decides not to force his way to the ball right now, because Reo and Kaiser are counting on him, and he should get between Agi and Kunigami. He recalls a previous match when Noah and Lavinho were going at it, and this time around, he understands the situation and is holding himself back. Surprisingly, he can see this is not the time to move yet, and he has improved considerably. Chigiri rushes past Agi, telling him to pass it. Isagi notices him making the same mistake as him, causing a shift of attention for Kunigami and giving Agi the opening he needs to break past him by following Chigiri route. Isagi is ready to move in to get the kill, but Kaiser arrives. After all, they share the same meta vision. They slam into one another, and Kaiser threateningly tells him to get off his toes. Isagi wants Kaiser to let him handle it. Kaiser yells at Ness to steal it. Ness rushes after Reo, ready to get the ball for his king. Reo realizes the urgency of the matter and how he needs to use this chance to prove themselves. He passes the ball to Nagi, and Ness tells everyone to look out for the trap. But Ness can't apprehend the ball, and through a high-speed exchange, the ball moves from player to player, right back at Reo. Nagi says that his ideas stimulate his brain. Ness and the others can't keep up with this changing passing pattern. Agi rushes after Reo, asking him what he's doing. He shouldn't move Nagi to his ideas, it's stealing his creativity. But Reo tells him to shut it. He wasn't able to awaken Nagi enough, and this is what he wants. Reo smiles reassuringly. He always thought that he was the wrong fit for the job, but now he's flowing with inspiration for things to try with Nagi, and he will help his chameleon style to help Nagi score. This is how he will reach the flow. Reo decides to become Nagi's right-hand man. The two work in perfect harmony, creating a skeleton out of their collective aura and heading straight towards the hottest spot in the game. Isagi is not ready to admit his defeat, and can't believe how the two of them are cooperating perfectly. Even though things were supposed to be rocky between them, they're working like cogs in a machine, and he has to crush them with his meta-vision. He tries to predict the optimal play they will make. Corona tries to block Reo, but Reo just whizzes past him with a fierce technique, passing the ball to Nagi. All of the players are starting to panic as they pass back and forth like androids. They can't believe how agile they are and how they can level up so suddenly. They try their best to stop them, but Reo can't believe that the one who thinks everything is a drag is playing like his life depends on it and is talking about his own dream. After walking different paths, facing frustration and resentment, and deciding to move alone, they have been reunited as the perfect duo. Maybe all of this was for this moment. He recalls Nagi's words, recalling their first game, and that fires up Reo. He is untouchable right now. Even Nagi acknowledges how good Reo has gotten. Nagi gets the ball, and he feels good playing this way. As they head to the hotspot with the ball bouncing between them, Nagi uses his shoulder to transport the ball from his right flank to his left and uses a backhand kick to return the ball into the air. This is the hottest place there is, but two meta-vision users block his path. He tells Isagi to move it, it's his ball. Isagi, on the other hand, is not about to give up. Nagi freezes for a moment and returns the ball to Reo. Reo realizes that he is asking one last pass from him. He has to make a split-second judgment to get the best route. He finally makes the call, giving him an overhead pass right over the meta-vision duo. Isagi tries his best to catch up, but Nagi is one step ahead. As the ball swings through the air, Isagi and Nagi compete to get ownership of it. Isagi still can't fathom why Nagi came forward just to challenge him. Nagi manages to flick the ball with his foot, forcing Isagi to acknowledge his exquisite pass. A trap that doesn't let the ball lose speed, he tries to see through his play with his better vision and blocks a pass with his leg. But it seems to be a feint after all. This is a double feint volley technique that he has seen before. He's ready to get the ball at any cost. But Nagi outsmarts him by leaping over his face with another feint. But Kaiser arrives in the nick of time, but he is treated to the same feint with 3 feints in a row. Nagi is ready to make a pass, but Nagi uses Isagi as a body bag to bounce the ball into the air. Isagi realizes that this play is beyond meta-vision at this point. Nagi looks at the ball swirling in the air, and he thanks Isagi for making him the world's best. He is now a vacant prodigy. He uses 5-fold revolutionary feint volley to slam the ball past the goalkeeper right through the net, and celebrating his victory by dabbing Reo right in the middle of the field. The fans are going wild. They can't believe what just happened. It's something straight out of fairy tales, a mind-blowing goal by Nagi, and thus Manshine City manages to bridge the gap with its competitors. Isagi, on the other hand, yells at the top of his lungs to vent his frustration. He couldn't stop him, even with his meta-vision. Nagi truly is incredible. Up till now, Nagi couldn't create his own gameplay. But that has changed. When Reo acted as a catalyst, Nagi began to form flexible ideas. He is evolving at an explosive rate, and now Isagi wants to keep up with him. He recalls trying to block the way along with Kaiser, but that pass and that feint from Nagi were world-class. Still, he doubts Nagi can do it consistently on command. Isagi tries to analyze the reason behind Nagi's awakening of that power. Nagi, meanwhile, whispers to himself that he has won. He has beaten Isagi. The flames that were burning around him began to fade. Isagi walks up to Nagi and tells him that he is amazing. He asks him how he reached this point and what his state of mind is. Nagi replies that he's been playing soccer just to beat him. Reo helped him, and in the end it feels good to achieve his dream. Isagi wonders if that's all there is to it. Nagi grins, feeling like he has become the protagonist of the planet. Isagi tries to put the pieces together. All this time, Nagi's sole goal was to defeat him. Thinking about it in terms of flow, there was a suitable challenge at the start of the match. He was trying to create his own gameplay, but it didn't align with his goal of beating Isagi. That's why he wasn't able to unleash his full strength. After teaming up with Reo, he was able to focus on his goal. It was a challenge that let him believe he was the protagonist. That's why Reo understood the play to help Nagi get involved. Isagi finally realizes that beating him was the final catalyst for Nagi's evolution. Isagi walks up to Reo and asks if he's satisfied. Reo seems satisfied for now, but Isagi tells him that Nagi's career is in his hands, and he has already lost interest in him. Reo smirks. saying that jealousy doesn't suit him. Isagi tells the duo that he has figured out their formula. It can be seen as a teenage drama. And no matter how outstanding their play is, it's useless if they can't do it again. He won't let them rely on random miracles anymore. Reo wonders if everyone's on yapping duty today, but they challenge Isagi to reach the next chapter on their way to the top. Nagi, meanwhile, looks at Isagi, wondering what's next for him. After all, he has achieved his goal. Chris gets up from the bench and tells everyone that the score is even. Now is the time for the climax. It's time for the greatest superstar to enter the field, and here he comes. Everyone looks in horror as Chris steps onto the field. Manshine City, on the other hand, is delighted to have its ace join the match. One of them wonders if it's to teach the others personally, but Chris says that's not it. The last one who scores will be the hero, and he wants that to be him so he can look good. He's so fired up that he tears apart his shirt to reveal his godly physique. As soon as he steps onto the field, he gets a yellow card for tearing his shirt, but he isn't too upset about it. The Blue Lockers, on the other hand, wonder if he's an idiot. Reo happily wonders what their formation will be. Chris tells him that they will be on the top, and the 3 Blue Lockers will act as midfielders. He also compliments Reo on the nice goal he scored. But then Chris reminds him that his goal was to become the best player in the world alone, and now he's given up on that ideal. Reo is speechless as Chris says that Blue Lock isn't a place to create the world's best striker. Reo smiles, saying that it doesn't matter. Chris smiles back, asking him if that is his new ideal, but Reo disagrees, correcting him that this is his new ego. Noah arrives, telling Chris that he's always talking about ideals, but in the end, he's just trying to prove himself. As a master, he's nothing but a failure. Everyone looks at Noah in shock, realizing that things are about to go down for real. Chris smirks, taunting him by calling him the world's best and reminding him about last year's European Player Award. Chris was second in that category, and if not for Noah, he would have been first. Noah nonchalantly reminds him that he had 800 boards, while Chris only had 200. Everyone watches the two legends tease each other like children. Chris tries to keep his cool, calling Noah rude and saying he can't help himself. Noah tells everyone that he is switching to defensive midfielder rather than forward, so he can help stop this attention-seeking narcissist. Chris smiles, promising to obliterate him. But Noah coolly reminds him that this is not his stage, and he should step back. Chris responds that he hates him. Isagi tries to keep up with the changes. He needs to figure out a scheme so he can conquer this match. Even though he has acquired metavision, managing to boost his scope and playing level, it's not enough to beat Kaiser. He is neither as fast nor as technically controlled as him. He doesn't have a signature move. He can use his direct shot, but if Kaiser catches up to him, it will be the end of his story. In other words, he can't beat him in the same dimension. He needs another piece to surpass him. He looks at the two legends entering the play. If he can figure out how Noah is faster than anyone else and use the data they have, maybe it could trigger an evolution in him. Yukimiya, watching everyone get fired up, feels defeated. He hasn't been able to do anything. He's just running around. His eyes are still okay, just a bit blurry, but he has no time to mope about. He hasn't achieved anything, and he needs to make a name for himself before the match ends. This might be his last chance. He is ready to put his life on the line. Both Yukimiya and Isagi vow to achieve the final goal. Noah tells everyone to get ready. He will follow the most rational one on the field. Chris, on the other hand, shamelessly asks his team to sit back and watch him score the final point. The match is finally reaching its conclusion. Will the goal go to the most powerful, or the dark horse? The game starts with an explosive formation as Ness dribbles the ball alongside Kaiser. Isagi tries to keep up, realizing that Chris and Noah are on the field for only 3 minutes. He needs to get a grasp of the situation quickly. This time he decides not to rush in to steal the ball like before. He recalls Noah saying that he will follow the most rational player. Isagi understands now he doesn't need a miracle goal. He needs to stay calm and collected if he wants to get that last point. He glances at Noah, reassuring him with his eyes. Meanwhile, Kaiser and Ness are passing the ball between themselves. Kaiser gets the ball and is immediately faced with Chris. Chris smirks, calling him a rising star and telling him to show what he's got. Kaiser, however, is not easily provoked and passes the ball back to Ness. Chris wonders if he's running away. He taunts Kaiser, saying that although he acts superior toward everyone, deep down he's just a coward, a little pathetic. This enrages Kaiser. He calls for the ball back from Ness, determined to send the old-timer back to the retirement home. Chris zooms toward Kaiser, but Kaiser manages to evade his approach. Isagi notices how strong and fast Kaiser has become. He's in a higher gear than before, but Chris is keeping up with his physical abilities. They're both using their full arsenals, and this is a duel no one else can interfere with. Chris smiles and tells Kaiser to get past him if he dares. He mocks him, asking if this is the best the so-called world's best rookie can do. Kaiser manages to maneuver the ball between Chris and himself, slamming into Chris as he does. But Chris catches up immediately after Kaiser gets the pass. Then Noah arrives out of nowhere, telling everyone to listen. Isagi tries to keep up, anticipating everyone's next move. Suddenly, Reo slides in, stealing the ball right in the middle of this chaos. He makes a gamble, and Isagi can't believe how he's keeping up with their level. He wonders if Reo is using metavision subconsciously. Reo shouts for everyone to get the second ball. Chigiri arrives, takes control, and heads toward the golden zone. He tears through the field like a phantom, using a killer rote. Isagi tries to keep up with Chigiri, noticing how world-class his skills are. It's like watching a red panther going in for the kill. But then Yukimiya slides in front of the goal like a hero, promising to break the kitten and her fangs. Isagi yells to Yukimiya that he's done a great job. All of the talented players are now heading for the goal. It's time for a final showdown. Chapter 1, 194. Chigiri grits his teeth in frustration as he is outside his rage, where Yukimiya has no other choice but to try to stop him. In a desperate attempt to evade Yukimiya, Chigiri slams the ball away, trying to go for a feint to launch the ball into the goal's corner. As his course is open, Kaiser arrives out of nowhere and slams into him. He impassively says that he is too slow, thus throwing him off his beat, and he can't help but wonder if he made an extra movement or something. He needs to give up on the shot. In a desperate attempt to keep the ball from landing in Kaiser's lap, he passes it to Chris. Chris gets the ball, but Noah also arrives to counter their ace up their sleeve, taunting world's #2 player and bowing to crush him. But Chris smiles, saying that a press to cut off his course is very rational of him, but he is too late. Noah wonders if he is crazy. He doesn't have a clean shot, but Chris smiles like a madman. He has thrown rationality out of the window, and it's foolish to challenge Noah in terms of rationality. That's why he has a secret technique. The muscles on his thighs start to bulge, and he shoots the ball haphazardly, saying this is his irrational new weapon. Everyone looks at the ball spinning towards the goal in an unstable trajectory. Gagamaru wonders what he should do, as Chris smiles that this is the world's greatest random shot. Not even he knows where it will land. Gagamaru raises his eyebrow, wondering if he should use his instincts, but the ball is too wild to be predicted. Isagi rushes towards Gagamaru, and he's not even looking at the ball. He's just looking at the goal, and all of a sudden he tells Gagamaru to jump. Gagamaru follows him without a complaint and jumps. Isagi uses his arm to boost his momentum and manages to kick the ball off course, gaining praise from everyone, surprising all of his rivals by being a made shield. Even Chris gasped in shock, with his eyes threatening to pop out of their sockets. Isagi realizes that reading the ball is not the best course, but he could sense the most dangerous area, and he gambled on its rationality by guarding the area, and thus he has daubed him. With newfound determination blazing in his eyes, he realizes it's his turn to shine now. The crowd goes wild, and the fans are beside themselves with Isagi's miraculous save. All of Munchen City is frozen in shock, as the announcer lets everyone know that even though Chris executed a high-speed knuckle shot, it has been defeated by a desperate body block, and this is Blue Lock's heaven-sent hero, Isagi. Isagi tells everyone that it's the second ball, and someone needs to get it. Corona manages to get the ball while everyone is standing in a daze. He glazes Isagi that he's been moved by God himself. Isagi is excited by Corona's rapid response, and since Noah and Chris are in the field, he needs to gamble on the play, and the one piece he needs to incorporate into his play is chaos. He looks around, realizing that Kaiser still doesn't have a grasp of the situation, and they can use this chance to make a full counter. Corona can help him get a shot, and this is the time for his own goal. The enemy is on the far side of the field. They must find a gap in their defense and a route nobody has seen yet. Isagi scans the field and notices that there's a 1 in a million chance. The Yukimiya slams into him all of a sudden. In a fit of shock, Isagi whispers that he is his teammate. The Yukimiya tells him to shut it. He shouldn't think that the world revolves around him. The Yukimiya steals the ball, yelling out that he doesn't have any time. He whizzes past Reo in a surprising display of agility. Reo can't believe this, and Isagi whispers if he's going for his own goal. While zoning in and out of a daze, he recalls the doctor handing him his glasses and telling him that they suit him, and his treatment is also going well. He recalls the doctor telling him that he needs to be patient with his treatment, and he recalls saying that he finally accepts the state of his eyes, that God never gives one trials that they can't overcome, and maybe this is so that he can overcome them. Presently, Yukimiya is fighting for his life, trying to make the most out of his time left. He's been waiting for everyone to let their guard down so he could counter and make a one-in-a-kind full break. He zigzags through the opposing players with surgical precision, recalling the line from his childhood that God gives one trials that they can overcome. Everyone looks at him in surprise as he's gotten past 6 guys from their other side, and he's finally in the position to shoot. All of his painful memories start flooding his brain as he pours everything he's got into the last kick of the match, yelling out that he can overcome and beat them. They look at the ball spiral out of control and realize it's a gyro shot. The goalkeeper tries his best to shield the net from his fury, but Yukimi's pain is too much for anyone to handle. All of a sudden, like a guardian god, ready to thwart any mortals who dare foolishly corrupt their kingdom, Chris manages to block the goal and threateningly tells Yukimiya that there's no way this just happened. An announcer hears that the ball has crossed the touchline, and Yukimiya and his plan have gone up in smoke. Yukimiya can believe that Chris has foiled his plans to run solo, and he is devastated by being blocked by him. In the Blue Lock Central Room, a secretary remarks that it's unbelievable and so close. If they had gone through, Yukimiya would have scored an amazing goal by beating 6 defenders all by himself. But Chris is a top dog in the football world. Ego slurps his ramen, telling her that if he had gold, he would have needed 2 defenders, and he would need to win a 1-versus-1 duel with Chris, and by the time the rest of the defense would have caught up. So the chances of him scoring that goal were already 0. The secretary nervously wonders if that's true, but Ego is glad that he blocked it. If that shot had gone in, the after effects of the goal would be unpredictable, just like the last one. The secretary wonders if he is talking about Nagi's goal. Ego agrees, saying that it was a fluke, but the secretary disagrees, saying that the goal was amazing, and the goal is already blowing up on social media. Ego wonders if that is so. He looks at the forums claiming Nagi as the best player in the world, and that the goal is the best goal in the century. He can't believe what he is looking at, and he can't help but sense a feeling of dread for him. The secretary asks him to elaborate, isn't Blue Lock a place to create the world's #1 striker? But Ego tells her that it is impossible to reach and to recreate this goal. He further explains that even though Nagi has exceptional talent, even for him this is too wild. If he attained success beyond his talent, it would have bad effects on his ego. On the other hand, Yukimiya is more predictable. Even if he had scored, given his ability, it would have been a fluke. And that's the reason why he failed, because he thinks too highly of himself. The secretary tries to reason that this is part of a striker's job, but he tells her that confidence and illusion are different things. And Yukimiya was just trying to play a fantasy with him as the hero. He looks at him being crushed on the screen, saying that people who blind themselves with fantasies can't move in the real world. He then wonders if she knows why Project Blue Lock has been successful up till now. It is his fantasy to create the world's best striker. That is why Japanese football fans are seeing fantasies of themselves. They are watching unpolished gems go out in the field, and the fantasies are crossing with one another to create success. Success emerges when fantasies blend, but it is important not to get drunk on their success and not to be overconfident. Isagi walks up to Yukimiya, trying to cheer him up and tell him to stop screwing around. If he hadn't gotten in the way, he would have gotten a good score. But he tries to cheer him up by saying that was an amazing shot, and if not for Chris, he would have scored. They need to change their thinking. He asks Yukimiya to team up with him because right now it is the most effective plan for both of them that Corona and Yukimiya support him from the light and the dark. But now that they know about his gyro shot, they will be on high alert, so they must use it as a decoy. He wants Yukimiya to assist him because the opponents won't predict them getting together. Isagi tries to tell him that this is the most rational plan with the best chances of success, but Yukimiya is pissed. He tells him to bug off. All this talk about rationality and success is just so he can prove himself. Yukimiya yells that he is the hero of this match and he will overcome this challenge by himself. Chris angers Isagi and he tells him to stop with the nonsense. He is not the only one on the field. This is not the type of world where he can live in a fantasy. He tries to give him a reality check to get his pride out of the way, and no matter how he looks at it, it will be better for them both. But Yukimiya tells him that everyone else has been devouring his fantasy as well. In the end, he also cares about himself, and now he understands that he is just like Kaiser. They are cut from the same cloth, and if this world rewards jack-bottoms like them, then this world is a screwed-up one. Isagi doesn't have anything to say anymore, except that he is full of childish thoughts. But Yukimiya no longer wants to live in a world with people like him. Isagi tells him to just wait and watch. His precious fantasy will sink like the Titanic, straight to hell. As the players refuse to cooperate, Isagi turns to leave, cutting off Yukimiya. But Yukimiya is a bit disturbed that they are both from the same team, yet he is just like Kaiser. Isagi doesn't want to believe that to be true. The game starts with a throw, and Isagi can't rely on Yukimiya and can't wonder why he doesn't understand him. Even though they would have benefited from it evenly, he tries to reset his mind. It's as if he has main character syndrome. He also recalls Nagi saying that he feels like he is the main character of the world. He wonders if this is the same thing. That's the reason why he was able to achieve exceptional concentration. Because Yukimiya believes in himself, that he is the main character, he can perform beyond his abilities. Maybe this is true ego. He looks at Yukimiya and rushes off with the ball again. Reo cuts him off, telling him not to be reckless. He is surrounded by enemies. Isagi wonders if Reo is thinking the same thing, and if Rio's concentration is through the roof as well. Maybe because he has some other goal than just passing the ball to Nagi. His story is to make Nagi the best striker in the world, and that is his main character syndrome. Maybe egocentrism allows them to reach a flow state, to deliver maximum output. Isagi sweats excessively as he realizes that he is trying to understand others from his point of view. But they are the main characters who want to score. Some of them just want to pass, others want to base their story on logic, and others base their stories on feelings. Everyone has their ideology, and countless stories are unfolding on this battlefield. As Yukimiya rushes after the ball, Isagi realizes that he can't see eye to eye with him because their egocentrism is opposing. He is trying to use him as a side character in his own story, whereas he is trying to live as the main character. They need to reach a new goal, and his thinking is too shallow. The pieces start falling together as he remembers everything he has experienced at Blue Lock, constantly clashing with everyone's ego. Then he realizes this is his new piece, to use his metavision and egocentrism. The other players on the sidelines yell that the star system has 90 seconds left, and this is bad for bastard Munchen. One of them wonders if the time runs out in the middle of the play. Maybe the masters will be forced to leave, but his fellow disagrees, saying that they will stay here until the end. Reo passes Kunigami, being able to see much more. As if his thoughts and movements are moving at super speed, he feels he can achieve anything and everyone else is just a pawn. And this is his treasure. He only has eyes for Nagi. He dribbles his way through the defenses, as an evolved version of himself. For right now, it's not the time to pass to Nagi. He needs to get a little more into the center of the field. He analyzes the field and tries to get to the point. He dribbles the ball like a pro, passing by Grim, but a dark shadow zooms past him and intercepts his kick. Reo can't believe that it is Isagi, who has realized that Reo just wants to send an epic pass to Nagi, and he can now predict him. The ball bounces uncontrollably, but Chris grabs it, saying that he is a very lucky boy. Noah slams into him and throws off his balance, saying it's time for them to call it a day. Chris wants a few more minutes, but Noah tells him that they don't do overtime. Chigiri intercepts the ball, trying to go for a chance, but Corona stops him, saying that won't happen on his watch. He would rather die than fall to the same trick thrice. Chigiri can't move as he is held down, so he passes the ball to Agi. He intercepts the ball with his chest and sprints off at lightning speed, but he is intercepted by Kaiser. It is an epic onslaught going on in the field with everyone acting out of desperation. Gagamaru looks at the ball, swooning towards him. Reo gets the ball and smiles that the gods want him to score. He shoots the goal, but Gagamaru stretches his hand, trying to stop it. Reo looks at Nagi, telling him that he has done it amazingly. But Isagi manages to intercept the ball and move Nagi out of the way, telling the idiots that there will be no more miracles for today. They can't believe what they are looking at. Isagi has saved the goal, like an angel born in hell. He tells them that their egocentrism will fall before his. He wonders if the two protagonists intersect, a chemical reaction will be born, and he can crush miracle super goals as well. He rushes off with the ball, with only 58 seconds remaining. In the end, he will be the main protagonist. With Isagi taking the lead and foiling that goal, he rushes off trying to become the protagonist and find his flow. He tries to use metavision to score his goal, eating everyone that crosses his path and utilizing it to defend and attack. He realizes that the only way to score is to avoid Yukimiya and Kaiser on his way. He looks at different paths unfolding before him. He goes through multiple possibilities, but the more he tries to read the future, the more he can see himself failing. Corona wants Isagi to pass the ball to him, and before Chigiri can steal the ball, Isagi passes it to Corona. He's too far from the goal and he can use Corona as support, manipulating the field to his advantage. But there are a number of wild cards in the field. Chris, Kunigami, and the defenders. There's too much going on. He just needs one piece. He wonders if only he had Chigiri's speed on Ness and his passing ability or even Kaiser's finisher, his options would increase by a lot. He feels himself unraveling as he lacks the necessary physical ability to use metavision to its full potential. He starts analyzing what he can do and what skills he has. He's missing a special weapon of his own, and if he can level up all of his abilities a tiny bit, he can reach the next level. But right now, he's too weak. He grits his teeth in frustration as he wants to practice here in this death battle. Reo slides in front of him, telling him that he must be struggling. He should try and get past him. This infuriates Isagi and he can't see a way out. But all of a sudden a miracle happens as Noah rushes past him and tells him that he has decided to ally himself with Isagi. In this game, he will ally himself with whoever plays most logically. That's what he had said before the match had started. Noah tells Isagi to get more creative. Now his options should increase. All of a sudden, it is as if another worldview has opened up for him. He thanks his master and dives into the game with everything he's got. With new options backed by a legendary striker, they pass Reo. And Noah tells him that he must be certain of everything. Even though he can see a lot of options, he will try to pick the best one. But he can't waste any more time. Noah tells him to get ready and not to be too greedy, to streamline his process and think logically. What is the one thing that he desires the most? Kaiser finally arrives at the conclusion that he wants to destroy Kaiser. Now that's the answer. And Noah tells him to show him his ego, and he's more than glad to oblige. Noah rushes in using his egocentrism, while Isagi follows behind with only one goal burning in his mind to destroy Kaiser. He needs to immerse himself in the game. Corona tells him that he is here as well. Isagi is glad that he has the support of two incredible players. His opponents, on the other hand, try to cut them off. But Corona and Isagi move the ball between themselves with surgical precision. As Chris is about to bulldoze them, Noah arrives and maneuvers the ball away from him, right back at Isagi. Kaiser tries to poach his goal, but Corona stops him. Isagi realizes that this is amazing. He is in flow with his concentration level out of the world. He wonders if this is egocentrism, a mental state where he thinks that he is the center of the world. And maybe this is a concentration when one can use flow and egocentrism. He finally has this sensation and wants to remember it till the day he dies. He wants to dower everyone. But Yukimiya has the same mindset, and in his desperation, he rushes towards Isagi. Resentful that Noah has allied himself with him, why does he get everything that he wants? He recalls Isagi trying to get him to assist him with the most rational plan. Deep down, he knows that he is right. But if he follows that plan, he will give up on his goal, the path that he has been following to become the player that he is. If he abandons everything, he is as good as dead. Isagi's weight and presence weigh heavily on his mind, and he wants to crush him at any cost. The ball bounces in a triangle right back to Isagi, and this is his last chance to goal. There will be no other chances. Yukimiya, on the other hand, wants to devour Isagi and become the hero. Defeat him and devour him. He will never let him become the best player in the world. And if he can't score now, becoming the best player in the world is only a fool's paradise. Ego looks at the high-stakes match and wonders how the outcome will be. A player from Mandarin City is about to wet his pants. Then Noah is participating, and Isagi's movements are completely off the charts. He is on a different dimension. Kaiser rushes past Isagi, trying to bring him down by calling him boring. But before Kaiser can intercept the ball, Noah grabs the ball and tells Kaiser that he is a crappy clown. Isagi tells his master that that is perfect. He has outsmarted Kaiser's egocentrism and has slipped behind him. He gets the ball and his 30 meters returns from the goal, even though he is still outside the range. There are only 2 defenders and Kunigami is in the way, so he needs some support, but he can use it. A voice yells at him to be wary of Chigiri running past him. Chigiri, who is confident in his speed, tries to tackle Isagi, but Isagi maneuvers the ball away. But Nagi arrives face to face with Isagi. Isagi can't do anything except for frontal assault. He expects this and passes it to Corona by going for a fake and giving him a pat on the back, promising to see him later. Now all he has to do is match with Corona and get past the defender, but Yukimiya runs past him, promising to kill him and to hijack Corona's cross because he is faster than Isagi. He is trying to keep track of his movements. Isagi, on the other hand, wanted him here as the final piece to his puzzle. This unnerves Yukimiya, as because of his offense the defender was confused. Isagi runs in the opposite direction, forcing the defender to cover Yukimiya. He has used him as bait. Yukimiya can't believe that he can read his mind so far ahead. Isagi rushes in, saying that he has been dancing in the palm of his hand. Corona is ready to pass the goal, and Yukimiya looks at him hopelessly as his dream starts to fade away. All of a sudden, Chris rushes in, telling him that's not good enough. But for Isagi, this isn't a problem because, for the world's number 2 player, the world's number 1 player is ready. Noah tells Chris that this is the end of the line for him. He blocks Chris from intercepting the goal, and the climax is about to arrive. Yukimiya can't help but lose his drive. Even though he was persistent, Noah's support has changed the tide of the match, giving Isagi the momentum he needed to get his big break. Isagi looks at the ball and focuses everything on it, but Kaiser tackles him, wondering if he really believes he can score by himself with him around. Your weapon must be a direct shot, and that means that he just needs to get him off balance and force him to take a second touch. His goal will go up in smoke. Kaiser tells him that the climax he wants will be crushed. Isagi tells him that he is right. Chris unnerves him as Isagi says that if he hadn't been in the way he would have scored and been the hero, but now that he is in the way, that means that the guy he has plunged into despair will have a chance of redeeming himself. As the ball shoots towards Yukimiya, his eyes light up and he can't believe what is happening. Isagi taunts Kaiser for not being able to predict the last pass. His only focus is to destroy him, and this is the piece that will lead him to his flow. He grabs Kaiser by the helm of his shirt, asking how it feels to be the clown in his own fantasy. He yells at Yukimiya to score even if he kills himself. He reminds him of his goal to destroy him and how he needs to kill him. Yukimiya is all fired up. As a guy who had lost everything, he has another chance to focus. He puts it all in his strike, yelling that the ego of his will makes God tremble in fear. The ball arcs beautifully around the defenders. Reo rushes in, trying to intercept the goal. As he is about to make it, the ball speeds past him. After all, Yukimiya has used the knuckleball firsthand to give a diagonal spin to his kick. The goal finally strikes, and Yukimiya yells at the top of his lungs, bringing bastard Munchen right to victory. Everyone stands around in a daze, everyone except for Isagi looking at Yukimiya celebrate. Kunigami can't believe that he couldn't do anything. Isagi is all fired up, and the fire burning in his eyes starts to fade. Fans throughout the world are celebrating Isagi and Yukimiya's absolute unity. It is a spectacular goal, bringing Bastard Munchen into the finals. Yukimiya looks at Isagi and walks up to him, unsure what to say. Unexpectedly, he apologizes. They both apologize. Yukimiya says that if not for his past, he would have been done for, and he had bad-mouthed him throughout the game, so he is sorry. Isagi tells him that he needed his strength on the last play to beat Kaiser. He has used him as a tool. Everything went according to his plan. However, in the end, he didn't expect Reo to charge in. Despite that, he managed to score a goal by himself, and he is the one who should apologize. Yukimiya wonders how did he draw up the last play. How did he not draw it so he would score by himself? Isagi clarifies that if not for Kaiser, he would have scored, but he knew what he was up to and was moving in to crush his goal. Right now, he can't beat Kaiser in a one-on-one. That's why he wanted him to assist him. He was the trump card he needed to destroy Kaiser and show the world what he was made of. Yukimiya can't believe that Isagi was thinking so far ahead. Even though he is a jerk, he is too clever, and he deserves to be the MVP of the match. Isagi smiles and teases him for liking him. He tells him to keep dreaming on. He can't become a player that he can manipulate with his logic. Yukimiya smiles, and their bitter rivalry turns into friendship. They promise to devour each other. Ness, on the other hand, can't believe what happened. What striker would give up his own position? And what is this all about destroying Kaiser? He badmouths him for chickening out with an assist, trying to justify his pitiful assessment. Isagi wonders if the little minion can't understand his genius strategy. Kaiser slaps him and tells Isagi that he is really impressive. The last second was where he saw further into the future than he did. The match is his. And though he had Noah backing him up, they will fight next time without any other player to support them. He promises to see who can go all the most. Isagi rushes in, and as he is about to collapse, Kaiser moves in and grabs him by his hair, managing to stop him from hitting the ground. He lets everyone know that as Isagi has been pushing past his limit with no sense of self-control or self-preservation, he has overheated. And thus the Neoegoist League's third match comes to a decisive end. And after the high-intensity match and the backlash from using metavision continuously, Isagi wakes up and Noah greets him, asking if his empty gas tank is full again. Isagi is still twitching from the severe backlash of using the forbidden skill throughout the match. Noah informs him that he's been out cold for 10 hours straight, and it's likely because of dizziness and fatigue. He asks if he wants any refreshments. Isagi goes for water, and as he is handed a cup, Noah wonders if he has beaten Kaiser. He recalls his dynamic play throughout the match and smiles to himself that just for a moment, he really did beat him. Noah then asks him what his future plans are. Isagi gulps down the water and tells him with determination, burning in his eyes, that he will beat Kaiser fair and square with the goal. Noah wonders if he can map out a plan for this lofty goal. Isagi can see it. He has a new way to use his brain and his eyes, using metavision. Noah raises an eyebrow, wondering what is this metavision he speaks of. Isagi tries his best to explain that it is like absorbing all the information on the field at the same time and using a third-person view to see the flow of the game. He starts babbling about how every player thinks that he is the main character, and if he crushes that feeling, he can affect their performance. And if two main characters cross paths, there is a chemical reaction. Isagi catches himself yapping and apologizes for yapping everywhere, but Noah tells him to go on. He wants to hear his theory. Isagi excitedly tells him his theories and his ideologies, finally concluding that this is how he thinks he will be able to beat Kaiser, but he needs to train the abilities he doesn't have. He punches the air in eagerness, saying that he wants to score a goal, and that will come to be the next time he is on the ground. Noah nods in agreement, realizing that this is why he chose him. Over 10 years ago, he heard similar strategies from a former teammate. Noah looks away, saying that that man was the first rival of his life, hopelessly obsessed with soccer, but now he is the man behind Blue Lock, Ego. This shocks Isagi. He can't believe that the two of them are connected. Noah tells him to believe it. They are old war buddies, and now he is the world's best while he is only a specter, controlling things from the shadows. Isagi still can't wrap his head around the fact that they used to be rivals. Noah then lets him know that the next salary auction has taken place, and there are 20 new players with offers. He boots up the screen and it shows the ranking, with Kawasu at 12 million. He explains that this is only a provisional ranking since France doesn't have a match this time around. Corona also manages to rank 13. This surprises and pleases Isagi. Gagamaru, Yukimiya, and Chigiri are ranked on the top 10 leaderboard as well. Noah explains that usually it's the ones who have scored the goals that are ranked higher, but this is not the only criteria. Surprising Reo is ranked at the 6th number on the leaderboard. Noah explains that he was controlling the midfield and creating a lot of chances. Some clubs value that style. In putting aside Blue Lock's idols, the market is not a place to only discover strikers. Isagi gulps, wondering about his value. Noah further explains that Kunigami has ranked 5th in the leaderboard because his physical durability allows him to snatch away goals. It is highly valued, and he has doubled his value from 24 million to 47 million. And the one who has outdone himself is none other than Isagi. Ranking at the 4th number in the leaderboard with an offer of 50 million yen, Isagi can't believe himself. Noah explains that this offer stands from Bastard Mansion, and 50 million is the same as what Ness has been offered. Because of how he positioned everything and intercepted passes, he was the most dangerous player on the field. These are the comments that the fans have for Isagi, that he is the new generation's Modric and is holding Blue Lock together. Isagi smiles enthusiastically, thanking him. Noah then goes for the other top 3 rankers. At number 3 there is Bachira. Isagi can't believe that he is higher than before. Noah explains that he boosted his ranking by scoring a goal in a match between Italy and Spain. The goal made him a superstar overnight, and Nagi is in 2nd place with an offer of 88 million. Isagi can't believe that Nagi is ranked higher than him. Noah tells him not to go down that path. The current number 1 in Blue Lock is a villain who pulled off a hair trick in the game against Spain. He is Barao with an offer of 100 million yen. Isagi can't believe that there is a player out there who has doubled the value that he holds right now. Noah wonders if it is good luck or bad that their next opponent is Italy's Ubers, the same team that has Barao. He tells Isagi to prepare himself. Isagi is pumped up. He wants to analyze his gameplay, see his recordings, and devour him from head to toe. In an interview, the host asks him the next question. Has he been chosen as the man of the match for the last match he has played in? He has a whopping offer of 50 million yen, and the whole world is talking about him. So how does it feel? Isagi sits across the host quietly and he says that he is happy. As a former high schooler, he has been given a chance to win glory and he realizes that he is changing his life in Blue Lock. The host smiles, thinking how pure and good this kid is and wildly different than Itoshi, who had replied by saying, "I'd rather die." He then goes to the comments of the scouts. One of them wanted him to team up with Noah, and one of them wanted to use him as a new type of midfielder, one that has both offense and defense. So what is his thinking on the matter? Isagi says that he is grateful for the assessment, but he wants to live his life as a striker. This surprises the host as he explains that even if others want him to make passes and combine plays, he wants to be the one who pushes forward to score, and he wants to win with his own goals, and he has no plans on giving up on this ego. The fire burning in his eyes is enough to send shivers down the hostess's spine. He thanks him for a rational response, realizing that it is ego that pushes him forward, and it feels right coming from a blue locker. The host bids him farewell and Isagi turns away. He noticed 2 of his teammates eavesdropping on him. Isagi smiles at Corona, wondering if he heard something interesting. His fellow explains that the terms Nagi and Isagi are trending right now. He also teases him for saying that he is changing his life overnight. Righty appears around the corner. With a hint of annoyance, he says that the suckerfish are sucking up to Mr. MVP. His fellows look at him in surprise as he turns to leave, saying that he only speaks the truth, and he is the most frank guy in the world. He wonders if his frustration is visible. Isagi can't believe how annoyed he is. Righty says that he has been a loser in the team, and now Isagi is trending. He yells at Isagi that he will turn the tables on him in the future, and Isagi welcomes the challenge. Righty yells that he is one hell of a footballer. His fellow also runs off to train on his own, leaving only Isagi and Corona. Corona points at the TV, telling him that they should look at a commercial. Yukimiya and Chris are standing back to back. They are both sharply dressed and have a pair of slick shades slapped on their faces. Chris tells Yukimiya that he has done a good job, and he personally asked for him to be cast in this interview. Yukimiya wonders why him. He is glad to be part of something amazing with Chris. Chris smiles, asking the producer what he thinks of his goal. The producer smiles, saying that they are really hot in the market. Chris smiles charmingly, saying that players need popularity too, and he will collaborate with anyone who is going viral. Yukimiya wonders why not Isagi. He has gone viral right now, but the mention of his name causes Chris to crash out and smash his glasses, saying that he won't forgive him. He would have surpassed Noah if not for him. He then tells Yukimiya that they will meet at the World Cup next, and with the fire burning brightly in his eyes, he tells Yukimiya to tell Isagi as well. He smiles and then is informed that Ego wants to have a one-on-one with him. He arrives in Ego's laboratory. Ego cuts straight to the chase, that the fatigue from these high-intensity plays will bring more black spots into his vision. He realizes that he is hiding this from him. Yukimiya's face turns right, and he apologizes, saying that he doesn't want anyone to worry about him. Ego tells him to relax, and as they talk, no one will hear this conversation, and he won't put his private business out in the open. Yukimiya apologizes for not saying anything earlier, but Ego tells him that he knows. He never mentioned it because he hadn't revealed it, but he knew about it from a background check before he arrived at Blue Lock, and he has also sent his medical data to the club that has made him the offer. Though negotiations happen overnight, as a lot of money is involved, lying about injuries can make the contract fall apart, and the club has sent a response that they want to help treat his eyes. Yukimiya can't believe it, as Ego says they will cover all treatment costs because he is extremely talented. They just want him to join their club. Ego explains that they will give him the best treatment available in the market, and this is a huge crossroad in his life. So will he accept it? Yukimiya lets him know that he wants to think about it for a little longer, even though he is grateful for the offer, so happy that he feels as if he could fly. He feels as if this is all thanks to Isagi, and he can't accept this offer out of ego within him. So until Neoegoist League is over, he wants the club to see the new Yukimiya and then let them decide. Ego goes with his explanation saying there is no guarantee an offer this gold would come again. Yukimiya tells him that he won't pray anymore because destiny is something one wrestles out of the hands of fate with their own willpower. Later, a lone player is sitting all alone, thinking how sick he is of soccer. A beautiful couple holds a beautiful baby in their arms. The dad is a silver medalist in judo, and the mother is second ranking in the national running high jump. And to fulfill their regrets of not becoming the first, they wanted their child to become a top athlete, forcing their expectations on him and starting Project Todoroki. And thus, Hiori was born. His mother would use to call him to get protein, also telling him to get some carbs later. His father would cheerfully tell him that they would study tactics and that he needed to learn the trends in soccer. While playing video games, Yo would reply unenthusiastically. To become the best at soccer, a major sport, he would undergo special training every day throughout his childhood, with his father cheering him on, telling him to get his precision better, and his mother promising him that he would become the best striker in no time, even though Yo just wanted to play with the other kids and take it easy. But his parents would force a hard training program on him, forcing him to play soccer because that's what made them happy. One night, Yo would wake up in his bed all alone because of loud noises coming downstairs. He would sneak to find his parents arguing that Yo is not pulling his weight, that she is the one looking after the diet, and she needs to do her job, and his mother blamed him for his training program. His father would curse at her that he needs to become a pro, and his mother would yell at him, asking why she married him in the first place. Thus, they would continue to argue, with hateful lines being thrown between them, how they would be wasted if Yo ends up as a half-baked athlete and their dreams are riding on the boy. If he doesn't become the world's best, they will get a divorce. The mention of his parents splitting up is too much for the young boy, who slips and falls down the stairs. His parents would hear this and quickly rush to see if he is okay. With a cut on his leg, he nervously asks his parents if they are getting divorced and if it is his fault. But instead of answering him, they look at his wound and start fussing over it. His father yells that his precious leg is twisted, and his mother hurriedly calls the ambulance. But Yo realizes that they aren't even looking at him. They just love his talent and not him as a person. And that is the reason he kept on playing soccer, even if they didn't love him. As long as he played soccer, his family would stay together. And if he becomes the best striker in the world, he wonders if that is all he is. A dream born out of ambitions. As he sits in his room playing video games, he wonders about his backstory and his life. Later in the field, Tobito wonders if he is anything special. He introduces himself as Senpai, telling him that he is a year ahead in the youth league, and he tells Yo that he is a prodigy. His natural abilities and ball-handling skills are off the charts, and his soccer IQ is too much, and that left kick of his is out of the world. He looks away, pausing for a moment, saying that his determination is just so and so. It's as if his mind and body are at war with each other, and he doesn't like soccer. Yo looks at him in surprise, telling him that he is amazing, that someone could tell. His senpai tells him that he is an analyzer. That's his job. But he can't achieve much in this field if that's how he plans to play. He wonders if he likes expectations to be put on him. His senpai freezes for a moment, as Yo explains that expectations are riding on him day in and day out. That's why he hates soccer. His senpai tells him that that is why he is stuck in mediocrity. He needs to stop worrying about what others think and start thinking for himself, making his own story, and finding what makes him tickle. Yo wonders how can he set expectations for himself. He wants to discover what he needs to do, if his parents are around, what he would want to do. Later, as he plays a game, his parents barge in, excitedly telling him that he has been selected for a special training program and is bound to get a spot on the national team. But this news is met with silence by Yo. He feels sick in the stomach and wonders if he can just put the expectations behind him because it makes him sick. He imagines blowing up his parents, just like in the game. His parents, on the other hand, tell him not to lose and never to give up. They are rooting for him. Yo, on the other hand, is excited that he can get away from them in Blue Lock, and he never wants to come back to this house. Isagi approaches Yo, telling him that they should practice together. Yo can't help but think that he still wants to be here. Reo launches into the hot tub, excitedly breaking the news that he is worth 40 million yen a year. Nagi congratulates him, and Reo splashes himself with water, asking how he feels to be ranked at 80 million. Nagi wonders if it's a drag. The number doesn't do much for him. They lost the match, and why are they celebrating? Reo can't believe that he hasn't seen it. He brings out his phone, telling him to check it out. His name and goal are spreading through the world, and this is worth celebrating. After Reo blow-dries Nagi's hair, he complains about losing the match, but he tells him it doesn't matter. What matters the most is they have shown the world their dreamer, and he is happy that his power helped him be famous. Nagi then goes for a cold coffee, saying that it is hard to believe what the world's best will look like. Lately, he has only been playing soccer to beat Isagi, and at the moment he was so happy that it felt like a fever dream. Voices his concern that he might not be able to be the world's greatest, as he doesn't understand what motivates him. Reo tells him to hold on. He needs to think about flow, and if his challenge is too hard, then anxiety just wins. Nagi says that it's not like anxiety, but unwillingness. Reo thinks for a moment, wondering if they should change his challenge if being the world's greatest is too big of a challenge for him. Originally, he just said that he didn't want to work, he agrees, saying that he just wants to play games all day. Reo smiles, saying that his new goal should be saving 300 million yen. Hearing that out-of-the-pocket number, Nagi is about to pass out, but Reo tells him to see that in an average lifetime, factoring in how much a Japanese man earns, 300 million yen is more than enough. For the rest of the league, he just needs to keep doing his thing until he reaches a yearly salary of 300 million, and if he can do that, he will never have to work again. He will break through the working class and have true freedom as a top-tier athlete. He wonders how this goal sounds. Nagi rubs his neck nervously, saying that it might work, but it has been a while since he felt it. The first time when Reo invited him to play soccer, the vibe was the same between them, and he never thought he could be so heated about anything, so he is thankful to Reo for inviting him to play that day. Rio's eyes turn black and he wonders if he is dying. Nagi tells him that he is fine and healthy. Reo laughs, saying that he is scaring him by talking out of character, and it just shows how grown up he is. Nagi pouts as Reo tells him that this is not the end, but the beginning. They will use Blue Lock to snatch a spot for themselves on their national team. Then they will become the heart of the team and win the World Cup. He just needs to be himself, and they will go straight to the top. Nagi looks at him like a lost child, agreeing with his goal. Meanwhile, in the German wing monitor room, Ness's eyes tell Kaiser that he has absorbed himself in studying the match, and his eyes are tired out, so he needs these special glasses. Kaiser accepts them as he tells Ness that he has crushed everyone who he decided to crush. Rookies, B-list veterans, and fading superstars. He also stole their source of joy, but this time, it is different. Isagi is a super ace in the hole for Japan. Initially, he thought he was a rookie, but during that match, he surpassed his expectations. He asks Ness what he thinks. Ness says that he abandoned a goal just to make a play and show off to him, so he still hasn't beaten him as a striker. But Kaiser splashes a glass of water on his face, wondering why did he try to challenge his absolute authority. On countless times he had broken his spirit, crushing him again and again, but he still stands up to oppose him, as if the walls that stand before him are his source of joy. He always surpasses the walls by a slim margin, and normal people don't do that. He is a ruler that has been going around as a clown. Ness still gets worked up, telling him that he still is the best. Kaiser tells him that this is enough, and why did he come to Blue Lock? Ness says that it was to prove that he is not inferior to Noah and to exploit the Egoist League to steal better offers. Kaiser agrees, saying that this team belongs to Noah, and no matter how much he struggles, the team will center around him. He can't be the world's greatest striker in his current position. He wanted to improve his brand, but the clown he found to help with that has grown beyond his expectations, and if he takes down Isagi, his name will echo through the world. It's time to put his plan into play. Hunt him, pluck him, and kill him one after another. Ness leaves the room and is visibly disturbed that Kaiser is fired up about someone else than him, and this is too hard of a pill for him to swallow. In the training room, Yoichi is yelling like a banshee for 20 more hours. Igarashi struggles to keep up with this amount of training, while Isagi just quietly forges on. That is the stamina boosting room, and they're running to improve their durability. Isagi yells he won't lose. Corona, on the other hand, passes the ball to Isagi, telling him to boost his tempo. Isagi zigzags through a series of dummies, but misses the last one. Corona tells him that his tempo is good. Later, he goes for off-the-ball moving training. As Yukimiya is about to get the ball, Isagi manages to warp behind him, throw off his rhythm, and send the wrong ball crashing into the goal. Yukimiya smiles, saying that he got him. The switch was superb. Everyone is amazed, seeing that he is truly a monster. Yo wonders about meta-vision, as Isagi explains that it's as if he's keeping everything in his worldview, and he explains that he's been applying the reflexive thing he has suggested. Though it feels as if he is doing it all the time, he feels exhausted. Yo tells him that that is amazing. During the match, his body couldn't keep up with the image he visualized. Isagi tells him that that's right, but that is why he is training so hard, so he can go through with the plays he imagines. Yo tells him that it looks like he has had a big awakening, and he is leveling up steadily. Yo looks at the sky, telling him that his reading movements are divine, and it looks as if he's been controlling everything on the field from the start, since when was he able to read the mind and his protagonist's feelings? It was as if he was a god. This causes Isagi to pause. He wonders about a ruler who controls the whole field, and that's the feeling he had the first time he went against Rin, and now he is also able to do it. He smiles, realizing that he has a new amazing level, but if the training goes well and he can level up, his odds of beating Kaiser are around 50%. He wonders if he can visualize it clearly, but Isagi tells him it's not enough. There's no point in his theory until there's a 100% chance, so the fact that he could move freely was thanks to Noah. But he can't become the world's best if he relies on others. He needs to use his meta-vision and create a network of protagonist feelings that allows his gameplay to be perfect, but he is missing another piece. Yo listens to him quietly, and they look at Yoichi and Igarashi teasing each other. Igarashi smiles, saying that he has mastered a technique that causes the opponent to come at him and create a foul almost 100% of the time. Yoichi wonders what he's talking about. Everyone knows it's an act, but Igarashi smiles, saying that it's not acting. He's just exaggerating his fall when he bumps lightly. He yells that no matter who hits him, he will make sure to get a foul. Isagi feels himself unraveling as Igarashi yells that this is his awakening. He's clever to the bone. Meanwhile, he wonders if this is perfect. With this theory, he can beat Kaiser. He thanks Igarashi, telling him that he's the best. He sprints off, leaving everyone wondering what is going on about. Yukimiya wonders why he left. Yo answers that it was as if he had an idea, an eureka moment. Yukimiya smiles, saying that that brat is going to evolve over and over again. Isagi sprints off, wondering if it will work. He needs to see if this theory is effective. 5 days before the match. Some of them want to see Isagi back in action, while others are waiting for Corona, while a couple wants to see Yuki back in the field, and a bunch of kids are trying to pick their favorites. All of the blue lockers are then assembled in front of Noah, and he's finally ready to announce the 11 players that will be going off against Italy's Uber's team. He starts by declaring the goalkeeper to be Gagamaru. Everyone looks at him in surprise as now he's an A-ranker. Next up, they have 2 defenders, both A-rankers, and for their wings, they will go with Corona as the right wing guard and Yukimiya as the left guard. He then moves on to the defense midfielder, who is the backbone of the match, and this position goes to Yoichi. Yoichi can't believe it, because when it comes to teams duking it out, the best way is to steal the ball in a one-on-one confrontation, and Yoichi has shown great enhancement in his physical stats, so they want him to use his power to anchor the team. Yoichi is ecstatic. He is finally on standby. The center midfielder is Ness, while the left midfielder is Grim, and the right midfielder is Isagi, who is an A-ranker with 3 assists under his belt. Their top striker is Kunigami, now an S-ranker in both offense and shooting style, and the top left striker has decided to be Kaiser. Noah then concludes the lineup and says that they will be using this formation against Italy's Ubers. Those who are not picked are a little envious of their peers. Noah debriefs that this time they are going to be going against Italy's Ubers. They have legendary defenders, and their master Snuffy is a tactic wizard with a high IQ, so their offensive patterns need 2 axes. One is Kaiser, and the other is Isagi, and obviously they will try to crush them both simultaneously, which is why one of them will emerge as the king of the team. This makes Yoichi envious because he wants to be the king of the team, but now he is just the tissue of the team who has to clean up after the 2 chosen ones. Though Noah wonders if this is a complaint, Yoichi bows sarcastically, saying that he will defend himself until he is covered in dirt for his majesty. As Isagi looks away nervously, he wonders if he is pissed or genuinely happy. Noah then tells everyone that they need to control the ball. It will be very essential to break through their defenses and their strategies, and the match lies in the duels that will test them. He also cautions Kaiser not to be obsessed with Isagi. He won't allow any more screw-ups. Kaiser coolly tells him that he'll try. He also tells Noah that it's time to test out his new theory, that if he is a striker, he should prove it with his goals. Isagi agrees, and they finally move in to duel as a team. Though Isagi has been chosen to play once again, he refuses to assist anyone to make a goal. Kaiser also cautions him that they are competing for actual goals and he must not run away. Isagi tells him right back that Italy Ubers are ready to throw hands with each of their player aura farming to the max. Oliver smiles, calling his opponents little German pups. Nico, who is in badly need of a haircut, is here for the revenge he was promised. Gub, on the other hand, is trying to crank up his style and appear slick. Isagi is glad to see his opponents. They are the former U-20s, and the same one who wanted to marry a pin-up model the man years that he has sent down, though everyone teases him, and all of a sudden he headbutts Isagi, calling him a loser and telling him he missed him. They wonder if he is a freak because he says that he can't stop drooling. Later, he clutches his head in pain, and everyone wonders if they have a scandal going on. While both of the players are nursing their headaches, Isagi wonders what is up with his head. It is as hard as Tanjiro's. He calls him a rage game, but Baru tells him to shut it. He has dyed his hair to be flamboyant and match his hefty salary. He also teases Isagi that he has only half of his salary and he has worked twice as much as him. Oliver grins as he wants to see the 2 of them go at it, though Nico points out that he is responsible for the rise in Baru's salary as well. After all, they made it in style. Italy Ubers seem to be a close enough team, with Oliver asking Baru if he is getting fired up to face Isagi. Isagi tries to defuse the situation. The musclehead brute is too much to reason with. He is just trying to change his image. He is trying to be a muscle-bound gorilla, and Isagi is left wondering if this brain-dead Viking is really worth 100 million yen. Oliver then turns to Isagi, cautioning him against trying to protect his throne, because Italy Ubers will be stealing it. This excites Isagi, and he welcomes the challenge. Meanwhile, at headquarters, the football union representative brings Ego some samples, saying that they have a lot of cash flowing in. He wants to show him things that will help them sell Blue Lock TV merchandise. They have a lot of cute and weird souvenirs for everyone. Some of them talk and some of them sing. Ego rejects all of the mascots. His secretary wonders why. The mascot was pretty cool. Ego wonders if this is all they want to talk about. If that is all, then he should just move on. The representative looks at the merchandise strewn across the floor, and he remembers Ego promising something before starting this whole adventure. Ego remembers his promise. After all, soccer is business. It is finally time for the match of the ages to be underway, featuring Italy Ubers versus Germany Bastard Munchen. In the last match, Baru had managed to shoot into stardom with a 100 million yen contract, and everyone was holding their breath, wondering if Isagi would finally pull off his own goal, and if Kaiser would tear through the field. This is a match everyone is holding their breath for. Isagi finally finishes his new theory and has gone through rigorous training. The only thoughts in his mind are to score a goal and defeat Kaiser. Now he just needs to execute it. He uses 100% of his metavision right from the start. Ness and Kaiser are dribbling the ball between themselves, dodging opponents left and right. Isagi recalls the Ubers being a highly defensive team concentrated around the midfield. He realizes that the guy passed in front of him, and they will not crumble easily. The defenders continue to gang up on Kaiser, but with Ness on his back, he has nothing to fear. He shoots the ball to Ness, and surprisingly Ness ignores it. It goes off to Grimm, and all of a sudden Ness is accelerating at a terrifying pace right to the goal box line by himself. Grimm shoots the ball, managing to arc it beautifully around the players, but it turns out Ness is only bait for Kaiser to execute a beautiful gameplay. Even Isagi is impressed by how good the trick is, pushing Ness up to the front line while letting Kaiser slip from behind to catch them off guard. It is impossible to predict their strategy, but a player manages to stop him in his tracks. He tilts his head, recalling Kaiser being a 300 million yen player, so he must be the ace. Isagi starts to panic, and surprisingly Kaiser has stopped him with pinpoint accuracy. This is the heart of Uber's defense, the defender in the new generation. This is ace-eater Lorenzo, a lanky man with a crazy smile. No one can believe their eyes that Lorenzo has managed to stop the ball and even rustle it away from Kaiser, and all of that with pinpoint accuracy. Isagi remembers going over his gameplay videos, but he's too crazy to deal with in person. Even though he wasn't able to read Kaiser's surprise attack, Lorenzo managed to stop it in a jiffy. Perhaps he has predictive abilities in addition to his physical stats. Isagi wonders if this is the defensive power of the world's best U20 center back. Kaiser tells him to stop showing off his platinum teeth. The gold smile is creepy. Lorenzo smiles anyway, wanting to show off his eyes. He tells Kaiser not to get a big head. Only because he's worth 300 million, he should know that he is worth more than that. Kaiser calls him an all-gold meathead for viewing people in terms of how much they are worth. Lorenzo smiles, dribbling the ball as if he's drunk. He reasons that everything in this world can be bought with money. He then starts charting off everyone's salaries, and he vows to swallow their team. Isagi activates his metavision. As Lorenzo is about to shoot, everyone gets ready to counter, and Kunigami tries to tackle him, ready to knock his gold tooth right off his mouth. But Lorenzo is too unpredictable, twisting and turning around Kunigami. Yoichi also appears, trying to wrestle the ball away from him, but to Lorenzo, he's not worth the trouble. He just dribbles it away from him, and Yoichi can't wrap his head around those dribbling skills. Is he the LeBron James of soccer? It's as if his upper and lower body are separating. He feels as if a zombie is dribbling it, and surprisingly, he rushes away, breaking free from every one of these annoying pests. He also zooms past Yukimiya, shocking all of the spectators, causing them to fear for their team, because when Italy was on defense, they had Lorenzo far back on the corner, and they were letting the opponents charge in. Now this switching to offensive, as soon as Lorenzo has his hands on the ball, Nico is moving back from the midfield and is switching positions with Lorenzo. They are changing their entire center lineup just because of Lorenzo and his ideas. Everyone is augmenting his ideas, being his wings, and everyone is starting to panic because of this zombie-long counter. They wonder if this is the organization that has power and discipline at their core value, and Lorenzo at the front. Gagamaru is sweating profusely as Lorenzo is in shooting distance. One of the players tries to stop him with a tackle, but Lorenzo just leaps over him, calling him a measly 28 million player. Gagamaru pleads with anyone else to get in here, and Corona is trying his best to reach there in time, but everyone is focused on Lorenzo. While Lorenzo has a different plan in his mind, instead of shooting it into the goal box, he shoots it back with lightning accuracy, away from everyone's awareness. A blazing lion is roaring through the field. It is Baru who is aligned with the ball. He compliments Lorenzo on a job well done, and Lorenzo smirks, asking him if he has fed him on time. They realize that Lorenzo and Baru use a system of complementary kings, but surprisingly, Isagi arrives just in time to intercept the ball and tease Baru by calling him a new king. Even Lorenzo is shocked and wonders why he is worth only 50 million. Isagi dribbles the ball away with a point-blank tackle. This infers Baru, but Isagi has no time to pay heed to his annoyance. His mind is working overtime and his body is on a much higher level, keeping up with his metavision. Now it's time to show everyone what he's made of. He dribbles the ball between Corona and himself. Yukimiya, on the other hand, wonders if this is going to be a counter against a counter, and if this is what he was aiming for. Lorenzo charging in for an attack so that the defensive line is not back in place. Now he will combine his strengths with Corona to pierce through the field and pass the ball between them. Yukimiya also goes after Isagi, trying to steal the trajectory. He doesn't want Isagi to have any hard feelings, but this is just how their team operates. This is survival of the fittest. As Yukimiya is about to steal the ball, a player arrives to tackle Isagi and wrestle the ball away from him. But Isagi surprisingly leaves Yukimiya to deal with the player and dribbles away. They can't believe how amazing his ball control is, much better than last time. He managed to lead Yukimiya right into a confrontation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, Isagi is using his godly vision in harmony with his body. Yukimiya, instead of being frustrated, smiles in excitement. After all, he's still growing and he has a new goal to chase after. Speaking of goals, Kaiser arrives, but before he can steal the show, Lorenzo appears, wondering what his plan is. He won't let him have his way. Nico also arrives, noticing Lorenzo marking Kaiser and not returning to the back line. Instead of hurrying back, they try to buy time and try to slow down their attack. Lorenzo decides to slow down their attack first and then go defend the goal and strengthen their defenses so that they can steal the ball. But surprisingly, Isagi shows no signs of slowing down. Instead, he speeds up even more. Everyone realizes that the dynamic duo blazing towards their goal have already studied their defense methods and are planning to force their way in a display of speed. Isagi zooms past them and Corona is stuck with 2 players, but he still manages to pass the ball to Isagi. But before the ball can reach its recipient, Ness arrives, trying to stand up for his king while he's being harassed by Lorenzo. He decides it is his mission to crush Isagi in his place, and if he sees his data, his move is a faulty one and he can only make it with his left leg. Isagi is in trouble, and Ness smiles like a pedo, trying to throw him off his balance and leave him powerless. Isagi, on the other hand, was anticipating someone to try this, and this won't work on his new and improved body. He uses his left leg to shoot a direct goal and bring Bastard Munchen into the lead. Everyone looks in surprise, wondering what did he do to his body. Did he hop on? Chapter 213. Fans all around the world rejoice that Isagi, the shining hope illuminating Blue Lock, has finally scored his first goal in the Neoegoist League. He smiles with satisfaction as the crowd goes wild. Even Oliver is surprised because he's a new person. Though Ness is visibly shaken with no traces of his usual witty insults, he wonders what is going on. He had no idea that he could shoot with his left leg as well. After all, he couldn't do it in his last match. So what did he do in these past few days? He started screaming like a Karen. To be honest, 5 days earlier, Isagi had met up with Kunigami trying to seek answers from the muscle-brain barbarian. He recalls his fellow saying that he can have opponents tackling him in his right shoulder and securing a foul almost all the time, and he has realized that his direct shot is his weak point, as he can only shoot with his right leg. But Kunigami had managed to copy Noah's body and can shoot with both legs, so he wants to learn the trick to be able to use both of his legs. But instead of enthusiasm, Kunigami tells him to buzz off. Isagi looks away in embarrassment, apologizing, but he still asks Kunigami for training. He wants to study how he uses his body. Kunigami, on the other hand, warns him that he will end up erasing his specs. He recalls being forced to become ambidextrous in the wildcard round, and that was because he was working on his muscle mass and bone structure. But if he copies his methods, he will end up building muscles in the wrong places and will throw his body's balance off. He might even regress from his current level, and if getting strong is the only thing on his mind, he should reconsider. Isagi realizes that Kunigami is a nice guy. He's trying to warn him for his good, but he still clings to him, wanting to observe his training. Chigiri looks at their little exchange and they wonder what is up with him. It turns out he's also here to see Kunigami because he's been avoiding him like the plague after their last match, and there are a few things he wants to say. But Kunigami wants to be alone. He tells Chigiri to just buzz off. Chigiri tells him that he should know that he has recognized the difference between his play and his life. He has changed, and Kunigami should also look at the new version of himself. Bachira also arrives, wondering if this is a reunion or something. He teasingly slams the ball into Isagi's face, wanting to join in on the fun. Chigiri wonders if he's here to see Kunigami as well. It turns out he indeed is. After watching their last match against Germany, he wants to bathe in the ego juices of their team, and he's impressed by Kunigami's and Isagi's movements. Their goals have excited him and he wants to train with Kunigami. They wonder why is Kunigami in such high demand. Even Kunigami is not sure why everyone's here, but he's not up for a friendly little reunion. But Bachira says that he just wants to see how effective his new dribbling skills are, and this is not a reunion but a chance to crush each other. Chigiri says that they will go 2-on-2 because he also wants to speed up his specs and speed. Bachira then insists that he will team up with Isagi. Isagi realizes that everyone has their own weapons and they need to make a few minor tweaks before they can use their weapons in the main battle. And he also realizes there's no need to overtrain his body. He's trying to be ambidextrous. What he wants is to be able to shoot with either leg, and maybe he should think like a ninja trying to maintain his main weapon while also using a secondary weapon on the side. With a new attainable goal in his mind, he goes all in against this 2 versus 2 match, and that also opens up a little doorway for Isagi to realize how he can use his left foot and create a side weapon to control the game against Italy. Oliver looks away in embarrassment and annoyance. He can't believe that Isagi just hit the goal with a left leg shot and complains it should be against the rules. No one can believe that he can become ambidextrous in just a few days. Lorenzo, on the other hand, tells Isagi that he's pretty good and worth much more than 50 million. It turns out that he's okay sharing the team's sweet spot with Kaiser, but Isagi tells him to do what he wants and not to mark the wrong guy. In a threatening tone, Lorenzo cautions him not to get full of himself after a little sneaky goal. He tells Ubers that it's time to work. As the game resumes, Isagi wants to steal his next goal, but it turns out Lorenzo is hanging around the back while others move forward. Isagi tries to analyze the gameplay. Their speed is kind of slow and they are just moving up so they don't lose the ball. He wonders if they're trying to flip the ball or to flip into attack mode again. He also remains cautious of Baru, trying to keep an eye on him for any shots or slips he might go for. He decides to hunt him down and see everything he does. Earlier at the Italy wing, the commander had welcomed all the players, greeting them like a friendly older brother. This is Snuffy. Before starting the training, he had asked them a question. What is soccer to everyone? One of them replied that it was his dream. Another one said that it's his choice. Another one said that it's like gambling his life on something. Snuffy accepts all of these pure answers, but he delves deeper into the custom, asking them what they will have if soccer is stolen from them. Getting excited about soccer is not a bad thing, but what if they get injured or have a setback? If that happens, what will they do once they can no longer play their favorite game? People who can't answer the question are only amateurs who live in their little fantasy worlds. He reveals that professionals are there to win. It's their duty, and they get money to feed themselves and clothe their families, but they can't escape the reality that soccer is work. They should think of this team as a company, and the matches as business meetings, and the employees keep running into them. They should use all the data they have on the players they're about to face, their game plans, and offensive and defensive strategies to learn everything they can. Everyone is surprised to realize that there's a lot of detail about their gameplay in these little holographic cards. Snuffy smiles, saying that they should learn this information so that they can execute it better, and if any pattern reoccurs, they should not lose hope. It's their responsibility to win, and he's the executive of the company. So if they see it as a business, they need to become the limbs of his team, like an army unit tightly knit and ready to move. One wonders if the tactic can optimize their abilities, and if they can survive there, they can get incredible growth. Everyone had accepted that, and now they're ready to conduct business. Baru dribbles away using a rhythm to shift the focus from the main players, but it's not him. Lorenzo intercepts the ball once again, but this is all a ploy to hunt Baru from every corner he can imagine. Isagi realizes they were trying to bait him into losing the ball, and now they're coming on him from every angle. They tease him for falling for their trick, and it's already too late. Their work here is done. Nico speeds away with the ball. Isagi realizes that one of them makes a low-risk attack, and two others speed up and press at the same time when the ball is stolen, so that the three can act together like a pride of lions. It's a highly organized guerrilla warfare out there, and the lone player could never cope. Snuffy smiles, telling his team to go for it. Gagamaru looks at Italy Ubers tearing through the field like a blazing lion homing in on its prey. He realizes that they are incredible at switching over to offense, and he wonders who will be the one to shoot. The ball bounces away from Nico, and another player intercepts it. Gagamaru looks at them in surprise, as they are passing over without stopping as if they are all part of a well-oiled machinery, and he also realizes that King Baru will be the one who makes the shot. Yukimiya flies to the rescue, telling Gagamaru to have his back. Gagamaru nods his head in agreement, but before Yukimiya can wrestle the ball away, Baru dribbles it back to Nico, and Gagamaru wonders how he can do that, and how they managed to tame Baru when he is a wild card. The passes are so flawless that Gagamaru can't make out who has the ball, as they can make such tight passes in a tiny area. The ball blazes towards them, and he can't even see it coming back. At the headquarters, Baru had called out their philosophy for being spineless and disagreed with following their plan to play a boring version of soccer, but Snuffy just smiled in response. Later, when Baru is practicing all alone, Snuffy comes up behind him, complimenting his kick and his fitness. He is like a lean, mean killing machine, but if he looks at his data and his abilities, he is the one who is suited to be their strongest striker. So he pleads with him to go along with their philosophy, even if for this match he goes through the chase, wondering if he will do it. Baru tells him that soccer isn't work for him, it's a means to become a king, and he will conquer the field in his own way. If they want to use him, they must adapt to him. Snuffy laughs as he likes the answer and tells him that he really is the best, but he views himself too highly for being a prodigy. He dribbles like a phantom next to Baru, wrestling the ball away and telling him that he is only human, and it seems as if he is mistaken about being the best of the best. He even calls him an amateur to provoke him, and it works. Baru lashes out and tries to wrestle the ball away. Snuffy tells him not to look down on others without talent. His talent comes from his parents as a gift, but if he doesn't understand that, then he is not a pro. Baru wonders what the hell he is yapping about. Is he trying to say that he can't be the worst best if he doesn't thank his parents? And if that's the case, then he won't thank anyone? He promises to become the crummiest, worst, best striker in history. Snuffy looks at him in surprise. He remembers when everything was riding on his own talent back in the day, making his dreams come true along with his best friend. He remembers celebrating winning the trophy with his bestie, and later getting together with a couple of baddies. They had everything: women, fame, power, and fortune, and they never doubted that they would become the kings of soccer. Baru gets dressed up. He shoulder slams Baru and knocks him down, explaining that their performance dropped due to lack of practice. They pushed themselves too hard and got hurt, and after a few scandals, they were kicked off from the starting line. He tells Baru that humans are prone to failing. Baru wonders what all of this has to do with him. Snuffy explains that his best friend unalived himself after all of this. He then finally asks Baru if he would still be himself if he stopped being a prodigy. Baru has no answers as he explains that before he's a soccer player, he's only a human, and he shouldn't lose sight of his mortality. Whether he has talent or not, they should work together. Snuffy's aura bursts around him as he asks Baru what he thinks about becoming his successor as the king of Ubers. Baru is at a loss for words, and Snuffy tells him that his specs and mind space are all top class. He's a first-class striker not only in Blue Lock, but perhaps in the entire Neoegoist League, and if he works with him, he can become the new king of Ubers. Baru pauses for a moment and then tells him there's no way in hell. This shocks Snuffy, as he explains that he is him. He's nothing like his brother who died after being dealt a bad hand, and he doesn't even want to be handed a crown. He just doesn't want to end up as an adult who's scared of the future like he is. Later in the locker room, one of them wonders if he's a different beast and the same animal for passing up the throne like that. But Baru tells him not to believe in everything he hears. He'll use his talent to serve himself. Later in the relaxation theater room, Vero is stretching himself and looking at videos of gameplays. A voice asks him if they should have a movie together. It's Lorenzo, who has a bucket full of popcorn. He tells him to stop with all of these movies and should change it back to nature voices. But Lorenzo shoves the popcorn bucket in his mouth, pointing out that Snuffy has taken a liking to him. Baru tells him to stop making a mess and stop ruining nature, and he should also switch it back to nature voices. Lorenzo teases him by crunching louder, saying that Snuffy is the crowned king who can bring victory to whatever team he is on, and he wants to win a trophy in all 5 of the top European leagues. That's why he plays soccer, to fulfill the dream he had with his best friend. He unties the popcorn bucket and continues that once he wins the league with Ubers, he'll be done. He will retire from playing and live as a coach. That is what he has announced. So he's looking for a striker to succeed him, but Baru is not interested in his yapping. He tells him to clean up his mess and leave. but Lorenzo only smiles, revealing his gold-plated smile. He tells Baru to check out his solid gold teeth, but Baru only wants to get away from this creep. Lorenzo explains that he had been living in the slums with no parents and a neighborhood full of bad stuff. He was living like a garbage bag, and at the brink of death, Snuffy arrived asking him if he would like to play soccer. The drugged-out Lorenzo only wanted money, and Snuffy had offered him as much as he wanted if they worked together. He laughs, saying that he challenged him with a crazy request, to give him money now and to turn all of his messed-up teeth into gold. So what does he think about it? Surprisingly, Snuffy dragged him to a dentist and bought him all of these gold teeth. He made his dream come true in an instant, and all for him, a man living in trash. Baru wonders what's the purpose of this sob story. Lorenzo tells him that Snuffy never abandons anyone, even if they stop being a prodigy. He's a crazy man who can give him a future. Speaking of the devil, Snuffy arrives and tells them to head back in for training and they should come if they feel like it. Lorenzo acts like a little puppy, but Baru is not too thrilled. He finally caves in and tells Snuffy he will give his philosophy a try, but not as a successor, but as a striker who will surpass him one day. He asks Snuffy to try to turn him into the king of the world, and that's what Snuffy had been wanting to hear. He tells Baru that he's got a deal. Later, they work on their stamina as a team, running on treadmills from time to time. The other team members are supposed to be the striker's limbs, and he will pound tactics into their brains. They will learn what it means to be auxiliaries to the greatest goalkeeper. To negotiate with the goalkeeper, Baru is put into practice, and with constant feedback and praise, he starts to better himself. Snuffy tells him to listen up and not shoot when he wants to shoot, but to aim for a break in the enemy's awareness and then shoot. He's supposed to be a predator, always watching and waiting. When his praise mind starts to waver, that's when he's supposed to home in for the kill. And presently, that's exactly what's happening. Gagamaru has no idea who has the ball. Isagi realizes that they're hiding the ball from his goalie to create a little opening, and by the time he realizes it, he will already be dead, and all of their team's hard work will be put to waste. Baru finally arcs the ball away from the players with a stealth kill sniper shot, and he scores the goal, bringing Uber up to match with Bastard Munchen. He tells his teammates that they've done a good job. Chapter 217. The crowd goes wild, celebrating his goal. The goalie couldn't even move a muscle. That explosive stealth middle shot was out of this world, and Uber's is now tied up with München. Everyone starts celebrating, and Baru asks Isagi what's wrong. Is that all he can accomplish as the new loser of their team? Isagi can't believe what he's going through. He can't stop something like that. After all, he's only one man against a coordinated team. They must have been running simulations to crush him. After stealing the ball from him and switching to rapid attack mode, they've pulled off a play that's too fast for even him to keep up. Isagi looks away in nervousness. This team play, with absolute coordination, is not something they can come up with on the fly. Such precise timing is impossible to achieve without training. Be it offense or defense, the whole team shares a coordinated pattern, and that is what makes Italy Ubers a strong team. He imagines everyone as a piece of a puzzle, and he tries to explain Baru's shot just now. Gagamaru couldn't keep up or take a step toward it, so maybe he staggered his timing with his shot. But he also reasons that Baru didn't shoot when he felt like it. He was patiently waiting for when Gagamaru couldn't react. Isagi realizes that he's always watching. He has found a new way to use his eyes. If he considers his shooting style and abilities, he doesn't let the goalkeeper respond and has a high chance of scoring a goal in this way. Isagi feels himself unraveling as he realizes that's why he always plays with the goalkeeper in his field of vision. He's waiting for his prey to show weakness. That is his new piece. He puts everything into negotiating with the goalkeeper like a lion prowling an injured gazelle. He's waiting for the perfect moment to strike with his predator's eyes, and his own eyes and brain have evolved in a different direction. Ness is visibly shaken, powerless to do anything for his king. But Kaiser tells him to take a chill pill. You're being pathetic. If we can deal with Lorenzo, we can win. Ness agrees, telling Kaiser that they will put an end to Lorenzo. Isagi also asks his own knight what he thinks. Corona wonders how many tactical patterns he thinks Lorenzo has. Isagi doesn't know. If we do anything they expect, we'll be swallowed up. Corona and Yukimiya wonder what they should do. Does Isagi have a plan or anything? Isagi smiles because he realizes that if the plan is out, they'll adapt like Mahoraga. All they have to do is follow Noah's instruction that the key to victory lies in duels. The match restarts, and Ness has the ball in his court. He's trying to build a formation in the midfield so that they can slice apart from the middle of the field. Imagine the field divided into 3 parts. The main problem is that after we attack, the formation from the front will be split into 3. For Kaiser to goal, he needs to become a jack of all trades. But Lorenzo arrives, ready to put an end to Kaiser's career as a striker. He wonders if it's a one-on-one, but Kaiser tells him it will be a true one-on-one. Ness arrives just behind him and tackles and blocks Lorenzo, giving Kaiser ample space to run away. Ness also uses a backhand pass to accelerate the ball in front of Kaiser. Lorenzo compliments him, saying that he has gotten better. Ness says that he is Kaiser's shield. Lorenzo smiles, telling them that they have a way to deal with that pattern too. Sure enough, a spiky-haired player leaps into the air, ready to confront Kaiser. The players on the bench can't believe what they're seeing. It seems as if Italy Ubers have a plan for that plan as well. Jayubi is ready to tackle the ball away from Kaiser. He's been trained to predict it, and his main job is to get rid of allowing flies. The ball bounces away, right back to Lorenzo. Ness looks at him helplessly. Lorenzo is about to be served the ball on a plate. Everyone holds their breath, but Isagi arrives in the nick of time. Everyone looks at him in surprise as he has made it. He can see it. This is his duel. From the moment Ness made that block to Jayubi's head block, he had predicted that the ball would be free over here. If he stops and lets them think, the Ubers, with their techniques and patterns, would come in hot on his trail, trying to find the flow of his movements. But his meta-vision is superior. Just then, Nico aggressively tackles him and wrestles the ball away. They wonder if it's a foul. As the ball drops out of bounds, Isagi wonders, "What is this? How can he stop me? There should be something they can't predict." Nico slowly gets up and tells Isagi that he has the same eyes and brain as him. It turns out he too is a user of metavision, and this puts Isagi in a tough spot. Both of the metavision users stare each other down. Isagi can't believe that there's a third user of this divine technique who can read and stop his play before he can react to it. He wonders what all of this talk about metavision means. Isagi explains it's a way of using their eyes. If they take everything into their peripheral vision while processing it with their brain, they can look at the entire field from a third-person view. Nico tells him that he was not trying to do that. He just kept his movements and the ball in his field and followed him with his eyes, then found a spot that looked dangerous and charged in, ignoring any rules. Isagi can't believe that he can use metavision unconsciously. This is the first time he has felt this way, and he is using his movements to awaken his eyes and brain. Oliver tells Nico that he has done great. Though he is not thrilled that Nico ignored their defense pattern, that was an awesome block and now he should get back to his position. Nico daps him up and tells him that he thinks he can become a rare specimen. During this time, Raichi grabs Isagi like a startled kitten and yells at him not to let them steal the ball. They could have a big chance. Isagi, still shaken, apologizes and asks Raichi how he could tell from his movements where he would land. Raichi tells him that all he did was swipe the ball and be at the right spot at the right moment. Isagi looks around and wonders if that's how it appeared to everyone. Corona says that it was as if it was one of Isagi's usual amazing interceptions. Yukimiya agrees that he couldn't pull off a positioning like that. Isagi realizes that metavision is not something anyone can just use. Maybe the only ones on the field who can use it are Kaiser and Nico, and perhaps Lorenzo as well, but he's not too sure. It is still a rare ability. It turns out that Baru uses a different set of eyes that evolved along a different path. If Isagi uses his metavision, it is a predictive ability that gathers all information and catches glimpses of the future. Baru, on the other hand, uses his eyes as a shooting-type ability that links him to the goalkeeper. He focuses only on the goal box. To make things simple, Baru uses his eyes to narrow down on the prey, and Isagi uses his eyes to see everything happening around them. The way they work is absolutely mind-blowing. Raichi tells Isagi to stop acting like a lunatic. The next play is starting. Isagi gets his head in the game and wonders about the philosophies of the two sets of eyes. Ubers move in a coordinated pattern like a single organism, but their team is an unpredictable tornado with two attackers, Kaiser and him. He is sure everyone on the field understands the situation. They realize what the threats are and what they should do. This truly is a world-class battle of philosophies. Everyone is giving their best. The next play will determine the turning point. Whoever can outread the other team will destroy their plans and be crowned the victor who controls the match. Kaiser is annoyed that Lorenzo keeps getting in his way, and Lorenzo enjoys being a pain in the bottom. It's because of him that Kaiser can't move freely like he usually does, and Isagi is having a better time in this field to steal the goal. Ness runs up to his daddy, asking what they should do. Lorenzo is being a pain and Ness can't take it anymore. At this rate, Isagi will steal the spotlight. Kaiser tells him to shut his yapping. Ness is the novice. He is letting his brain control his emotions. They just need to do as they practice. They don't need to be creative. They just need to have faith that nothing is impossible for them. Grim throws in the ball and Ness intercepts it. The gameplay starts. Now begins the battle of wits. The way Ness and Kaiser enter this play will decide the fate of the next goal. All of a sudden, Kunigami slams into Ness, stealing the ball and telling them not to forget about the dark horse. They can't believe what is happening. The play is off to a rocky start. Kunigami rushes through the field, and Ness complains about him being a copycat. Italy Ubers can't predict what is going to happen, so they try to take advantage of his middle shot. Kunigami zips through the defenses, and Isagi stays close by. He wonders if Kunigami plans to splice through and shoot all on his own, but that's impossible. Even with his own abilities, there are 3 defenders in front of him. They might have a chance if he helps out, but he will never pass to Isagi. It looks like he is at the end of his road, and he might end up in the penalty area where they will steal the ball. Isagi can use his meta vision to see it, and he also realizes that Nico is using meta vision as well. Nico can't believe how amazing this ability is. He gives his vision to the entire field. He can see who has the ball and identify all sources of incoming danger, and he can also aim for the same spot as Isagi. Kunigami unexpectedly slices through the defenders once again. Nico realizes the only reason he can do that is because he can shoot with either leg, but he needs to reposition himself to shoot, and this is the moment everyone's been waiting for. Both Isagi and Nico pounce on the ball trying to get it. It turns out they are evenly matched, but the wild card appears. He arrives and blocks Nico, telling him that the king of duels is here. They wonder where he came from and how he can read where the ball will land. Isagi tells Nico that he is too drunk on his own eyesight. His metavision is still on the first level. He is focused on predicting what comes next, concentrating on the ball. He has left parameters out of his field of vision, giving Yoichi a chance to sneak behind and position himself. If he had checked behind him, he would have seen Yoichi. He is drowning in his own awakening, missing important info. The way he uses his eyes and reads the field is still stuck. Yoichi, on the other hand, is not happy that Isagi stole his spotlight and used him as a stepping stone. With only 2 defenders left, Isagi tells Corona to get in position. He finds Corona ready and passes the ball back and forth. Oliver arrives, saying that this meta-vision thing is like superhuman perception. Isagi looks at him in horror. There is a force user of this incredible ability. This is out of his calculations. Oliver wants to join in this battle of wits, but Isagi has none of it. After all, he has his left leg as a side weapon. Oliver realizes that his left leg is not as strong as his right. It was a bluff, and he won't let Isagi fool his eyes. Isagi is caught in a tight position. Oliver and Nico are both evolving unexpectedly. He is in trouble because Oliver can predict his movements like a demon, and Nico is there too. Finally, Yukimiya calls out to Isagi, asking him to pass to the sinking ship. Isagi can't believe what he is seeing. If he passes now, he won't get the shot. It's too risky to let Oliver steal the ball. It will make for a crazy counterattack. He has to do the most rational thing, and that is to pass the ball to Yukimiya. But things don't go as he expected. Lorenzo arrives right in front of Yukimiya, vowing to devour them all. They can't believe what is happening. Another unexpected situation evolves. Kaiser blocks Lorenzo. He has finally gotten rid of the rotten-toothed bastard. He has been waiting for this moment. Isagi can't believe that Kaiser got ahead of him. He is now the peak of metavision users, and he calmly goes to the goal box. Everyone tries to stop him, but it's of no use. Kaiser uses his shot to tear through the goal and bring Bastard Munchen into the lead. The crowd goes wild for Kaiser to pull off such an impossible shot. The players are at a loss for words. This is a game changer, and even Isagi must accept that Kaiser is a true prodigy, and Kaiser manages to slam the wall into the goal, bringing Bastard Munchen ahead of their competitors. Breaking through the seesaw game with a dynamic super bicycle kick, the crowd goes wild, cheering for the young prodigy known as Kaiser. Lorenzo can't believe that Mr. 300 mil has gotten ahead of him. Oliver smiles, saying that it's not bad for the little emperor. Nash, on the other hand, is ecstatic, cheering for Kaiser that his king has come out on top. He slides happily next to Kaiser, telling him he's incredible. He starts glazing him about how he got what he deserved by blocking and having the pass, and he also knows that Lorenzo would have no choice but to follow them. So he intercepted Isagi's pass himself, and his Kaiser Impact tied everything in a beautiful knot. He starts going crazy, telling everyone to look at Kaiser and how amazing he is. He's a certified Kaiser fanboy, saying that that's the talent the future needs from the world's best. But Kaiser is a bit annoyed by his constant yapping and tells him to shut the hell up. Nash can't believe what he's hearing and is visibly shaken. Kaiser explains that that goal was a fluke, and with that idiotic face he's making, it was the only chance he had to get Lorenzo off his back. Nash is at a loss for words. He still tries to reason that it was his amazing goal, but Kaiser looks at him coldly, wondering if he's taunting him or something. He's celebrating a goal born out of luck, one he stole from Isagi, and he can't accept that he has scored with the help of Isagi. This all started with Isagi's prediction, and everyone was moving off to seal him in the end. Meanwhile, Lorenzo was reacting to the last part. He only managed to sneak in and grab the ball like a dessert, adding the finishing touch. There is no denying that Isagi is the goal's main player, and he can't forgive himself for scoring a goal so unhonorable. Even though they had promised to compete over goals in this match, it's disappointing that they have one goal each, and he vows that he'll be the one to get the final point. He looks at Isagi, who is admiring him from a distance, realizing that he is truly a prodigy. He is even able to anticipate all of his moves, and his shot was absolutely world-class. Lorenzo is a bit shaken, as he can't make the shot even if he practiced it 1,000 times with nobody on the field, and he means nobody on the field can generate a goal like that. Kaiser is truly a prodigy, a rising sun that he is chasing after, one that he has to overcome to become the world's best. The puzzle in his mind starts to unravel again as Isagi realizes that Kaiser has shifted his focus on him. The goal would have been impossible without him, and they've reached the point where he can't score a goal without counting on him. So it's clear as day that he is living in Kaiser's mind, rent-free. Isagi smiles, wondering how he likes it. For him, this is amazing. Oliver asks Sendo if he is all right. He is stretching and tells him that he has a leg cramp. Corona is also panting heavily. His leg is cramped up from all that running and heavy dribbling. Isagi asks him if he is okay and tries to stretch his leg, as Corona can't use metavision. He's been trying to keep up with him and respond to his movements. The other team is tending to their goalkeeper, who has twisted his side and is really out of commission. Snuffy takes off his headband, telling goalie number 2, Fukaku, to get ready. Fukaku puts on his gloves and jogs to the field. Snuffy says that bastard Munchen is really strong. The team that Noah has created with the twin stars of destruction, Kaiser and Isagi, is absolutely mind-blowing. Noah wonders if he would call his team revolutionary, but Snuffy says that's too much for him and he will destroy his team personally. Snuffy has decided to join the match, and Noah decides to stand with his team as well, warning Snuffy that he should stay out of him, or he will have more work to do than what he began with. The crowd goes wild as the masters of both teams join in on the fun. Will Bastard Munchen press on to victory, or will Ubers catch themselves and counterattack? It's bound to be explosive. Endgame players are swapping in and out because of the pressure and because of the accidents, and the field's environment is beginning to change. Isagi realizes he needs to predict what's going to happen next. When the whistle blows, he will have to look out for Kaiser, Baru, Lorenzo, and Kunigami. Although a goal is a goal, he needs to turn his longing into reality and score one for himself for the first time in his life. Hiori feels a fire burning in his heart, wanting to join Isagi on his little adventure. Hiori realizes as he looks at Isagi that there's something inside of him staring, witnessing his amazing gameplay. He wants to give it all. He wants to join the world-class athletes as well. And now that Isagi and Kaiser have a tie, they need to settle things in this match with another goal. So whoever scores next will be the winner. It's bound to be intense. Kaiser vows to crush him totally. Baru, on the other hand, tells Snuffy, "Are we going for that plan?" Snuffy agrees, saying this is their next job. It's time for Berserker formation, and the whole team jolts into action. Isagi looks at the team in surprise, as this formation is completely different from before, and he wonders what's up with this gameplay. Lorenzo and Nico are moving to the front, and they have a lot of players on the offensive now, quite different from their defensive playing style. It's as if they're facing another team, and their skills include shape-shifting. Nico passes the ball around with surgical efficiency, forming a combo where Lorenzo and his zombie dribble. Lorenzo fends off Yoichi, and the ball is flowing effortlessly between them. Isagi tries to keep up with his meta-vision, trying not to let their speed throw off his game. He's trying to look for an opening somewhere, and he vows that his meta-vision will be better than their charge, and he will intercept a pass. As he's about to intercept it, Snuffy arrives, saying that's a close one. Snuffy smiles at Isagi, saying that his eyes are as good as they say. Isagi pauses for a moment, hardly believing that he moved in to save the ball before it was stolen. Is he a user of meta-vision as well? Noah also arrives, telling him that's a nice try. He tells Isagi that they need to trap him with a pincer attack. Isagi can't believe that the great Noah is coordinating with him, and Snuffy teases him for being thoughtful of his pupil. And that's sweet. He keeps them both at bay, and Isagi can't believe he's using his body to cushion their press. He's even going up against Noah, and this is the world-class ball possession technique. Lorenzo smiles as the ball shoots past him and goes to Nico. Nassar eyes in front of Nico, insulting his bangs and ready to wrestle the ball away from him. Nico wonders if he's really looking as he passes the ball to Snuffy again. Snuffy, while holding off Noah, tells him that this won't work. They won't give them any time to think. They just need to charge in head-on. Baru is spearheading the charge and shoots for the goal with all his strength. Kagamaru is a bit shaken, remembering the last time he was folded like a rusty lawn chair. But before the goal can be executed, Kaiser and Isagi throw the ball off trajectory. Everyone goes wild, looking at the twin kings of Blue Lock. They both use their meta-vision to realize the most dangerous spot in the gameplay and fend it off against all the players, Baru and the others, but they can only hold out for a moment. The nearest, clearest striker to score a goal is Snuffy. Snuffy wonders if he'll have to move to the next design so that they can win against the world's best. Snuffy dribbles the ball away, and all of the players of Italy Ubers tell themselves not to lose track of him. Isagi realizes that Snuffy is about to go in with the second wave of attack, and they barely manage to hold him off the first time. So how should they respond? He's anticipating his meta-vision moves. Isagi can't wrap his head around what's going on with Snuffy. Snuffy passes the ball to Lorenzo, and Isagi wonders if this is a new mode of attack. If he moves before he understands it, he will be left in the dirt again, so he needs to analyze the situation calmly. Snuffy smiles as Isagi tries to analyze his world-class thought pattern. The ball passes off to another player, who is Drago. Isagi wonders if they're trying to open the left side. It's like they're spreading all over the field. Are they planning to cross over and crush them from either side? He further analyzes the gameplay as everyone is focused on the next play. He spots Snuffy making his way into a blind spot as the ball bounces off Drago's position. Isagi realizes things are turning south. Somebody has to notice him as Snuffy is moving freely between the lines. However, it turns out Kaiser has the same thought pattern and cuts off Snuffy. Snuffy smiles, wondering if he saw through him, but that's not enough. He strikes the ball with a marvelous header, and Isagi grits his teeth in frustration. How can he jump while Kaiser collides with him? His body balance is insane. He keeps the ball from his team and sets up an attack at the same time. Nico intercepts the ball, but Noah tries to steal it from him. He challenges the little striker to dare to shoot. Nico tells him that he's had his fill, and this is all part of the plan. He passes the ball to Baru, who is about to score. But Isagi realizes that he is in a position to make a change. He slides in front of Baru, managing to pass the ball out of bounds. He has managed to stop him, but there is no end to this attack pattern right now. The only ones who can predict the risky areas are Noah, Kaiser, and him. The three of them have been working in sync to respond to their plays. They have gotten locked in a defensive battle. Moreover, this race with the constantly changing strategies Uber Italy is displaying makes stealing the ball and making a counterattack seem unlikely. Snuffy isn't trying to score on his own. He is acting behind the scenes to support his teammates, which is uncommon in the world of soccer. He has a high level of balance and extraordinary contact and handling skills, but he is not using them as a striker would. He is using them to set up goals for the rest of the team, and he has figured out his thinking. It's as if Snuffy is a watchman who helps Ubers fight according to his designs, and that's how he has surpassed his meta-vision. He just concentrates on analyzing the gameplay, while his egoistical moves are easy for Snuffy to read into. However, he also decides that they can't let them take their initiative this time. He needs to get ahead of Snuffy's plan. Noah calls Isagi, asking him if he is having any trouble. Isagi agrees, saying that they will run out of time. Noah reveals that fundamentally Snuffy's plans are jujutsu. Isagi wonders what that is. Noah explains that the Japanese martial arts related to judo is about waiting and analyzing their opponents, and he is applying it to soccer in his own style. Jujutsu has given him a deep understanding of physical contact. When he combines his other skills with soccer skills, he becomes a world-class player who holds up plays and can retain the ball. That's the same case for his passing and shooting. As a pure striker, he can't hold a candle to Noah, but as an all-purpose soccer player, he can outshine anyone in any position. In that capacity, Snuffy truly is the world's best player. Isagi cuts to the chase, asking Noah how he can be defeated if he has a crazy soccer IQ. Noah bluntly tells him that he is not sure. Isagi pleads with him to spell it out. Isn't he good with theory stuff? Noah tells him that he doesn't know, but he points out that their strategy relies on various attack patterns without wasting a moment or a movement. Whereas they are only fighting between themselves for the ball, the players are disoriented on their field and don't know how to grasp the enemy's movement. Isagi pleads with him for some advice, and he explains that they need to endure for 3 minutes. If they can do that, Snuffy's time on the field will end, and the difficult situation will change. Sometimes endurance is the way. Isagi shields himself, overflowing with inspiration. Words like endurance, waste, and overflowing are echoing in his mind. The referee announces that the play will resume with Uber's throw-in. Isagi shields like a new man, and he now knows what to do. He might be able to surpass Snuffy. The piece that he needs to make it possible is Raichi. He yells Raichi's name and he wonders what it is. Isagi smirks, asking him if he is ready to die. Drago throws in the ball while Isagi and Raichi argue between themselves as the match restarts. The ball bounces off to Nico, back to Drago, and Drago passes it to Lorenzo, who is holding off Kaiser. Snuffy notices everyone trying their best, but all of a sudden he finds a very aggressive Raichi blocking off his path like a chihuahua. Raichi recalls arguing with Isagi over his game plan. Isagi had requested him to block Snuffy and duel him head-on, with Raichi arguing that he can't cover him up by himself. He would be doing it if he could, but Isagi told him that he doesn't want to cover him. Normally, he just needs to stay 2 meters ahead of him, like a protector covering. Raichi wondered what is all of this about. Isagi explained that within 2 meters of Snuffy's forward advance, he can intercept the ball in a wide area, but his primary task is not to steal the ball but to stay in the half-circle area. Snuffy notices this peculiar gameplay and realizes that they plan to go for endurance gameplay. They are trying to wait him out. Isagi had told him that if he messed up, everyone would laugh at him as a small fry, but if he could fumble Snuffy, his name would echo through the halls of fame as a world-class player, and can he become a sacrificial pawn to bring them victory? Raichi had accepted his protector mode. Snuffy looks at him in amusement, wondering if he is a persistent one. He speeds up his dribbling skills, trying to run away from Raichi. Raichi can't believe how delicate and fast he is on his feet, but he won't let him run away. He absolutely won't let him shake him off because his job is not to steal the ball but to buy some time and get in the way. He blocks off Snuffy and Snuffy smiles, telling him he has a strong core. Raichi yells he should get a taste of his stalking horse's defense. Isagi looks at him in amazement, realizing he is amazing. If he can't get past Raichi, things will go great. Raichi has planted himself between Snuffy's field of view and the goal. He will erase his passing options and ideas for the future, but he can't predict the future, so he is choosing from a wide variety of options. For example, if Raichi's presence can eliminate just 1 or 2 of these options, then it will restrict his attacks. Isagi looks at Snuffy passing the ball and realizes he is going for that option. The ball bounces between different players and comes out to Nico, who is about to shoot, but before the ball can reach Lorenzo, Isagi intercepts it. This time the duo includes Raichi and Isagi, the long defense coordination, but Oliver cuts him off, telling him that he is rock hard right now. Isagi wonders who is this freak and he will not hear him out. Oliver smiles, saying that they have a plan in case someone cuts off Snuffy. This is the recovery mode for them. Yoichi can't believe his ears that they have a plan for their counterattack. Oliver smiles, telling Snuffy that it's time. The ball soars towards Baru in an insanely precise cross pass. Isagi can't believe what monsters are they facing. How can they be at such a high level? And it just shows that his brain is still not at a world-class level. Gagamaru is fired up, looking at his team fighting for their life. He tells Isagi that he has done well, and he feels as if he can stop this one on his own. The ball comes face to face with Gagamaru, and Gagamaru is ready to intercept it using his sixth sense. It looks like Baru is about to shoot. Grim tries to tackle the ball away, but it's of no use. Baru is locked in and ready to shoot. Gagamaru realizes his right leg is his main weapon, and if he shifts his side, it will be difficult for him. Meanwhile, the pressure from Yoichi blocking off his path has slowed down the other team members, and it has also given them time to bring the defenders back to the goal box. All they need to do is time the shot well. He looks at Baru, who uses a feint to shoot the ball in a blazing arc towards the goal. However, Gagamaru is ready. This time, he leaps towards the ball in an attempt to block it. He feels as if he can touch it, and he can repel it. He catches the ball with all his might, and everyone looks at him in disbelief. It turns out that Gagamaru has saved the team from a goal. Now that the defenders are going on the offensive, Bastard Munchen actually has a chance to counterattack. He grabs the ball and it's time for their big counter. He throws it with all his might into the sky, and it lands next to Isagi. Isagi smiles, giving him the title of the God of Defense. He zooms through the enemy lines with Noah and Yukimiya by his side. The enemy is rushed and committed to their offensive plans, and they have no time for defense this time. They can do it. The small and elite group can map their way into the defenses and take the shortest route available to the goal. The ball passes to Noah, who zips through a couple of players and leaves Oliver in the dust as Oliver tackles Noah, going for a foul. Noah passes the ball back to Isagi before falling. The crowd is not too pleased about Ubers playing dirty, but they still have the advantage. Isagi is glad that his master has helped him keep the ball, and now it's up to him and Yukimiya to complete this attack, only 30 meters from the goal. Lorenzo arrives, trying to wrestle the ball away from Yukimiya. Isagi is also being blocked off by another player, but he weaves into a tight spot and tells Yukimiya to pass it to him right now. The ball soars through the air and everyone holds their breath. The pass is perfect, and the timing is right. Unfortunately, Snuffy, the world's best versatile player, arrives like a blazing hawk, ready to snatch away their ball. A half second too late, today has turned into a big blunder for them. Their 1 in a million chance is slipping away. His visualization was right on point, but he needed one more step to go above and beyond the world-class player. He needs someone who perfectly shares what he is visualizing, and perhaps that player is sitting on the bench as they play. Snuffy goes for a superhero landing, managing to wrestle the ball away once again. Now, Ubers have the ball and are ready to counterattack again. They weave through the field with surgical precision, leaving all members of Bastard Munchen in the dirt. Isagi can't believe his luck. He curses himself as he finally has the ball and the position. But now Ubers are going for another coordinated strike. He wonders if he can stop them this time. All he can do is run. He needs to keep the ball from switching between offensive and defensive. At that moment, his imagination was definitely superior. He curses, for only Yukimiya had imagined the same thing he had. They would have scored that goal, and he would have had his shot before Snuffy came in hot on his trail. However, it's too late to cry over spilled milk, and he can't prove it with goals. Then he is worthless as a striker, no matter how amazing his ideas or imagination are. He needs to bring them to reality and prove that they are more than just wild theories. He feels the space around him warp into a tunnel made of puzzles. He needs to embody his beliefs like his life depends on it. He needs to get the ball back and show the world what he is made of. The ball shoots toward Nico and back at Lorenzo over and over again. Yoichi yells that they are not in a position to defend, but Isagi has not given up. His eyes are burning with desire, and his brain is computing at full throttle. Nico is free, the last line is far, and Noah is also in there. He looks at the ball being passed to Baru and realizes that this is the time he needs to act. Gagamaru wonders if he can block another goal from the guy who confuses him. It looks like Baru is about to shoot, but Baru hasn't taken into account that Isagi is by his side. He can see where he wants to plant himself, and he won't let him shoot. Although Uber's tactics are superior and their team is logically destined to win, that's not the top-level soccer he visualizes. He looks at Uber's as a mindless team moving around as a single unit, and he thinks, how can a team so tamed be the birthplace of the world's best striker? Baru suddenly becomes mellow and tries to wrestle the ball away, but it turns out Baru is anticipating his slide and moves past him. They can't believe what Baru is doing. He is deviating from their strategy. Even Isagi is shaken as he twists his feet at the last moment. Did he understand his meta-vision or something? Baru tells Snuffy that if he had shot according to his design, his shot would have been blocked. So how many times will he shame him by trying to tame him? Isagi looks at him in bewilderment. He is ignoring his team's instructions and moving all on his own. Baru, on the other hand, is furious. Snuffy had told him that if he works together, he could become a king. And if he did what he said and still failed, then Snuffy would take responsibility. Snuffy directly says that he agrees. Does he have a problem? Baru points out that Isagi has managed to stop his shots 4 times, which has left him livid. He is now going to submit his resignation due to unfair labor practices. Everyone wonders if this is true. It turns out that Baru's ego is not dead. He yells, with his aura flaring around him, that he is sick of this stupid teamwork. He is going to hunt all alone like a lone wolf.